Welcome to Sally Fox audiobook Demon Slayer. Facing my father, the upper moon reborn as a baby at the edge of a cliff, I face a dead end, my mother ready to throw me away, an upper rank 2 Doma smiling behind us. God tier villain system activated. Option A, die feral, lose my mother. Option B, call the demon father and rewrite fate. I choose B, daddy. From that day, the Demon Slayer world gains a refined, scheming air, mastering ice breathing, stealing blood demon arts, and smiling sweetly while using demons as practice. Dad, your technique's nice. I'll take it. A hellish opening. Books 43 chapters memo 63,444 word stopwatch tilde 254-minute read. Chapter 1, a hellish opening. 1,360 words. The stabbing pain of icy air flooding his lungs, accompanied by the violent rise and fall of his heartbeat, felt as though it were about to tear his chest apart. Kotoha ran barefoot through the mountain forest blanketed in snow and dead branches. The soles of her feet were already torn open and bloody, yet she felt none of the pain at all. Fear was like a giant hand gripping her throat, driving her forward in an unending sprint. In her arms, Inosuke struggled to open his eyes. What greeted him was a blur of darkness, shadows of trees swaying violently. I transmigrated. And worse. I transmigrated to the worst possible moment. As someone who knew the plot inside and out, Inosuke instantly understood their situation. This was the very night his mother died in the original story. Kotoha had fled the Eternal Paradise cult, and more importantly, she had seen the cult leader, revered as a living bodhisattva, Doma, calmly and relishfully devouring the corpse of a believer inside the main hall. Faith shattered. Lies exposed. She was fleeing from that demon who wore human skin, yet had always treated her with such gentleness. Kotoha-chan tilde. A sweet, tender voice tinged with helpless regret sounded behind her, clinging like a parasite to bone. Why are you running? We were chatting so happily just a moment ago. Kotoha's entire body stiffened. Her legs gave way as she reached the end of her escape. Ahead was a cliff. Below, raging rapids. There was nowhere left to run. In despair, Kotoha turned around, her back pressed against the cliff as she clutched Inosuke tightly to her chest. From the shadows of the forest, Doma strolled out. He still wore that expression of boundless compassion. The golden iron fan in his hand swayed gently. Only the smile at the corner of his lips, gleaming under the moonlight, now felt chilling to the bone. It was no different from the indulgent fondness he usually showed. I clearly liked you so much. Doma tilted his head slightly. In those rainbow glass-like eyes flickered confusion and puzzlement. Because Kotoha-chan sings so beautifully, and you're so pure, I originally planned to let you live all the way to old age. But why did you have to see me while I was eating? Even if you saw it, why did you have to look at me like I was some kind of monster? Can you really not accept all of me, the real me? Doma sighed. The fan snapped shut and pointed straight at Kotoha, his tone turning cold and merciless. Since you're unwilling to accept my salvation, and unwilling to stay by my side, then there's nothing to be done. Kotoha's body trembled violently as tears burst from her eyes. As a mother, she wasn't afraid of death, but she couldn't let Inosuke die. She glanced at the bottomless cliff. If she threw him down, into the river, there might still be a slim chance of survival. But if Doma caught him, there would truly be nothing left, not even bones. She suddenly lifted the swaddled bundle, about to throw it. Inosuke's mind screamed in alarm. Don't throw me. According to the original story, that throw would let him live, but he would grow up as a boar's child, while his mother would be eaten by Doma. I have to save myself. I have to change her mind, now. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice exploded in his mind. Ding! God tier villain cultivation system activated. Current situation, Doma's identity has been exposed. Killing intent detected. Please make your choice. Option A, follow the original plot. Be thrown off the cliff. Mother dies. Reward, beast instinct. Option B, acknowledge the enemy as your father. Exploit Doma's psychological blind spot and convince him you are the same kind. Reward, ice spirit physique. There was no hesitation. Only by making Doma believe they hadn't fled out of fear could they survive. That meant acknowledging him, no, even worshipping him. Just as Kotoha loosened her grip, Inosuke let out a shocking cry. But it wasn't a cry of fear. It was filled with grievance, like a child who had finally seen a beloved relative. He used all his strength to wrench his tiny hands free from the swaddling cloth. Instead of reaching for his mother, he stretched them straight toward Doma. Pa! Pa! Hug! Kotoha froze, her movement stalling. Doma froze as well. He stared at the infant hanging at the edge of the cliff, half of his body already over empty space. That baby was struggling to lean forward. Those emerald green eyes held no fear at all, only a reflection of Doma's own blood-stained, deathly pale face. Inusuke stared straight at him. This is the face that eats people. But I have to show that I'm not afraid of this face. That I even like this face. Inusuke curled his lips upward, revealing a toothless, dazzling smile. He waved his tiny hands, as if asking to be held. Then, the earth-shattering word burst from his mouth. Da! Daddy! The wind stopped. Only the roar of water far below echoed in the air. Kotoha's mind went completely blank. And for the first time, Doma's emotionless eyes trembled violently. Daddy! He pointed at himself, his voice full of disbelief. He's calling me. Inusuke gave them no time to think. Taking advantage of Kotoha's daze, he kicked hard with his legs, actually causing the swaddling cloth to slip from her hands. But he didn't fall off the cliff. Instead, he used the momentum to fling himself straight at Doma. It was a gamble or a wager that this upper rank too would catch him. Doma instinctively reached out. What landed in his arms was something soft, warm, alive. Inusuke fell perfectly into Doma's embrace. His tiny hands clutched tightly at the front of Doma's robes, his saliva-smeared cheek pressed against the demon's icy clothes. There were still stains of fresh blood on them. Inusuke didn't mind at all. He even nuzzled closer, letting out a satisfied giggle. Look at this! Doma murmured, lowering his head to stare at the warm, squirming baby in his arms. This infant was lying against the chest where he had just finished eating a human. No crying. No screaming. Instead, he was smiling so happily. He even called him father. An unprecedented, eerie sense of fulfillment filled the hollow emptiness inside Doma's heart. Kotoha-chan Tilda? Doma lifted his head. A fanatical excitement burned in his eyes. You've misunderstood one thing. You thought I was a monster, so you ran away with the child. But look, this child knows that I am a god. He didn't see what you witnessed as something terrifying. He accepted all of me. In fact, he thinks this is exactly what a father should be like. Doma laughed. This time, the smile was no longer just a mask. It was a twisted pleasure born from a perfectly sealed loop of deranged logic. Since this child has recognized me as his father, then why were you running? We're clearly a loving family, aren't we? He walked up to Kotoha and extended a hand from above, not in a threatening gesture, but an inviting one. Get up, Kotoha. For the sake of such a clever child, I'll forgive you. After all, a woman capable of giving birth to a child like this is a very precious treasure too. A cool sensation surged through Inusuke's body, the ice spirit physique granted by the system was taking effect. Doma's embrace no longer felt like an ice cellar. Instead, it felt like hugging an air conditioner in the height of summer. Comfortable, Inusuke yawned. His small hand grabbed a lock of Doma's hair as he closed his eyes. If you're acting, you have to act it all the way through. That sense of absolute security in his father's arms completely shattered the last trace of doubt in Doma's mind. So adorable. So much like Kotoha-chan. Cradling the sleeping baby, Doma turned and walked back toward the Eternal Paradise cult. Come on, Kotoha. Let's go home. Kotoha stared at that retreating figure, at her son, safe and sound in his arms. Though fear still lingered in her heart, she knew one thing. They had survived. Chapter 2, The Divine Child. 1028 words. The wind and snow gradually subsided. On the road back to the Eternal Paradise cult, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was suffocating. Kotoha hugged herself, her body stiff as she trembled uncontrollably. She followed closely behind Doma, not daring to fall even half a step behind. Her heart pounded wildly. Every step felt like walking toward death. She had just witnessed this man eating people with her own eyes, had just witnessed him reveal himself as a demon and pursue her. And yet now, he was acting as if nothing had happened, calmly leading them back. Hey, Kotoha-chan. Doma, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped and turned around. The blood on his face had already been wiped clean. In those rainbow glass-like eyes, there was now an expression that could even be described as if aggrieved. I'm really hurt, you know. Among everyone in this Eternal Paradise cult, you're the one I like the most. Kotoha's pupils trembled. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Doma stepped in front of her and lifted his long, icy fingers, gently tidying her disheveled bangs. The movement was unbelievably tender. Only you are different, Kotoha-chan. Your singing is so beautiful, and you're so pure, your head's empty, with not a single bad thought in it. When I'm with you, I feel very relaxed. I originally planned to keep you by my side until you died of old age. Maybe. I really did like you. At that point, Doma's gaze suddenly darkened. The smile remained on his lips, but the surrounding temperature instantly plunged to freezing. But why did you have to see something you shouldn't have? And why did you run? I showed it to you on purpose. Why couldn't you accept all of me? Kotoha, who saw the entirety of me yet couldn't accept it. I can't. I can't accept that. You must belong to me forever. Even if you merge into one with me, even if you can never sing again. To Doma as he was now, before Kotoha's death, he didn't understand love in any real sense. All he understood was ownership. Pa. Suddenly, from Doma's arms, Inosuke stretched out his tiny hand and slapped it against the hand that was touching Kotoha's hair. Like a cub guarding its food, protecting what belonged to it. Doma froze for a moment and lowered his head to look at Inosuke. The baby stared back at him with round, wide eyes, puffed out a little bubble of spit, then pressed his face against the back of Doma's icy hand. With both warm, chubby hands, he tried hard to warm Doma's fingers. "Da. Daddy, cold." Inosuke mumbled indistinctly. The frost that had begun to gather at Doma's fingertips trembled slightly. He looked at Inosuke, who was earnestly trying to warm his hand, then at Kotoha, who was clearly terrified yet still instinctively protecting her child. For the first time, a strange sense of scripted destiny formed in his empty mind. Before, it had been like raising a canary in a cage. Now it almost felt like a family of three. Aya! This child, is he worried that my hand is cold? He turned his hand over and held Inosuke's tiny one, smiling until his eyes curved. Kotoha-chan, look! This child is so considerate. Tears burst from Kotoha's eyes. She nodded desperately, even though she herself didn't fully understand what was happening anymore. Yes, yes. Inosuke, he really likes the Lord Cult Leader. Let's raise him together. In that case. Doma seemed to have made a decision. He leaned in and lightly pressed a cold kiss to Kotoha's forehead. Then I'll forgive you this once. Forget what you just saw. As long as you obediently sing in the future, and obediently raise our good son, we can still live happily together. Half an hour later. Eternal Paradise Cult, Inner Hall. When Doma returned with Kotoha and Inosuke, the believers weren't particularly surprised. After all, the cult leader often brought back pitiful people. But this time, his attitude was completely different. Everyone, listen carefully. Standing on the high platform, Doma held Inosuke with elegant ease, even wrapping the child in his own cloak. He looked every bit the doting father. Kotoha, meanwhile, was arranged to sit on a soft couch at his side, her status higher than all other believers. This Lady Kotoha, her singing can soothe the soul. She is the most precious saintess of our cult. Doma's voice echoed through the hall, sacred and solemn. And this child. He lifted Inosuke high, facing the believers kneeling across the floor. Inosuke was extremely cooperative. He knew this wasn't just about giving Doma face, it was about securing his and his mother's place to survive in this demon's den. So instead of shrinking back, he waved his chubby little hands and let out a string of giggles. That innocent, guileless look was like a beam of holy light within the gloomy Eternal Paradise cult. This child is fated with me. Watching Inosuke's lively expression, Doma's eyes revealed a trace of genuine fondness in front of the believers. Almost like the affection one would have for a biological son. He will be my adopted son and grow up in this Eternal Paradise cult. His name is Inosuke. In the future, when you see him, it will be as if you see me. The believers prostrated themselves in terror and reverence. Greetings, young master. Praise the cult leader's mercy. Amid the thunderous chants of worship, Inosuke leaned against Doma's icy chest and looked at his mother beside him, still shaken, but completely unharmed. At last, he let out a long breath of relief. Ding! God-tier villain cultivation system activated. Current situation, the young master's debut. Reward, absolute pitch, even when your mother sings off-key, Doma will still love listening. The system notification chimed softly, informing him that he had gained an enhanced inherited talent, Absolute pitch. Doma lowered his head and poked Inosuke's cheek with a finger, chuckling softly. Little Inosuke, from now on, you and Mommy should work hard to please Daddy, all right? Inosuke grabbed his finger and smiled with pure innocence. Of course. I'll make sure to please you very well. Chapter 3, Ambition. 1225 words. Morning at the Eternal Paradise Cult. Kotoha knelt on the tatami, holding a rattle drum as she gently tried to amuse Inosuke. Yet her gaze kept drifting again and again, toward the corner of the room. Sitting there was the owner of this room, upper rank 2, Doma. Doma was carefully wiping his fans. The golden fan surfaces were sharp as blades, reflecting a chilling light. Kotoha-chan, stop shaking that rattle. Doma didn't even look up, his tone light and casual. Sing hook pinkies and make a promise again. I love hearing you sing that one. I think Inosuke likes it too. Kotoha's hand stiffened. A deep flush swept across her face, and the rattle slipped from her fingers, clattering to the floor. Tanuki-san, Tanuki-san. She sang it wrong again. Inosuke, come here. Doma beckoned with his hand, just like he was calling his own biological son. At the moment, Inosuke was sprawled on the tatami, diligently working on his core strength. Hearing the call, he cursed internally, so much trouble, but on the surface, he immediately broke into a radiant smile and crawled over using both hands and feet. When he reached Doma's legs, Inosuke didn't hesitate at all. Like a kitten, he grabbed Doma's pant leg and tried to climb up. The motion was practiced enough to be heartbreaking. Doma smiled and casually lifted him with one hand, settling him onto his knee. Come. Daddy will show you something fun. Doma flicked his wrist. Shua. The pair of golden fans snapped open violently. A sharp gust of wind sliced straight toward Inosuke's face, stopping just 0.01 centimeters from the tip of his nose. A few strands of the baby's already sparse hair were shaved off, drifting lazily to the ground. Kotoha clapped a hand over her mouth, nearly screaming. Tears immediately welled up in her eyes. This wasn't playing with a child, this was playing with his life. Yet Inosuke didn't even blink. Based on his understanding of Doma, he could tell that although the strike looked terrifying, there was no actual killing intent behind it. Doma's control was terrifyingly precise. This was pure showing off. What are you flexing for, you old freak? Oh. Doma looked at the calm, unflinching Inosuke, a trace of amusement flashing in his eyes. Not scared? That thing can slice a human head off like cutting tofu, you know. Inosuke stared fixedly at the fan. Though it was engraved with exquisite lotus patterns, it carried a faint smell of blood and an icy chill. For someone with an ice spirit physique, that chill felt nice. Cool and refreshing. Like a popsicle in summer. So, under Doma's surprised gaze, Inosuke stretched out his chubby little hand. He didn't grab the sharp edge of the fan. Instead, he precisely grasped the very end of the handle. Yee-wah-eh. Inosuke tugged hard at the fan tassel. You want it? Doma let go. The heavy pair of fans immediately pressed down onto Inosuke's tiny hands. An ordinary baby would have dropped it instantly or had it smash their foot, but Inosuke was born freakishly strong. He actually hugged the fan with both hands, holding onto the weapon that was bigger than his own face. Then, he did something Doma completely didn't expect. Imitating Doma's movements from just moments ago, Inosuke struggled and swung the fan once. The motion was clumsy. The swing was sloppy. But that I'm about to cut something more, huh? He copied it perfectly. Whoosh! The fan, carrying a weak gust of wind, slapped squarely against Doma's chest. The hall fell into dead silence. Kotoha was so frightened she didn't dare breathe. Doma lowered his head, looked at the fan pressed to his chest, then at Inosuke's serious expression, like he was saying I can do it too. After a brief pause, Doma burst into delighted laughter. Ha 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 ha. Good. Like me. Just like me. He snatched the fan back, gently folding it shut, then affectionately rubbed Inosuke's head. At this point, he was utterly enamored with the child. Did you see that, Kotoha? Doma pointed at Inosuke, his eyes blazing with fervor. He didn't play with the tassel. He didn't try to bite the fan bones. He was copying my movements. He was learning how to use a weapon. He's only how old? A few months? And he already has a hunter's instinct. Doma lifted Inosuke high and kissed that pink, tender little face. Perfect. Inosuke rolled his eyes internally. I just wanted to see if the fan was heavy and whether it could be sold for money. Who wanted to learn how to kill people? But seeing how happy Doma was? Forget it. My dad's brain is broken. Let's go. In high spirits, Doma tucked Inusuke under his arm and stood up. There's a morning assembly at the cult today. I'll take you to meet those idiots who worship you as a god. Kotoha hurriedly got up, wanting to take the child back. Lord Cult Leader, let me hold him instead. No need. You should rest properly, Kotoha-chan. You ran so far last night, you must be exhausted. As his father, this child should be held by me right now. He was still fixated on the fact that Kotoha had fled after seeing him eat people. Inusuke was very uncomfortable being carried like that, but he didn't make a fuss. Through the gap in Doma's arm, he looked back at his trembling mother and quietly waved a tiny hand at her. As if to say, Mom, don't be afraid. I've got you. In the grand hall of the Eternal Paradise cult, hundreds of believers knelt prostrate, incense smoke filling the air. Doma sat upon the lotus throne, casually placing Inusuke on his knee. Everyone, today I have a small worry. Below, a merchant-like believer raised his head trembling. The cult leader's worries are our sins. Please instruct us. Oh, it's nothing much. Doma waved his fan lazily, pointing at Inusuke, who was drooling while staring at the apples on the offering table. My child is growing. But how could ordinary, mundane things possibly be worthy of him? He is a child of the gods. The believers instantly understood and began shouting over one another. I have 1,000-year-old ginseng at home. I have deep-sea pearl powder. I'm willing to donate my entire fortune to build a palace for the young master. I have daughters, and sons too. Let the young master pick a few to take. Inusuke was stunned as he looked at these lunatics. So this is the value of a cult leader's clout. If this could all be converted into cash, I wouldn't even need to become a hashira, I could just become the world's richest man. Doma turned his head, looked at Inusuke's sparkling eyes, and chuckled softly. See, Inusuke. This is humanity. Weak. Foolish. Blind. As long as you give them even a shred of illusory hope, they'll offer you everything they have. Learn this well. This is a game far more interesting than killing people. Salvation for all tilde? Listening to the demon's whisper, Inusuke felt not the slightest ripple in his heart. He only knew one thing. All these good offerings? You'd be stupid not to eat them. He reached out, grabbed a large apple from the offering table, and smashed it hard onto the floor. Crack! The crisp sound echoed throughout the grand hall. Chapter 4, A Win a Win. 1,597 words. The inner hall of the Eternal Paradise cult. Night had fallen deep, but there was no peace to be found. The air here felt almost frozen in place. Massive ice lotus flowers were arranged all around the hall, exuding a pale, white chill. An ordinary person wouldn't last more than a few moments here before their lungs were damaged by the sub-zero cold. Kotoha was wrapped in a thick fox fur cloak. Even though she herself couldn't really feel the cold, that upper rank 2 had still insisted on bundling her up. You look better wearing it. Doma said firmly. Don't let yourself freeze. In his hands, Doma casually toyed with his pair of refined metal fans, yet his gaze rested on the platform beside him. There, Inusuke lay sprawled out on his back atop the hard, icy surface, sleeping soundly. There was even a trace of drool at the corner of his mouth. For someone with an ice spirit physique, a place that could freeze others to death felt as comfortable as a cool bamboo mat in the height of summer. How unfair, Doma murmured. He turned his head, his eyes drifting back and forth between Kotoha and the soundly sleeping Inusuke, a playful smile curling at his lips. He extended a pale finger. At the tip of it, a tiny ice butterfly condensed and fluttered down, gently landing on the tip of Inusuke's nose. The icy touch didn't wake him. Instead, the faint itch from the butterfly's wings made him frown. Irritated, Inusuke waved a little hand, shattering the ice butterfly in one slap, then groggily opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Doma's face, eerily beautiful under the moonlight. A wave of waking up rage surged inside him. Awake? Perfect timing. The moonlight is nice tonight, Daddy will teach you something new. Doma straightened, cleared his throat. In an instant, his presence changed. The usual frivolous smile vanished. He lowered his voice, his chest subtly vibrating as he produced a sound that was utterly unique, one that seemed to pierce straight through the ears and into the soul. W-A-N, sh, g, la. Those four simple words, spoken aloud, carried a soul-gripping, bewitching power. Inusuke nearly felt like peeing himself. This was Doma's exclusive resonance voice, the con artist's divine tone he had used for over 2 centuries to deceive countless believers, making them willingly offer up flesh and blood. In the corner, Kotoha's eyes instantly grew unfocused, as though she had fallen into an illusion. Ding! God-tier villain cultivation system activated. Current situation, Doma's personal instruction. Please make a choice. Happy Smiley. Option A, follow the original plot and become a mute beauty. Reward, boar head mask. Option B, acknowledge the enemy as your father. Learn whatever dad teaches. Reward, lung capacity enhancement. B. Obviously B. Back then I had no choice, having a better voice can only be a good thing. The instant he heard that sound, the system panel in his mind flickered slightly. The absolute pitch talent, derived from his mother and enhanced by the system, automatically activated. To Inusuke's ears, Doma's voice was no longer some mysterious, bladder-threatening divine oracle. It instantly broke down into a waveform, one that only he could see. He could clearly distinguish how Doma's Adam's apple contracted, how airflow traveled between the vocal cords. So that's how it works. This is this guy's brainwashing trick? Come, Inusuke. Try calling out once. Doma looked at him expectantly, strange light flickering in his eyes. Once you master this voice, those foolish believers will obediently listen to you and offer everything they have. Who knows, maybe Daddy will listen to you someday too. Inusuke rolled over and sat cross-legged on the ice platform. He wasn't interested in being a cult leader, but if he wanted to survive and thrive in a world where people ate people, mastering this kind of trick was clearly useful. He took a deep breath, his tiny chest swelling as he tried to control his immature vocal cords and reproduce the sound. Doma watched with great interest, waiting for babyish babbling. However, the very next second, the sound that burst from Inusuke's mouth made Doma's pupils contract sharply. Who, ngry? The word itself was different. But the texture of the sound, the ethereal, sacred cadence, the soul-shaking frequency, was virtually identical to Doma's own. The childish voice echoed through the hall. Clang! In the corner, the hand warmer slipped from Kotoha's grasp and hit the floor. She stared at her son in shock. For a fleeting moment, she felt an illusion. That Inusuke wasn't a baby at all, but a miniature god. Perfect. Perfect. Kotoha-chan, you're incredible. What kind of genius did you give birth to? This child is really not my biological son. Doma muttered to himself, completely forgetting to fan himself. Excitement practically overflowed from his eyes, as though he were gazing at an unparalleled treasure. This isn't just imitation, this pitch, this breath control, it's me. It took me 10 years to figure this out, and you mastered it after hearing it once. Doma suddenly lifted Inusuke high overhead, his smile twisted and fanatical. A genius? No. A monster born to rule humanity. Inusuke, you are truly my child. Inusuke stared blankly at the wildly excited Doma, completely unmoved. He even wanted to roll his eyes. What's so hard about this? With cheats like mine, isn't this basic stuff? If you understood that I said I'm hungry, shouldn't you hurry up and serve food already? Just then, a trembling voice came from outside the hall doors. See, cult leader, that believer who stole the offerings is still kneeling outside, begging for your forgiveness. Should we? Doma's good mood was interrupted. A cold displeasure flashed through his eyes. Ah. That ungrateful little mouse. He casually pulled Inusuke into his arms, his tone returning to that false gentleness. How annoying. Let him in. He can serve as a teaching aid for my Inusuke. Moments later, the heavy doors creaked open. A gaunt, middle-aged man was dragged inside by 2 guards. His entire body trembled. His clothes were tattered. The moment he saw Doma on the dais, he began kowtowing frantically, his forehead thudding against the icy floor. Please spare me, cult leader. Please? I was just too hungry, my children at home are waiting to eat. You have a child too. You must understand. Doma looked down at the man as if he were an ant. I'd like to forgive you too, he sighed, wearing an expression of divine compassion. But what you stole were offerings meant for the gods. If the gods are unhappy, it puts me in a difficult position. The man's wailing grew even more desperate. Despair flooded the hall. Doma lowered his head and whispered into Inusuke's ear, his voice like a devil's temptation. Inusuke, look, this person is crying. Since you've learned the voice of the gods, why don't you tell him what to do? Should he die? Or should he leave behind that thieving hand as penance? It was a lethal question. Doma was testing him, guiding him, trying to stain that blank sheet of a soul with its first drop of blood. Inusuke looked at the sobbing man below. Acknowledging an enemy as his father was one thing, but Inusuke still had principles. Bullying someone who couldn't even eat his fill, what kind of skill was that? You want me to decide? Fine. Don't blame me for not playing along. Inusuke took a deep breath. His small chest filled with every bit of air it could hold. Activating his absolute pitch simulation once more, he unleashed a childish yet thunderous roar toward the despairing man below. Get out! One word. Simple. Brutal. And it echoed terrifyingly through the grand hall. The man felt as if struck by lightning. His mind went completely blank. To him, this wasn't a baby's cry. This was divine forgiveness. A revelation. The god told him to get out, which meant he wouldn't be killed. Thank you, divine child. Thank you, cult leader. Thank you, Saintus. Long live the divine child. Long live the cult leader. Long live the Saintus. Ecstatic, the man scrambled and crawled out of the hall, terrified that if he was even a second too slow, the divine child might change his mind. Silence returned to the hall. Doma raised an eyebrow, looking down at the baby in his arms, his gaze turning playful. Get out. He chuckled, gently poking Inusuke's cheek. I thought you'd tell him to leave his hand behind. After all, stealing should be punished, right? Inusuke yawned, burying his head into Doma's chest and rubbing against it, using the demon's icy body temperature to cool himself down. He sneered internally. Leave his hand my ass, dumb old man. That guy's nothing but bones, he wouldn't even taste good. And he'd dirty the floor. Let him go, and he'll spread the word that the Eternal Paradise cult has a merciful divine child. More believers. More offerings. That's called casting a long line to reel in a big fish. Doma looked at the seemingly harmless yet deeply calculating baby in his arms and suddenly laughed. He. I see. Not even worth punishing an ant? Or were you trying to buy people's hearts? What a greedy, and clever, little thing you are. I'm liking you more and more, Tilda. As Doma's words fell, Inusuke felt a warm current surge up from his chest. That was the system's reward for successfully using the voice skill to achieve his goal. Lung capacity enhancement. His breathing grew longer and stronger, an absolutely critical foundation for learning breathing techniques in the future. Excellent. Bigger lungs mean more power later, whether I'm cursing people out, or swinging a blade. Chapter 5, Third Uncle, Akaza. 1,432 words. Time passed quietly within the Eternal Paradise cult. 2 years later. Who, breath. Who, breath. In the back-mounting courtyard of the cult, a child about 2 years old sat cross-legged atop a massive ice lotus, performing a strange breathing exercise. This was Hashibira Inusuke. He was no longer the baby who could only lie helplessly in swaddling clothes. Now he was carved of jade and powdery snow, with fair skin and a pair of emerald-green eyes that greatly resembled his birth mother's. Yet that roguish, irreverent aura of his was unmistakably Doma's. If not for the occasional flicker of wickedness in his gaze, he would look exactly like an immortal child stepping out of a New Year painting. Much of his pre-transmigration memories had faded, but strangely enough, his memories of the original story had grown ever clearer. And under Doma's education over the past few years, his personality had become increasingly odd. System scan, current lung capacity utilization efficiency, 80%. Passive skill, lung capacity enhancement LV.1 is undergoing qualitative change through quantitative accumulation. Inusuke took a deep breath. His chest swelled high as the surrounding frigid air was sucked into his lungs and limbs like a whale gulping water. After 2 years of adaptation, he had discovered that his dad's bedroom was basically a natural training ground. The air there was thin and freezing, ordinary people could barely breathe. Yet with the system-boosted lung capacity, he had managed to develop a crude prototype of total concentration, constant. Why, young master? Young master, slow down. Why are you sitting here again? The divine child is really amazing. I can't even keep up at 2 years old. An anxious voice full of complaints came from the distance. Inusuke opened his eyes. It was Xiaomai, the maid who had been responsible for caring for him these past 2 years. TCH. So noisy. Inusuke flipped over and jumped down from the ice lotus, landing lightly like a kitten. Though he was only 2, the physical specs of this body, and his brain, were downright ridiculous. Coupled with his deliberate imitation of Doma's movements, even the way he walked around the cult now carried an infuriating, otherworldly elegance. Just then, boom! A thunderous explosion came from the front hall. Immediately after, the entire ground shook violently. The sound of tiles shattering rang out non-stop. Enemy attack! The maid collapsed to the ground in fright. Inusuke's eyes, however, lit up. That commotion. That demonic aura soaring sky high. This was definitely not an ordinary human, not even an ordinary Hashira. At this point in time, there was only one being in the world who would dare to smash Doma's territory. So you finally come? Inusuke grinned, revealing 2 sharp little tiger teeth. Instead of running away, he pumped his short legs and sprinted straight toward the center of the explosion. The front hall was in ruins. The once splendid golden gates had been blown into fragments. Amid the swirling dust, 2 figures stood facing each other. Doma still wore his ever-cheerful smile, except half his head had been smashed apart and was regenerating at a visible speed. He casually waved his damaged fan, his tone brimming with delight. "Oh my, isn't this Lord Akaza? What brings you here for a visit? Did you finally come to your senses and decide to join my Eternal Paradise cult? I could even make you a divine child too, Tilda." Standing opposite him was a powerfully built man with short pink hair and deep blue tattoos carved all over his body. Upper rank 3, Akaza. Veins bulged on his forehead. His fists were still smeared with Doma's brain matter. Clearly, he was furious. "Shut up, Doma." Akaza's voice was tightly restrained rage. "Lord Muzan has summoned us. And yet you're dawdling here. Are you looking to die?" "Well, I was playing with my kid." Doma's freshly regenerated mouth immediately started chattering again. "Oh, right, Lord Akaza, you have to meet my son. He's super cute, just absolutely. Destructive death, disorder?" Akaza had no interest in listening. He raised his fist, intending to smash Doma's lower body as well. But just as the punch was about to be unleashed, a childish voice suddenly rang out beside them. "Whoa! A talking striped basketball!" The air froze again. Akaza's fist stopped dead in midair. He turned his head, golden eyes locking onto the source of the voice. There, atop a pile of rubble, stood a beautiful little child. The child stared at Akaza's tattoos with wide, innocent eyes, even reaching out to gesture at them. "Dad, is this a new toy you bought me? A basketball?" "Doma, fut." "Akaza, question mark." Toy." 2 angry veins popped on Akaza's forehead. He, upper rank 3, pinnacle of combat demons, had just been called a striped basketball. And a toy, at that. "Doma." Akaza turned to him, killing intent almost solidifying. "Is this another one of your sick jokes? Raising such a fragile thing? Hey now, don't say that." Doma instantly appeared beside Inusuke and scooped him up, showing him off like a brand new accessory. "Look! This is my son, Inusuke. Isn't he adorable? Inusuke, say hello to your uncle. This is your 3rd uncle, you know, his temper's a bit bad, but he never hits women or children. He's a great guy. Though you shouldn't learn from him, Tilda." Inusuke mentally gave Doma a thumbs up. His dad might be dumb, but at critical moments, he really didn't hesitate to sell out a teammate. He straight up exposed Akaza's no-killing women and children principle. "Well then. Don't mind if I do." Inusuke looked at Akaza's face, now black as the bottom of a pot, and suddenly stretched both arms toward him. "Hug!" Akaza froze. Doma froze too. "I want the striped uncle to hug me." Inusuke wriggled in Doma's arms, pointing at Akaza with pure innocence. "He looks warm. Not cold like Dad." System warning, host is performing a high-difficulty suicidal maneuver. Analysis, exploiting Akaza's disdain and his non-killing principles for extreme boundary testing. Akaza stared at the human toddler reaching out for him. Goosebumps erupted all over his body. In his entire life, he had killed Hashira, slaughtered demons, but he had never dealt with this. A creature with zero survival instinct that still insisted on clinging to him. "Take it away." Akaza stepped back half a pace, face full of disgust. "Get it away from me." "Oh?" Lord Akaza is shy. Doma, delighted to stir trouble, directly shoved Inusuke toward him. "Come on, hugging won't cost you a chunk of flesh." This kid really likes you. Inusuke cooperated perfectly. The instant he was handed over, he lunged forward. Like a koala, he latched straight onto Akaza's arm. Got you! Inusuke cheered. What he grabbed was solid muscle and blazing fighting spirit. Completely different from Doma's icy chill. So this was the vitality of a battle demon? Akaza's entire body stiffened. Shake him off? With his strength, even the slightest exertion would turn the child into pulp. Kill him? His principles made it impossible to strike a toddler who posed no threat and was even smiling at him. Doma! Akaza roared, a howl of utter revulsion. Take this thing away. Ha 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 ha. Doma laughed so hard he nearly doubled over. Hanging from Akaza's arm, Inusuke felt upper rank 3's near-breaking emotions and laughed inwardly. Sure, this was flirting with death, but as long as he bet correctly on Akaza's bottom line, this was the safest shelter possible. And ding! Due to successful intimate contact with upper rank 3 and survival. Hidden achievement unlocked, newborn calf fears no tiger. Reward, base attribute enhancement, agility LV.1. Note, want to jump back and forth between two upper moons. Better have fast legs. A light, nimble power surged into his legs. Inusuke released his grip, landed steadily on the ground, then stuck out his tongue at Akaza. Blair! Stingy uncle! With that, he bolted off, at a speed completely inhuman for a 2-year-old. Akaza took a deep breath, fists cracking audibly. He turned to Doma, eyes icy. Lord Muzan is waiting. Immediately. Right now. Come with me. If I see that brat again, I'll break my rule and kill him. With that, Akaza dashed away without looking back, as if fleeing a natural disaster. How boring. Can't even take a joke. Doma stroked his chin, watching Inusuke's retreating figure with a thoughtful look. But for Inusuke to dare touch Akaza on his own. That danger sense. That courage. Just as I thought, my education was absolutely correct. Doma picked up half of his broken fan, his smile growing brighter and more self-satisfied. Just wait, Lord Muzan. I'll be bringing you a huge surprise. Chapter 6: A Muzan's First Meeting. 1475 words. Akaza's figure disappeared completely, leaving behind only wreckage and lingering battle aura. Aya, what a hot head. Doma finished repairing the half of his head that had been blown apart, brushed the dust off his cult leader's robes, and still wore that spring breeze-like smile. Lowering his head to look at Inusuke, who had just slipped back toward his room, Doma's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he'd thought of a brilliant idea. Hey, Inusuke! His figure vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already smiling right in front of Inusuke. That striped uncle just now said that someone important is in a bad mood and summoned us. Inusuke's heart skipped a beat, and his little feet quietly shuffled half a step backward. Someone important? That could only be Kibutsuji Muzan, the trash boss who would casually kill you if he was in a bad mood, or even if he thought your breathing was too loud. Dad, then you should hurry and go, Inusuke said obediently, waving his hand with a face full of innocence. Don't be late. I'll stay home and wait for you. I'll eat properly and grow big. No, no, no. Doma raised a long finger and wagged it. How could Daddy feel at ease leaving such a cute Inusuke at home alone? What if a mouse carried you off? Before Inusuke could react, Doma scooped him up and plopped him straight onto his shoulders. Just like when Inusuke had climbed up there himself right after transmigrating, except this time, it was completely against his will. Let's go. I'll take you out to broaden your horizons. This is a special privilege, you know, ordinary demons don't even qualify to go to that place. Alarm bells went off wildly in Inusuke's head. You've got to be kidding me. I'm a 2-year-old baby and you're taking me to the Infinity Castle. That's not sightseeing, that's delivering myself as takeout. But protests were useless. Zang! A crisp sound of a biwa echoed through the air. This wasn't Doma's ability, it was the summons from that space itself. As the biwa rang out, Inusuke felt a sudden sense of weightlessness. The solid ground beneath his feet instantly turned into nothingness. The Eternal Paradise cult vanished. When he opened his eyes again, the scenery had completely changed. The familiar surroundings were gone. Up, down, left, right, everything was a chaotic lattice of wooden buildings crisscrossing in impossible directions. Like some absurd landscape from a dream. Countless stairways stretched infinitely into the darkness, as if there were no end. Space itself was twisted here. This was the otherworldly domain controlled by the demon Nakami. The Infinity Castle. We're here, Tilda? Doma walked along a corridor that was perpendicular to the ground, strolling as casually as if it were flat earth. Ahead, on a massive platform, a figure stood with his back to them. Dressed in a black kimono, tall and slender, black hair slightly curled, he was standing before a desk covered in test tubes and books, researching something. Just his back alone radiated such terrifying pressure that Inosuke felt his skin prickle like it was being stabbed with needles. Run! Run now! Every survival instinct in Inosuke's body was screaming, but his rational mind told him he couldn't move at all. Musen-sama, Tilda? Doma's cheerful voice broke the dead silence, completely ignoring the oppressive atmosphere. I'm here. And I even brought a little surprise with me. The figure slowly turned around. Plum red eyes. Vertical pupils. Skin pale as paper. Kibutsuji Musen. His gaze swept over Doma like a blade, then landed on Inosuke, perched on Doma's shoulders. In that instant, Inosuke felt like he was being stared down by an ancient Tyrannosaurus. His blood nearly froze. The air in his lungs was forcibly squeezed out. Doma. Musen's voice was icy and flat, without the slightest inflection. I summoned you to a meeting. Why did you bring a human child here? Do you think there isn't enough food in this place? Killing intent instantly engulfed Inosuke. If Doma's answer displeased Musen even slightly, the next second Inosuke would be reduced to a puddle of blood. Yet Doma wasn't flustered at all. Instead, he proudly lifted Inosuke up high, like showing off a treasure. He's not food, Musen-sama. This is my son. This child is extremely talented. He even hugged Lord Akaza just now and didn't get killed. And he's not afraid of me, or of blood. I think he's a natural-born demon prodigy. Musen narrowed his eyes as he looked at Inosuke. A human? Talent. He hated vague concepts like that, and hated uncontrollable variables even more. How boring. Musen raised his hand, his tone filled with disgust. If he's not a demon, then there's no need for him to exist. He's going to strike. Inosuke's brain went into overdrive. Cry? Instant death. Musen hated noise. Beg for mercy? Instant death. Musen despised the weak. Rely on Doma? This idiot lived for entertainment, he'd hesitate for 1 second too long. I have to save myself. I have to prove that I possess something even the Demon King can't ignore. At the instant Musen was about to act, Inosuke forcefully activated the breathing control granted by his enhanced lung capacity. He suppressed his racing heartbeat, keeping his voice steady even in extreme terror. At this moment, within the deathly silence of the Infinity Castle, aside from Musen's voice, Inosuke heard something else. Something captured by absolute pitch, internal noises that even upper-ranked demons would overlook. Inosuke widened his emerald-green eyes, staring fixedly at Musen's chest and head. His face filled with pure confusion and amazement. He opened his mouth and, in a childish yet crystal-clear voice, asked a question that made every demon present, including the other upper ranks secretly listening, feel their scalps go numb. Hey Tilda. Dad. Inosuke pointed at Musen, tilted his head, and asked innocently. Why are there 7 drums beating inside this pretty uncle's body? Boom, 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 boom Tilda. He mimicked the staggered rhythm with his mouth, patting his own chest, then pointed at Musen's head. And why are there 5 brains moving around in his head? They're squeezing each other, it's really loud. Silence. Absolute silence. Even Nakami, far away and responsible for playing the biwa, trembled in shock and produced a discordant note. The smile on Doma's face froze for the first time. Musen's originally cold, disgusted expression solidified, then shattered into sheer shock. His plum-red pupils trembled violently. 7 hearts. 5 brains. This was the ultimate secret of Musen's bodily structure. Aside from himself, not even the upper-ranked demons knew it so precisely. It was impossible to see with the naked eye, even the transparent world required extreme martial mastery. So how did this 2-year-old human child know? In Inosuke's absolute pitch perception, the abnormal flow of blood inside Musen's body, the thunderous, alternating beats of 7 hearts, were as clear as motorcycles racing down the street at night. Musen vanished in an instant. The next second, he appeared right in front of Doma, his deathly pale face nearly pressed against Inosuke's nose. What did you say? Muzan stared straight into Inusuke's eyes, his vertical pupils quivering. You can hear it. Inusuke had no retreat left. Suppressing his terror, he unleashed Oscar-worthy acting once again. He stretched out his chubby little hand, actually trying to touch Muzan's face. There was no fear in his eyes, only the pure curiosity of a child seeing a new toy. It's really noisy, pretty uncle. Inusuke grinned, revealing two sharp little tiger teeth. But the sound is really strong, way stronger than Dad's. Is this the sound of a powerful person? Muzan stared at this audacious child. Under normal circumstances, anyone who dared call him noisy would already be dead. But now, a human who could see straight through his body? That perception. That mental fortitude, remaining calm and talkative under his absolute pressure. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Muzan suddenly let out a low laugh. He turned his back to Doma. Doma. Yes, Tilda? Doma, though shocked, was now far more excited. Keep this thing. There was a hint of interest in Muzan's voice. If he can survive until our next meeting, he may be qualified to receive my blood. If he dies by accident. Muzan glanced back at Inusuke with icy eyes. Then dig out his ears and brain and present them to me. Yes, Muzan-sama. Doma happily hugged Inusuke tighter, flicking his fan. Did you hear that, Inusuke? That great person praised you. Inusuke lay limp over Doma's shoulder, his whole body soaked in cold sweat. He stared at Muzan's retreating back and viciously flipped him off in his heart. Zang! The biwa sounded once more. Doma and Inusuke vanished from the Infinity Castle. All that remained was a contemplative Kabutsuji Muzan. He can hear my heartbeats. Muzan gazed into the void, a strange red glint flashing in his eyes. He's somewhat like him. HMPH interesting. Chapter 7, Ice Breathing. 1257 words. The sound of the biwa faded away. That nauseating, twisted space vanished, and the familiar atmosphere of the back mountains of the Eternal Paradise cult rushed back toward them. Doma landed steadily with Inusuke. Phew. Doma patted his chest, wearing an exaggerated expression that carried a hint of lingering fear. Aya Tilda, that really scared Daddy to death. Inusuke, you were far too honest in front of Lord Muzan just now. Looking at Inusuke still perched on his shoulders, the smile in his eyes gained a trace of satisfaction. But since Lord Muzan said to keep you, that means you can't just be an adorable mascot anymore. Doma extended a finger and poked Inusuke between the brows. You have to become strong. Strong enough to be worthy of receiving that great lord's blood, or at least strong enough to struggle a little when you die, to make things more entertaining for the audience. Daddy would hate to lose you. Mommy would hate it too. So you must become strong, okay, Tilda? Inusuke blinked his big eyes, looking utterly obedient. Got it, Dad. I'll eat well and grow up big and strong. Doma smiled in satisfaction. Such a good boy. Time flowed on, swift as a galloping horse. Spring passed into autumn. 5 quiet years slipped by within the Eternal Paradise cult. Inusuke was now 7 years old. Over those 5 years, his memories from before transmigrating had completely faded away. All that remained, deeply etched into his mind, was the original plot. His personality had grown increasingly arrogant and sharp-tongued, yet hidden deep beneath it was a streak of gentleness. Doma's disregard for life and Kotoha's tender guidance stood in constant opposition within his heart. He knew right from wrong. He just didn't care. The fusion of these two methods of upbringing taught Inusuke one single truth. He only wanted what benefited him. He wanted strength. He wanted money. He wanted all good things, everything worth taking. By now, the baby fat had faded from his body, replaced by the lean stretch of growth. His face still inherited Kotoha's astonishing beauty, like a finely crafted porcelain doll, but lift his loose training robes, and one would see a body packed with dense, honed muscle. This was the result of years of brutal training. The path he had chosen was anything but easy. After all, he had to protect the first mother of his life, inside this demon's lair. Back mountain, beside the lotus pond. Who inhale? Who exhale? Long, steady breathing echoed through the quiet courtyard. This was the qualitative change brought about by lung capacity enhancement. Every breath Inusuke took maximized oxygen intake, pushing his body into a state akin to total concentration, constant. Come on, Inusuke. Doma stood atop the water's surface, lazily fanning himself with the golden fan. Today, I'll teach you this move, Blood Demon Art, Wintry Garden, Drooping Snow. Doma flicked his wrist lightly. Shua! 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 Several fan-shaped mists, carrying deadly poisonous cold capable of freezing a human solid in an instant, surged toward Inosuke like a tidal wave. This wasn't teaching. This was attempted murder. If it were any ordinary human, no matter how gifted a 7-year-old martial prodigy, facing the blood demon art of upper rank 2 would mean only one outcome, becoming an ice sculpture. But Inosuke neither dodged nor even looked. He closed his eyes. In that instant, the world around him changed. This wasn't a system reward. It was an innate talent of Hashibira Inosuke's body itself. Hypersensitive touch. His skin was extraordinarily sensitive, capable of clearly sensing air currents, minute temperature changes, and the direction of killing intent. Here it comes. 3 streams of air from the left. 5 from the right. The main attack, carrying the heaviest cold, was pressing down from above. The sensation of air brushing his skin was like a perfectly precise radar. Inosuke moved. He dropped his center of gravity sharply, his body nearly skimming the ground. Muscles in his system-enhanced legs exploded with power, and his entire form turned into a streak of afterimage. Slipping through the dense gaps in the icy mist at an angle that nearly defied human joint structure. Oh. Doma's eyes lit up. Not just sharper touch, your speeds increased this much too. Old geezer, I'm not done yet. Inosuke sneered inwardly. He didn't have a Nichiren blade, but he did have the pair of fans Doma had given him. In an environment saturated with ice, the original beast breathing wasn't well suited. What he needed was the style he had forged over the past 5 years. By abusing his ice spirit physique, constantly leeching Doma's cold, and constantly getting beaten by him. A technique honed the hard way. Total concentration, ice breathing. Inosuke inhaled sharply. The freezing air released by Doma was actually sucked into his body. To ordinary people, this cold would cause lung necrosis, but to him, it felt like a nourishing tonic. First form. He kicked off the ground, his body ghosting into the icy mist. The fans in his hands whipped wildly, not to block, but to guide. Ice breathing, first form, windmill fans. Boom! The twin fans spun at high speed, the resulting gale forming a miniature tornado. Then, something miraculous happened. The deadly ice crystals Doma had released were swept up into Inosuke's wind pressure. The blood demon art meant to kill him was forcibly redirected. Take it back! Inosuke roared, violently hurling the storm, now laced with Doma's own cold, straight back at him. Doma stood in place, watching the reversed ice mist roll toward him. His rainbow-colored eyes widened slightly. Aya! He raised his fan and lightly blocked. The ice mist dissipated. He wasn't angry, instead, he looked as if he'd witnessed an unbelievable miracle. Inosuke? Doma stared at the panting yet completely unharmed boy. You're clearly human, without any blood demon art, so why can you control my ice? Inosuke wiped the sweat from his brow and flashed an arrogant grin, showing off his 2 adorable little tiger teeth. Because I'm a genius, Dad. If I don't have ice, I'll just steal yours and use it. Easy, right? This was Inosuke's self-created style. Ice breathing. Doma stared at him for a long time, then suddenly burst into delighted laughter and scooped the sweat-soaked Inosuke into his arms. Amazing! 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 Just as expected of my son. This kind of logic is exactly the same as the doctrine of the eternal paradise cult. Seize others' suffering and turn it into your own joy, Inosuke, you were born to inherit the cult. Inosuke rolled his eyes inside Doma's embrace. Inherit my ass. This is for the day you snap and decide to destroy this family. So I can beat some sense into you. When that happens, your blood demon art won't work on me anymore, and you'll have no choice but to listen. Ding! Detected, host has successfully combined innate talent and system rewards to create a prototype of a new breathing style. Style determined, ice breathing. System reward, none. Evaluation, weakling. Path is correct, keep training. Want to kill an upper rank? You're nowhere near ready. No new cheat. No new skill. Just a cold, merciless keep training. Inosuke stared at the system panel, then grinned. That's more like it. True strength was never handed out. It was forged by yourself. And by stealing other people's advantages. Dad! Inosuke shoved Doma away and waved his fans. Again. I haven't mastered that move yet, use that drooping snow thing again. This time I'm stealing your ice lotus too. All right, Tilda? Doma was in high spirits. This time, Daddy will be just a little more serious. Chapter 8, First Demon Kill. 1098 words. The two of them sparred for a long while. The icy mist in the courtyard gradually dissipated, and shattered ice crystals littered the ground. Doma folded his fans and looked at the 7-year-old boy before him, panting heavily, yet with ferocious eyes, his face filled with uncontrollable delight. Although that wintry garden, drooping snow had used less than 10% of his strength, it was still the blood demon art of upper rank 2. For ordinary humans, even inhaling that freezing air would instantly destroy their lungs, forget about counter-attacking. Yet Inosuke hadn't just survived. He'd acted like a bandit, snatching the cold away and turning it into his own power. Inosuke, fans may be useful, but in the end, they're not proper killing weapons. Doma turned and walked deeper into the covered corridor, his voice drifting lightly behind him. Since you've learned how to steal my ice, it's time I gave you a real weapon. Come with me. Go pick one you like from the armory. Inosuke wiped the sweat from his brow, tucked the pair of imitation refined metal fans into his waist, and followed Doma in just a few quick steps. The weapon vault of the Eternal Paradise cult was stacked full of trophies Doma had collected over 2 centuries. Among them were many Nichiren blades left behind by fallen demon slayer swordsmen, some already rusted, others still gleaming with a cold, lethal sheen. How about this one? Doma casually pulled a mirror-polished Nichiren blade from the rack and tossed it to Inosuke. This belonged to a flame-breathing user 50 years ago. The blade is heavy, should suit that monstrous strength of yours. Inosuke caught it. The weight in his hand pleased him immensely. He drew the blade from its sheath. The edge was sharp, the cold light biting, clearly a fine sword. And yet, Inosuke frowned. Too smooth. He curled his lip in disdain. This slippery thing cuts flesh with no resistance at all. There's no tearing sensation, no fun. Doma tilted his head. Oh? Then what do you want instead? Inosuke didn't answer. He glanced around, his gaze locking onto a large stone by the armory door, used to hold it open. The next second, under Doma's astonished gaze, Inosuke carried the Nichiren blade over. He lifted the stone and smashed it down onto the blade's edge. Clang! 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 Crisp metallic impacts echoed throughout the vault. The once smooth edge was brutally ruined, chipped into uneven notches, transforming the sword into something resembling a saw. Ha! Inosuke tossed the stone aside and raised the now disfigured blade, inspecting it in the moonlight. The sharp tooth-like edge made him grin in satisfaction. Now this looks right. Dad, this is a blade. That other thing was just a sheet of iron. If a demon slayer swordsmith saw this scene, they'd probably cough blood and die on the spot. But Doma stared at the ruined sword, stunned for a moment, then burst into delighted laughter once more. Hava hava. Interesting. Truly interesting. He clapped his hands, eyes brimming with admiration. You dislike smooth endings and prefer tearing pain instead? Inosuke, your taste is becoming more and more like mine. A blade like this, when it cuts, it'll tear out far more flesh and blood, won't it? How beautiful. Inosuke rolled his eyes internally. Like you, my ass. Stupid dad. Now that you have a weapon, it's time to test its edge. Doma snapped his fingers. From the shadows in the corner of the armory came the dragging sound of chains. A hidden door slowly opened, and a thick stench of rot rushed out. A red-eyed demon, bound in iron chains, lunged forward like a rabid dog. But halfway through, the chains yanked him back, leaving him only able to roar hoarsely at Inosuke. This was a lower demon, something Doma had captured long ago, used as a living trash bin to dispose of the corpses of disobedient believers. Daddy's not bullying you. Doma said with a smile, fanning himself as he retreated to the side. I've starved this demon for 3 days. All he can see now is meat. Inosuke, kill him. Use your new blade, and your self-created breathing style. If you lose, you'll become his midnight snack. Just kidding. Doma muttered quietly. Inosuke tightened his grip on the jagged Nichiren blade, breathing in the nauseating stench of blood in the air. His hypersensitive touch activated instantly. In his perception, the demon's killing intent was like a spike aimed straight at his throat. The flow of air traced clear lines in his mind. A starving demon, huh? Perfect, let me christen my blade. Inosuke felt no fear at all. Instead, he took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently. Oxygen flooded into his bloodstream, and he instantly entered combat mode. Roar! The demon snapped one of the long rusted chains and lunged at Inosuke with clawed hands. Here it comes! Inosuke didn't retreat. His legs slammed into the ground, and instead of backing off, he charged straight in. His body stayed extremely low, slipping beneath the demon's claws like a cannonball. At the same time, the serrated blade in his hand swung up violently. Total concentration, ice breathing, second form. This move didn't rely on Doma's ice. Instead, it exploited the jagged blade itself, mimicking the sharpness of icicles. Ice breathing times second form times shattered ice fangs. PSHK. The blade sank deep into the demon's neck. Because the edge was uneven, the cut wasn't smooth, it sawed viciously through muscle fibers and cervical bone. The grating sound, like cutting through solid ice, made one's scalp go numb. Break! Inosuke roared, veins bulging in his arms as he relied purely on brute force. Sawing the demon's head clean off like chopping timber. Thud thud thud. The demon's head rolled across the floor, its eyes still filled with disbelief and terror. It had never imagined it would die at the hands of a 7-year-old human child, let alone in such a brutal way. Inosuke flicked the black blood from his blade and stepped on the demon's body as it disintegrated. He turned to Doma and flashed that signature smile, innocent, yet faintly feral. Dad, this blade's great. Sawing through bones feels amazing. Doma watched the scene, so moved he nearly teared up. He stepped forward and gently patted Inosuke's head. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Inosuke, you're now a fully qualified divine child. Since that's the case, start preparing yourself. In a few days, it'll be the Grand Canon of the Eternal Paradise cult. Many outsiders will come. Daddy's prepared a much bigger stage for you. Go and give those ignorant humans a small taste of what a divine child can do. Chapter 9, The Sacred Canon. 1,254 words. The Sacred Canon arrived as scheduled. The Grand Hall was colder than ever, and more extravagant than ever before. At the very center of the hall, upon a lotus throne, Doma lounged lazily with his chin propped on one hand, gazing down at the hundreds of believers kneeling below. Among them were not only common folk, but also wealthy merchants and tycoons, and even several wandering samurai with swords at their waists. All of them had come drawn by reputation. Everyone. Doma's uniquely divine voice echoed throughout the hall. Today is the Sacred Canon of the Eternal Paradise cult. I hear the pain and confusion filling your hearts. Whether it be poverty, illness, or fear of death, once you enter my embrace, all of it will vanish like smoke. The believers immediately began kowtowing frantically, shouting praises of the cult leader's mercy. However, amid this feverish atmosphere, an ill-timed voice suddenly rang out. I've long heard that the cult leader of Eternal Paradise possesses divine powers that can revive the dead. But seeing things today, aside from this hall being absurdly cold, I don't see anything particularly impressive. The speaker was an obese merchant. He had an oiran tucked in his arms, and behind him stood a tall, broad-shouldered bodyguard with a sword at his waist and a face full of brutish muscle. This merchant's name was Tanaka, a notorious local tyrant. With a group of hired ronin under his command, he had always acted with impunity. He hadn't come today to worship. He'd come to cause trouble and establish dominance. The air in the hall froze instantly. The believers stared at Tanaka in horror, as if looking at a dead man. Doma's smile didn't fade in the slightest, in fact, it grew even brighter. Oh my, it seems this benefactor doubts my divine power, he said gently. How pitiful. Is it because your heart is too empty, so you can only seek attention in such ways? Cut the crap. Tanaka waved his hand and pointed at the guard behind him. This is Swordmaster Sasaki, whom I hired at great expense. I hear your cult has some kind of divine child, supposedly very impressive. Why don't you bring him out and let him show us a thing or two? If he can beat my guard, I'll donate half my family fortune to your cult. But if he can't? Tanaka sneered. Then don't blame me for tearing down this fraud-filled dump of yours. Doma blinked and turned his head toward the lower seat beside him on the dais. There, on a small ice chair, sat a 7-year-old boy. Inosuke had been idly playing with the serrated Nichirin blade in his hands. Hearing his name mentioned, he slowly lifted his head. In those emerald green eyes, there was no anger at being challenged, only irritation at having his daydream interrupted. Dad, he said flatly. This fat pig is really noisy. Inosuke stood up, rolled his neck, and a series of crack-crack sounds rang out. Can I make him quiet? Doma clapped his hands happily. Of course you can. Since our guest wishes to witness a miracle, as the young master, it's only right that you grant his wish. Just be careful, though, don't dirty the floor. It's very hard to clean. Especially livestock blood. It's smelly and filthy. Holding the saw-like blade, Inosuke slowly walked down from the high platform. Ronin swordsman Sasaki looked at the child who barely reached his waist and let out a scornful laugh. Kid, are you weaned yet? Holding a broken piece of scrap iron and you think you can duel? Grow a few more years, at least up to my collarbone, before you talk. Sasaki slowly drew the katana at his waist. It was well maintained, the blade snow-bright, passed down from his father. He assumed a standard Ai-jutsu stance, his eyes full of disdain. Don't blame your uncle for bullying you. I'll be quick, so you won't even feel the pain before. Before he could finish, Inosuke's figure vanished and reappeared directly in front of him. Sasaki's pupils shrank violently. A swordsman's instinct screamed danger. He reflexively swung his blade, trying to force the child back. But Inosuke didn't retreat a single step. Hypersensitive touch, fully activated. The airflow stirred by Sasaki's swing brushed against Inosuke's skin as clearly as a mother's fingers. The blade's angle, speed, landing point. All of it was riddled with openings. This man is weak. Too slow. Too light. Too soft. Inosuke roared. With his enhanced lung capacity, the shout boomed like a beast's howl, stunning Sasaki's eardrums and freezing his movement for a split second. In that instant, Inosuke gripped the serrated blade with both hands and slashed upward from below, straight at Sasaki's gleaming katana. Ice breathing times third form times avalanche saw fangs. Clang! A piercing clash of metal rang out. The jagged teeth on Inosuke's blade bit down on Sasaki's sword, locking the two weapons together. What? Sasaki's face drained of color. It felt as though he'd struck not a blade, but a mountain. The monstrous force transmitted through the hilt instantly split his palm open. Break! Inosuke grinned, exposing his sharp little tiger teeth. He twisted his waist and wrenched hard. Crack! A crisp snapping sound echoed. Sasaki's katana shattered, half the blade snapping clean off. The broken fragment spun through the air, grazing past Tanaka's scalp and shaving off a large patch of his already sparse hair. Ah! Tanaka collapsed onto the floor in terror, a warm stream spreading beneath him. He'd pissed himself on the spot. But it wasn't over. After breaking his opponent's weapon, Inosuke's assault didn't stop. Using the rotational force, he drove the serrated blade forward, slamming the flat of the blade hard into Sasaki's chest. Bam! The burly Ronin flew backward like a rag doll, smashing into a pillar of the hall. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he lost consciousness on the spot. Dead silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the 7-year-old standing at the center of the hall, holding a battered serrated blade. Inosuke shook his tingling wrist, slung the blade over his shoulder, and looked down at the broken katana on the ground with disdain. Can't even stand up to my scrap iron, and you call yourself a swordsman? What a waste of resources. He turned to the merchant who had completely collapsed in fear and flashed a pure, innocent smile. Hey, fat pig uncle. That half your fortune donation you mentioned earlier, still valid? If you dare go back on your word, I'll use this blade to saw your neck off too. It counts. It counts. I'll donate everything. I'll donate my entire fortune. Tanaka kowtowed like mad, terrified that even a moment's delay would get him sawn apart by this little fiend. Up on the dais, Doma laughed so hard he nearly doubled over, fanning himself vigorously. Magnificent! Inosuke! He stood and spread his arms toward the believers below, who were all too stunned to speak. Did you see that? This is the young master of our cult, the guardian deity bestowed upon us by the heavens. Long live the young master! Praise the cult leader's mercy! Deafening cheers once again filled the grand hall. Standing at the center of it all, basking in countless gazes of awe and reverence, Inosuke was thinking about something else entirely. Half a family fortune. I've struck it rich. I'll have Soto from accounting handle the transfer later. He glanced up at Doma, seated high above. This idiot dad of his really had carried him to heights no ordinary person could ever reach. Chapter 10, A Fated Encounter. 1295 words. Winter always came earlier to the Eternal Paradise cult than anywhere else. After severing a swordsman's blade at the sacred cannon and extorting half of a wealthy merchant's fortune, Inosuke's days had grown increasingly comfortable. Steward Soto obeyed his every word, and even the high-ranking believers, who normally looked down on everyone, had to bow respectfully and call him young master whenever they saw him. But Inisuk didn't indulge too deeply in this hollow vanity. He knew very well that all of these privileges were built atop Doma's whims. Still, the pride of a young master inevitably took root in his heart. 7-year-old Inisuk was dressed in an elegant blue-patterned kimono, a Nichiren blade at his waist, casually tossing several heavy gold plates in his hand as he swaggered through the snowy streets of the mountain town below. "Young master, please slow down. Be careful not to slip." Behind him, Soto followed with 2 attendants, arms full of packages, panting heavily. "Shut up. You're too slow." Inisuk didn't even look back. His wooden clogs crunched lightly atop the snow. Thanks to his agility enhancement, he moved across the snow as if on flat ground, fast enough that the adults behind him could barely keep up. And with his ice spirit physique, he wore far thinner clothes than most, feeling no cold at all. Rather, he enjoyed the biting winter wind. There was only one purpose for coming down the mountain today: spending money. The cult had everything, but certain special items could only be found in human marketplaces. "Wah! I don't want to go. I don't want to. It's too far. I'll die. I'll definitely die on the road." Suddenly, a shrill wail pierced through the bustle of the marketplace. Inisuk frowned. The crying was high-pitched, desperate, on the verge of collapse, yet surprisingly full of breath. So noisy. He stopped and glanced toward the far end of the street. There, a filthy little boy wearing a yellow hari was clinging desperately to a utility pole, his face smeared with snot and tears. No matter how a man who looked like a loan shark tried to yank him away, he refused to let go. "Grandpa! Help! I'm going to be sold off. I don't want to work hard anymore, I want to go home." Messy black hair and a face that, even distorted by tears, still showed unmistakable cowardice. Agatsuma Zenitsu. The future Thunder Hashira, or perhaps the future noise-making machine. Inisuk narrowed his eyes. Zenitsu looked about 6 or 7 now, probably just scammed out of his money. Pitiful, and a bit ridiculous. "Young master, that beggar is too loud. Should I have him chased away?" Soto asked eagerly as he stepped forward. "No need." Inisuk withdrew his gaze, a faintly amused smile curling his lips. Zenitsu was still useless at this stage. Interacting with him brought no benefit, only trouble. Let him cry. Anyone who can cry that loudly has decent lung capacity. He's got the makings of a martial artist. He tossed off the comment casually, then turned and walked into a nearby blacksmith shop. Soto stood there blankly, scratching his head. Makings of a martial artist? That crying little brat? The young master's perspective was becoming harder and harder to understand. The blacksmith was meticulous. By the time Inisuk emerged, the sky had grown overcast, snowflakes landing on the tip of his nose. He was in a good mood. Just as he was about to head back, a strange sensation brushed against his awareness. For someone with hypersensitive touch like Inisuk, it felt like warm, dry, like burning charcoal on a winter's day. In this town steeped in desire, that aura was so pure it felt out of place. Inisuk instinctively followed the sensation with his gaze. At the end of the street, a boy wearing a black and green checkered hari crouched by the roadside, a large basket of charcoal on his back. He was calling out to sell his wares. His face was red from the cold, a dark scar on his forehead, and a pair of Hanafuda earrings hung from his ears. Kamado Tanjiro. He looked 7 or 8 at most, earnestly trying to sell charcoal to passers-by. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried sincerity. "Sir, please buy some charcoal. The snow's getting heavier. If you don't have enough firewood, the night will be very cold." Inisuk stood among the crowd, silently watching him. A peculiar sense of fate stirred within his chest. 1. Doma's adopted son. 1. The future swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps. 1. Ice. 1. Fire. Just then, Tanjiro seemed to sense something. That legendary nose twitched slightly. He suddenly turned his head, gaze piercing through the crowd, locking precisely onto Inisuk. Their eyes met. Tanjiro froze. From this boy, prettier than most girls, he smelled a contradiction. The crisp clarity of eternal snow. And beneath it, an unfathomably deep stench of blood. He had never smelled anything like it. But this boy was still so young. Inisuk felt a faint sting across his skin as Tanjiro stared at him. "He's looking at me. That gaze, it felt as if it could see straight through his soul. "Young master!" Soto called out, confused when Inosuke stopped. Inosuke ignored him and walked straight toward Tanjiro. Tanjiro instinctively tensed. He didn't know why, but he felt this boy his age was dangerous. "Hey! Charcoal seller!" Inosuke stopped in front of him, looking down from above. He deliberately activated his lung capacity enhancement, making his voice heavy with pressure, eerily similar to Doma's. "How much for your charcoal?" Tanjiro blinked, then hurriedly stood and bowed. 200 mon for a basket. If you only need a little." "Too little." Inosuke cut him off, pulling out a gleaming gold koban and tossing it over. The gold arced through the air and landed squarely in Tanjiro's frostbitten hands. "I'll take the whole basket." His tone was flat. "Do what?" Tanjiro stared at the gold plate, so startled he nearly dropped the basket. That's too much. I can't make change. 1 gold koban could buy a whole year's worth of charcoal." "Then keep it." Inosuke waved impatiently. "The rest is a tip." "What, are you looking down on my money?" "And no. That's not what I meant." Tanjiro waved his hands frantically, panic written all over his honest face. "But my mother said you shouldn't accept payment without TSK." Inosuke frowned. "Won't even take free money?" He suddenly leaned closer. The distance between them shrank to mere inches. Inosuke clearly heard the heartbeat within Tanjiro's chest. Thump. 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 Steady. Strong. Comforting. Completely different from Musen's chaotic 7 hearts, and nothing like Doma's deathly stillness. "Take it," Inosuke said quietly, his voice low enough that only the two of them could hear. "This money isn't free. Consider it buying a promise from you." Tanjiro froze, staring at the impossibly beautiful boy before him. "What promise?" Inosuke looked at him deeply, his gaze settling on the Hanafuda earrings. "When it gets dark, don't linger outside. Especially when you smell blood like the kind on me." With that, Inosuke gave him no chance to refuse. He turned and waved at Soto. "Take the charcoal. Father's room is too cold, let's warm it up for him." Soto stared, dumbfounded. The cult leader hates heat. "Aren't you asking to be scolded?" But he didn't dare disobey, only trudging off miserably to carry the charcoal. Inosuke turned and left, his figure quickly swallowed by wind and snow. Tanjiro stood there in the snow, holding his now empty basket, gripping the gold koban still warm with Inosuke's body heat. He stared in the direction the boy had vanished, sniffing lightly. "What a sad scent." Tanjiro murmured softly. He was so domineering, yet why does he smell like he's been carrying something all alone for a very long time? The main story begins. Chapter 11, The Lower Rank. 1,482 words. Inosuke's legs were swift. After watching Tanjiro leave from afar, he brought Soto back to the Eternal Paradise cult. Another night of wind and snow. Inside the cult's rear hall, the atmosphere was eerie to the extreme. Beside the throne sat a basket of pitch-black charcoal, placed there jarringly out of place. The charcoal hadn't been lit, yet it carried the scent of marketplace smoke and sunlight. To demons with keen senses, it was like tossing a block of stinky tofu into the room. Soto knelt on the floor, not daring to lift his head. Doma reclined on an ice couch, holding his folded fan over his nose and mouth, disdain written plainly in his eyes. He glanced at the basket of charcoal, then at his son sitting cross-legged nearby, looking utterly justified. "Inosuke, didn't Daddy teach you this?" Doma sounded a little helpless. "The Eternal Paradise cult is a place of purity. You brought back something so filthy. Something that even reeks of lowly human sweat. Are you trying to stink up my palace?" "Dad, that's a shallow take." Inosuke casually grabbed a piece of charcoal and tossed it in his hand. "How is this just charcoal? This is human hearts I bought back with a gold koban." He stood and pointed solemnly at the basket. "That kid selling charcoal has a smell I really don't like. Even trapped in desperation, freezing and starving, he's still stubborn like a weed. I gave him wealth that could change his fate because I wanted to see. When he has money, what will he do?" As he spoke, a sly grin spread across Inosuke's face, his little tiger teeth flashing. "This basket of charcoal is my test sample. I'll keep it here to remind myself of that kid's existence. In a few years, I'll go back and see, will that proud boy become a useless hedonist who only knows indulgence? Doma froze for a moment. He stared at the child before him, only 7 years old, speaking of manipulating human hearts with such grand righteousness. The disgust in his eyes slowly faded, replaced by a gleam of delight. Oh my! Inosuke! Doma sat upright, closed his fan, and lightly applauded. Giving hope to the desperate, then patiently waiting for that hope to rot. This kind of vile amusement is exactly to my taste. As expected of the child I raised with my own hands. Well then, even if the smell is unpleasant, since it's a tool for observing humans, we'll keep it. He waved a hand for Soto to withdraw, then patted Inosuke's head in high spirits. It seems taking you to meet Lord Muzan back then was the right choice. Your vision is no longer limited to mere killing. Inosuke obediently rubbed against Doma's palm, using his ice spirit physique to leech the cold from him. Keep it, he thought. This is the protagonist. If things ever really spiral out of control, at least I'll have a connection. Days passed in relative calm. Inosuke's life was extremely regular, training ice breathing hard in the back mountains during the day, then heading to the front hall at night to play the part of a god using absolute pitch. And, incidentally, squeezing some money out of those wealthy, unscrupulous believers. Until that night. Inosuke had just finished his evening training and returned to his private courtyard with the serrated Nichirin blade slung over his shoulder. The moment he stepped through the gate, every inch of his skin tightened. A sticky, icy aura permeated the air. Who's there? Inosuke halted, his gaze locking onto the rooftop. In the darkness, several crystalline threads, harder than steel, descended silently, aimed straight for his throat. Good reaction. A boy's voice sounded. On the ridge of the roof, a figure slowly rose. Pale-skinned, with hair styled like spider legs. One of the 12 Kazuki, lower rank 5. By that great lord's command. Rui looked down at Inosuke, fingers twitching lightly. I'm here to see how that human with keen hearing has progressed. If you've become useless, I'll rip out your brain and ears. Inosuke looked at the thread suspended in midair. Not only was he unafraid, he raised an eyebrow. Muzan, that coward, didn't dare come himself and sent a Spider-Man to probe me. He hoisted the blade onto his shoulder, tone dripping with arrogance. Hey, Spiderhead, do you know whose territory this is? Hanging curtains in my house, did you get my permission? He didn't give an inch. The young master of the Eternal Paradise cult bowed to no one. Rui's eyes turned cold. You insolent little brat. His fingers snapped tight. Blood demon art, cutting thread rotation. The thread shrieked through the air, forming a suffocating net that descended upon Inosuke. Die. Rui spat the word coldly. For ordinary swordsmen, facing threads harder than steel meant their blade would shatter on contact, and then their bodies would be diced apart. But Inosuke wasn't ordinary. And neither was his blade. Open up. Inosuke roared. His enhanced lung capacity caused his chest to swell instantly. Agility enhancement triggered, he didn't retreat, but charged straight into the web of death. The serrated Nichirin blade swept out. Total concentration, ice breathing times third form, avalanche saw fangs. Screech! A teeth-grinding sound ripped through the night. Rui's proud threads jammed into the uneven notches of Inosuke's blade. What? Shock finally appeared on Rui's corpse-like face. This is your thread. Inosuke gripped the blade with both hands, twisting violently with his waist, tearing at the threads like a madman. Too hard. Too brittle. Not a shred of toughness. Crack! 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 With a series of sharp snaps, the deadly web was torn apart by brute force. Rui's pupils shrank. Before he could react, a figure burst through the breach, landing right in front of him on the roof. Here, take your greeting gift. Inosuke sucked in a deep breath and, at point-blank range, activated his absolute pitch. Get lost. Boom. The sound wave smashed into Rui's eardrums. His mind went blank, his body locking up for an instant. In that instant, Inosuke reversed his grip and slammed the thick spine of the blade across Rui's face. Smack! The crisp sound echoed through the night. Lower rank 5 flew like a rag doll, crashing into the snow-covered courtyard and leaving a deep crater. TCH with thick skin. Inosuke landed and shook his tingling wrist, looking down at Rui with open disdain. Rui slowly crawled out of the snow pit, half his face swollen red. As Muzan's favored child, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Slapped in the face by a human child with the back of a blade. I'll tear you to pieces. Demonic aura exploded from Rui as countless red threads surged from his fingers. Ah, now, that won't do. A light, airy voice cut into the battlefield. Doma had appeared beneath the corridor at some point, golden fan swaying as he smiled. Ruikuan, this is my home. If you wreck my house, or break my son, I'd be very troubled. Rui stiffened, glaring at Doma, then at Inosuke, who was sticking his tongue out at him. It was just a test. Rui ground out, retracting his threads. Since he has this level of strength, consider him approved. With that, he turned to leave. Hey! Wait! Inosuke suddenly called out. Rui turned back, eyes dark. What is it now? Inosuke rubbed his hands together and pointed at the broken, glittering threads on the ground. I gotta say, your threads are pretty good quality and nice and sturdy. He spoke with absolute sincerity. You came to my place in the middle of the night and even damaged my roof tiles. So as compensation, how about leaving me a couple pounds of thread? The material seems great. I could knit a vest or some wrist guards, should be pretty practical. Rui. Doma. Rui's mouth twitched violently. In all his long existence, he'd seen fear, hatred. But never someone who wanted to knit sweaters out of his blood demon art. No. Rui snapped, his face black, vanishing into the night as an afterimage. He swore he'd never come back to this cursed place again. TCH, stingy. Inosuke curled his lip, bent down, and picked up a few remaining broken strands, stuffing them into his clothes. With a little processing, wrapping them around the serrated blade's handle. It'd look good, grip better, and be anti-slip. Dad, look! He waved his spoils at Doma. Doma shook his head helplessly, the smile in his eyes deepening. Inosuke, your personality really is becoming more and more like mine. But? He looked up at the moon, completely shrouded by dark clouds. Since Lord Musen has sent someone to test you, it means that moment is drawing near. Inosuke, has your blade been sharpened? Inosuke touched the notched blade at his waist. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Don't worry, Dad. My blade won't disgrace you. Chapter 12, A New Blade. 1830 words. The morning after Rui left. Strange scraping sounds echoed through a side courtyard of the Eternal Paradise cult. Inosuke sat cross-legged beneath the corridor, half a jin of spider silk spread across his lap, the loot he'd extorted from Rui. The silk truly lived up to Rui's words, astonishingly tough, impervious to water and fire, so resilient that even ordinary blades struggled to cut it. The only caveat was that Inosuke had to keep releasing cold aura into it. Once exposed to sunlight without that chill, it would snap. Good stuff. Inosuke muttered, winding the translucent threads around the handle of his serrated blade, layer by layer. The original sharkskin wrap had been non-slip, but during heavy swings it still didn't cling enough. Rui's silk, however, had a peculiar tackiness combined with elasticity. Once wrapped, the grip jumped up an entire tier. Even with hands slick with blood and sweat, the blade would feel as if it were glued to his palm, never slipping free. Inosuke, what are you doing? Like a ghost, Doma dropped down from the ceiling upside down, his exquisite face hanging right in front of Inosuke's. Long hair spilled downward, brushing Inosuke's nose. Wrapping the handle. Inosuke didn't even look up. He tied a firm knot with practiced ease and swung the serrated blade once. Whoom! Whoom! The wind-splitting sound was deep and solid. Still, he frowned and lowered the blade again. What's wrong? Not feeling right. Doma flipped down to the floor, gently fanning himself with his golden fan. Too light. Inosuke stood, rolling his shoulders. As he grew older and continued day after day of lung capacity training, his strength had increased at a frankly unreasonable rate. One-handed wielding was agile, but his other hand felt empty, his center of gravity never quite reaching perfect balance. Half his body felt wasted, unused. And with only one blade, cutting just isn't satisfying. He made a crossing motion with his hands. If two blades saw down together, meshing like a crocodile's teeth, that instant of tearing someone apart would multiply. Doma's eyes lit up. Dual wielding? Oh my, that's very difficult to master. But if it's you, Inosuke, you might even create an entirely new style. And this, Inosuke added, pointing at Doma's fan, then at the pair of practice fans at his own waist. The fans can't go either. They're not as fun for killing as blades, but for creating wind pressure, obscuring an enemy's vision, or sending your ice mist back at them, they're incredibly useful. So, Inosuke lifted his head, revealing emerald eyes brimming with greed and ambition. Dad, I want another blade. And I want a real pair of fans too, ones that can actually fight, like yours. Not those gold-plated toys that shatter on contact. I want the kind that can kill. Doma blinked, then covered his mouth and laughed, shoulders trembling. Greedy. Truly greedy. 2 blades and fans, are you trying to arm yourself like a hedgehog? He reached out indulgently and pinched Inosuke's cheek. As for proper fans, Daddy happens to have a pair forged from polar cold iron in the treasury. A craftsman made them 200 years ago to curry my favor. They're as hard as Nichirin blades, I'll give them to you as your 7th birthday present. And the second blade. Doma's gaze slid toward the cult's front gate, the smile on his lips turning faintly cruel. Well, how convenient. Someone's delivering one to you today. Go take it yourself. Eternal Paradise Cult, front mounting gate. Amid howling wind and snow, a man trudged forward in a straw rain cape, sword at his waist. His name was Murata, a Demon Slayer Corps swordsman of the canoe rank. Not particularly high-ranked, but cautious, stubbornly hard to kill, and inexplicably lucky. He'd received a Kashgai Crow's order. Several young women had gone missing in this area, suspected to be linked to a cult called the Eternal Paradise Cult. He was to investigate. This place, the cold feels wrong. Murata muttered, tightening his uniform. He exhaled a white breath, his hand never leaving his hilt. The closer he drew to the Grand Temple, the stronger his unease grew. Just as he stepped onto the final stone stair, a white figure abruptly appeared atop the Torii gate. A boy, only 7 or 8 at most, stood there. He wore luxurious blue and white brocade, his face bearing a noble air far beyond his years. Most striking was his gear. On his left hip hung a tachi in a battered scabbard, on his right, 2 iron fans gleaming with a faint cyan light. Hey, you in black. The boy looked down at Murata from above, voice clear yet carrying an unquestionable arrogance. This is private property. If you're carrying weapons and want to enter, leave your sword. Murata froze, then frowned. Little brother, I'm just a traveler passing by. This sword is for self-defense, I can't part with it. Please step aside. Self-defense. Standing on the Torii, Inosuke fully opened his innate heightened tactile sense. In the wind and snow, he could clearly feel the aura coming off this man. Not strong, if anything, a bit weak. But the blade at his waist. Inosuke's gaze locked onto Murata's Nichirin sword. Indigo blue, calm in hue, faintly gleaming with cold light. A good blade. Much better than the junk Doma gave me. I like it. Inosuke grinned, flashing sharp little tiger teeth. I've taken a liking to your sword. As a trade, I won't break your legs, just throw you down the mountain. What? Before Murata could react, the boy leapt from the Torii like a snake-hunting hawk. No words. Straight to violence. Mid-air, Inosuke yanked free the spider silk-wrapped serrated blade with his right hand, while his left smoothly drew a cyan iron fan. Ice-breathing, first form, windmill fan times modified. The fan swung, not to strike Murata directly, but to use agility enhancement to generate a bizarre vortex in midair. Snow from the ground was swept up instantly, forming a white curtain that swallowed Murata's vision. Blood demon art. Murata cried in alarm, instinctively drawing his blade to slash at the snow curtain. But the instant he swung, a far more vicious, feral cutting sound tore through the snow. That was Inosuke's serrated blade. Clang! A thunderous crash. Murata's wrist shook violently, his palm going numb. To his horror, his Nichirin blade was jammed fast by the notched teeth of Inosuke's broken sword. Got you! Inosuke's face burst through the snow, inches away. Using the serrations to lock Murata's blade, he unleashed his core strength and twisted his waist. Drop it! A monstrous force tore through Murata's grip. He couldn't hold on, the Nichirin blade flew free, embedding itself in the snow nearby. The fight ended faster than expected. In a single exchange, the Demon Slayer had been disarmed. Inosuke didn't press the attack. Like a squirrel spotting a pinecone, he dashed over and yanked the indigo blue Nichirin blade from the snow. Great blade! Really great! He. He swung it twice, utterly delighted. The balance was perfect, the feel smooth, clearly ideal for dual wielding. Murata slumped on the ground, staring as the boy danced around with his sword, mind blank. What kind of monster is this? That snow-whirling fan technique, that absurd strength, was this really human? Hey! Inusuke suddenly turned back to Murata. New blade in his left hand, old serrated blade in his right, he frowned. It's asymmetrical. One smooth, one serrated. The feel's different when I cut. Under Murata's horrified gaze, Inusuke carried the pristine, treasured Nichirin blade over to a large bluestone. What are you doing? That's a Nichirin sword. It's precious. Murata shouted. I know. Inusuke raised the blade and smiled at the stone, a smile with an indescribable meaning. That's exactly why I'm turning it into something I like. Clang! 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 Crisp metallic impacts rang out at the mountain gate. Sparks flew. Every strike felt like it was smashing into Murata's chest. He watched helplessly as his lovingly maintained blade, once clear as autumn water, was brutally ruined, jagged notches bursting along the edge until it became identical to the other blade. A serrated sword. Ha! Satisfied, Inusuke blew the stone dust from the blade and crossed the two serrated swords before him. Teeth interlocked, cold light flashing. That's better. He sheathed one blade at his left hip, the other at his lower back, then tucked the pair of cyan iron fans into the front of his robes. Dual blades for offense. Iron fans for defense. Perfect in both form and function. This was the presence befitting the young master of the Eternal Paradise cult. Inusuke walked up to the stunned Murata and looked down at him. Your sword is mine now. He pulled a gold koban from his robes and tossed it onto Murata. That's payment. And tell the Demon Slayer Core this area's under my protection. If you want to investigate, send a real Hashira. If you send lucky trash like you again, I'll rob every last one of you. With that, Inusuke turned and sprinted back up the mountain. Dad! Look! I've got them all. I can use dual blades now. The boy's voice vanished into the wind and snow. Murata clutched the still warm gold koban, staring at the empty scabbard stuck in the snow, on the verge of tears. What was this supposed to be? Mission failed before it even started? Or getting robbed by a 7-year-old? Damn it, too unlucky. Rear hall. Doma looked over his son's new loadout and nodded in satisfaction. Very nice. Truly very nice. He picked up the utterly mutilated indigo Nichirin blade, fingers brushing over the serrations. Though you destroyed its original structure, you've given it new life. Inusuke, you're quite the little artist, Tilda. Obviously. Inusuke smugly twirled the iron fans. They were far heavier than the previous replicas. The ribs were sharp as blades, their edges lined with fine backward barbs. Combined with his ice spirit physique, every swing carried a chilling effect. Dad, I should name these fans too. Snap! He opened one fan to hide half his face, leaving only cunning eyes visible. How about devour clouds and exhale mist? Your taste is a bit tacky, Doma replied mercilessly. But if you like them, then so be it. Doma walked to the window, watching the snowfall thicken. Weapons are ready. Your techniques have taken shape. Inusuke, over the next few years, you only need to do one thing. He turned back, seven-colored eyes suddenly grave. Turn this mismatched combat style into pure instinct. Because, according to Lord Musen's intelligence. Doma's voice dropped. The head of the Demon Slayer Corps seems to have noticed something. It may not be long before a true Hashira comes knocking. Inusuke tightened his grip on the twin blades. The spider silk at the handles pressed firm and sticky against his palms. Let them come. Perfect timing, I need a whetstone. 7-year-old Inusuke stood within the Palace of Ice Lotuses. Fan in his left hand. Blade in his right. Chapter 13, Reunion with Tanjiro. 1848 words. Time flew by. 6 years had passed since Inusuke last encountered Murata. Now 13 years old, Inusuke was in the midst of his growth spurt, tall and well-proportioned. His face had inherited all of Kotoha's finest traits, so beautiful that even the female believers of the cult dared not look at him directly, lest a single glance stir improper daydreams. But the moment he opened his mouth, that beautiful illusion shattered completely. Doma had thoroughly warped his way of speaking. Put simply, his mouth was vicious. Eternal Paradise Cult. Boss Tokuhoshi. Inusuke sat cross-legged, high upon Doma's former seat as cult master. He idly played with 2 gold koban in his hand, producing crisp clinking sounds. Behind him stood a folding screen painted with scenes of hell. Kneeling before him was a pot-bellied middle-aged man, the owner of Tokahoshi Rice Shop, the largest rice merchant in town. "Why, young master?" Tokahoshi wiped cold sweat from his brow. "This year's harvest really was poor. I only raised the price by 10%. He hadn't even finished speaking. 10%. Inosuke curled his lips. He could sense the faint tremor in Tokahoshi's body, the telltale sign of lying. "Soto!" Inosuke called lazily. At his side, Steward Soto immediately flipped open a ledger and recited without expression. Tokahoshi Rice Shop. Hoarded 5,000 koku of old rice. Secretly colluded with Ronin to block grain routes, causing rice prices in town to triple. Last month's profit, 300 taels of gold. Tokahoshi's face instantly turned deathly pale. "Forgive me, young master. My subordinates did it behind my back." "Enough. Drop the act." Inosuke waved his hand impatiently and casually grabbed an apple from the table, taking a bite. A bone-chilling killing intent instantly enveloped Tokahoshi. This was pressure Inosuke had honed from years of imitating Doma. A compulsory skill for the young master of the Eternal Paradise cult. Don't kill me. I'll pay. I'll atone." Tokahoshi kowtowed frantically, terrified out of his wits. "Now that's more like it." Inosuke smiled and held up 3 fingers. 500 taels of gold, as compensation for the cult's mental damages. Also, distribute porridge in the western slums for 3 months. And if I find even a grain of sand mixed into that porridge, I'll chop you up and mix you in to feed the pigs. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you for sparing my life, young master." Watching Tokahoshi scramble away, Inosuke stretched lazily. "Soto, record those 500 taels under the charity fund. 300 taels, buy clothes for the old man and my mother. The remaining 200, I've got plans for." "Yes, young master." Soto gazed at his young master with eyes full of admiration. These past few years, under the young master's rule, the Eternal Paradise cult had remained mysterious in reputation, but the surrounding area's public order had become astonishingly good. Because every local bully had been blackmailed and crushed by the young master himself. The young master was the most terrifying of them all. Soto watched the youth whose aura now increasingly resembled the cult master, nodding like a pecking chick. After dealing with business, Inosuke felt unbearably bored. That perverted old man Doma had been glued to his mother lately, the two practically stuck together in the rear hall all day. "Let's go down the mountain and take a walk." Inosuke patted the twin blades at his waist. The town below the mountain. Dressed in eye-catching attire, with 2 extravagantly styled blades at his waist, Inosuke swaggered down the street. Passers-by all hurriedly avoided him. "Water? Help! I don't want to die. I don't want to commit seppuku." Inosuke frowned. That familiar voice, wasn't it that crybaby again? Following the sound, he saw the scene outside a dango shop. A blonde boy was clinging desperately to a girl's leg, sobbing with snot and tears smeared across his face. "Don't abandon me. I even borrowed from loan sharks for you. If you toy with my feelings and dump me, I'll die to prove it." "Wah!" The girl looked utterly disgusted. "Are you insane? I don't even know you. Let go." It was 13-year-old Agatsuma Zenitsu. Years had passed, and not only had he failed to improve, he'd somehow gotten worse. "Shut up!" Inosuke strode over without hesitation and kicked Zenitsu square in the ass. "Yow!" Zenitsu shrieked as he flew off, rolling several times through the snow before stopping. Clutching his backside, he jumped up, tearfully shouting. Who kicked me? Did the debt collectors catch up to me?" When he finally saw who stood before him, his voice cut off abruptly. The boy before him was prettier than a girl, but those emerald green eyes gleamed with ferocity. Most terrifying of all were the twin blades at his waist. Just one look screamed danger. Who are you? Zenitsu trembled violently, instinctively hiding behind the girl. "I'm your creditor." Inosuke crossed his arms, wearing a mocking grin. "You were too loud and hurt this young master's ears. Pay up." "Pay?" Zenitsu's tears threatened to fall again. "I don't have money. I already owe a mountain of debt. If you're going to kill me, just do it quickly. But please don't cut my face, I want to be handsome in my next life." Just as Zenitsu was about to close his eyes and await death, a gentle yet firm voice cut in. "Please, wait." A red-haired boy carrying a charcoal basket pushed through the crowd and stood in front of Zenitsu. He wore a black and green checkered hari, had a scar on his forehead, and eyes clear as water. Kamado Tanjiro. Young master. Tanjiro looked at Inosuke, his nose twitching slightly, surprise appearing on his face. It's you? He recognized him. Though years had passed and the boy's height and bearing had changed, that unique scent was unforgettable. The benefactor who had once tossed him a gold koban at his lowest point. Oh? Charcoal seller. Inosuke looked at Tanjiro and smirked. Long time no see. You're still the same. Tanjiro scratched his head shyly. Thank you for that gold koban back then. Because of it, I bought winter clothes for my younger siblings. I'll slowly pay you back. Pay me back. Inosuke snorted. Money this young master gives out is never taken back. However, he pointed at Zenitsu cowering behind Tanjiro. This blonde thing is giving me a headache. Since you want to repay me, come have tea with me. Bring this useless tag along. Moments later, the three arrived at the town's most luxurious tea house. Inosuke booked the best private room, filling the table with exquisite sweets and expensive tea. The three sat together in an oddly tense atmosphere. Inosuke sprawled like a mountain bandit. Tanjiro sat upright, stiff with politeness. Zenitsu huddled in the corner, stuffing dango into his mouth while sneaking terrified glances at Inosuke's blades, shaking non-stop. So, your name is Hashibira Inosuke? Tanjiro said sincerely, holding his teacup. That's a great name. I'm Kamado Tanjiro. This blonde one is Agatsuma Zenitsu. Who cares what you're called? Inosuke tossed a pastry into his mouth. I'm in a good mood today, so I'm treating you to a full meal. Once we're done, you're both my underlings. PFF. Zenitsu spat his tea out. You underlings. Who wants to be your underling? You look like a Yakuza boss. Following you would get us killed, absolutely killed. What did you say? Inosuke narrowed his eyes, resting a hand on his sword hilt. You got a problem? No problem at all. Big brother's the best. Please enjoy your tea. Zenitsu instantly prostrated himself, the movement so smooth it hurt to watch. Tanjiro, on the other hand, thought seriously for a moment before speaking. Inosuke-kun, I'm very grateful for your hospitality, but I need to go home and take care of my siblings. I can't become your underling and walk a dark path. But, we can be friends. Friends. Inosuke froze. That word didn't exist in the Eternal Paradise cult. There were only believers, food, that idiot father, and the one mother who gave him warmth. What's a friend? How much is it worth? Inosuke tilted his head. Tanjiro smiled, a warmth like winter sunlight. A friend is someone who stays with you when you're sad, and protects you when you're in danger. Huh? Inosuke scoffed. Only weaklings need protection. The strong just eliminate danger outright. That's what my dad taught me. Though his words were dismissive, as he looked into Tanjiro's untainted eyes, a strange feeling welled up inside him. Not unpleasant. Almost like that fleeting sense of safety from riding on his father's shoulders as a child. Wow! This Daifuku is amazing! Zenitsu had completely abandoned resistance, converting despair into appetite, cheeks puffed up like a hamster. Big brother, since you're so rich, could you lend me some money to pay off my debts? I'll be your ox or horse for life. Scram. Inosuke kicked Zenitsu's stool. My money only raises strong people, not useless trash. If you can survive one slash from me, I'll pay off your debts. Then I'll just go die. Zenitsu screamed again. Watching these two clowns, Inosuke suddenly felt that coming down the mountain hadn't been so bad. Far more interesting than listening to hypocritical believers confess their sins. At dusk, the three finally exited the tea house. Inosuke-kun, it's getting late. I need to hurry home. Tanjiro hoisted his empty charcoal basket and bowed deeply. Thank you for the meal. If you ever get the chance, please come visit my home. It's up in the mountains, nothing fancy, but my mom makes great rice balls. My family all knows about you, and they're very grateful. Inosuke looked at Tanjiro, the smile on his face slowly fading. His heightened tactile sense picked up something in the wind tonight, a faint, ominous scent of blood. It wasn't aimed at Tanjiro, but it lingered in the air, as if something dangerous was stirring. Gonpachiro! Inosuke suddenly called out. Who? My name isn't Gon. Before Tanjiro could finish, Inosuke stepped forward, straightened his Hari collar, and slipped a handful of dried wisteria flowers into it. Remember what I say. Inosuke's voice was low and serious. If you smell blood, don't look back. Don't hesitate. Take your family and run toward wherever there are wisteria flowers. Eh? Tanjiro froze. Why are you suddenly saying this? Because? Inosuke lifted his head, gazing toward the mountain slowly being swallowed by darkness. Demons are about to come out. Before Tanjiro could ask more, Inosuke turned and kicked Zenitsu, who was still chewing his last dango. Let's go, Blondie. This young master will escort you partway, wouldn't want you getting eaten by wild dogs before paying your debts. Big brother, you're such a good person. Sharp tongue, heavy hands, but you're a good person. Zenitsu wept with gratitude. Inosuke waved his hand behind him without turning back. This meeting might have been just a ripple in the river of fate. But for Inosuke, who had never had friends, this was the first time, in this twisted world, that he touched a trace of warmth belonging to someone his own age. Chapter 14, Fate. 2,315 words. The night after parting ways with Tanjiro, the snow fell heavier than ever. In the rear hall of the Eternal Paradise cult, the windows were thrown wide open, allowing snowflakes to pour freely into the room. Doma was in an excellent mood. He sat leisurely upon the cult master's throne, holding a goblet filled with a dark crimson liquid. The blood of some unlucky rare-blood human. He gently swirled the cup, then turned his gaze toward Inosuke, who was sitting in a corner polishing his twin blades. Inosuke, did you know? Doma's voice carried barely restrained excitement. Lord Muzan went out personally tonight. Inosuke's hand paused mid-wipe. So it's finally here. As someone who knew the original story inside and out, he had waited 13 long years for this moment. Went out. Inosuke didn't look back, his tone calm, as if he didn't care at all. Didn't that 1,000 years shut-in always hide away? What, moon too round tonight, so he felt like sunbathing. Hava hava. Sunbathing in moonlight. Doma laughed until he nearly doubled over. That's a good one. But it's because there's a lead on the blue spider lily. I hear that on Mount Kumatori, there's a family who sells charcoal. They seem to possess some kind of ancient inheritance. So that lord decided to personally go confirm it. Mount Kumatori. A charcoal-selling family. Blue spider lily. For anyone else, those words together would have sounded like idle gossip. But for Inosuke, they were the signal flare announcing the start of the plot. He sighed inwardly. So this really is the convergence of the timeline. Even after giving Tanjiro so much money, even warning him not to go home after dark, the gears of fate still turned mercilessly to this point. Muzan didn't go to the Kamadu household for any blue spider lily at all, that was just an excuse. That scumbag boss had simply grown impatient after centuries of fruitless searching and decided to create some demons on a whim, hoping one might turn out useful. And the Kamadu family was the unlucky tragedy chosen by fate. Oh. Doma tilted his head, watching his son with curiosity. Inosuke, what's wrong? Your heartbeat sped up just now. Do you know that family? Know them? Not really. Inosuke took a deep breath, stood up, and slid the freshly polished twin blades back into his belt. It's just that charcoal seller owes me money. If his whole family dies, my money goes straight down the drain. He grabbed the green iron fans, devouring clouds and exhaling mist, and tucked them into his chest. Dad, I'm heading out. Time to collect a debt. Collect a debt. Doma blinked, then grinned like someone watching a good show. Go on, go on. But be careful, Lord Muzan's movements are hard to predict. If you accidentally run into him, remember to say hello for Daddy, okay? Relax. Inosuke waved without turning around and stepped out of the hall. The moment he left the building, the casual expression vanished from his face. He looked up at the pitch-black sky, his gaze turning razor-sharp. According to the original timeline, Muzan should already be done and gone by now. Tanjiro was probably on his way home, or already at the doorstep. If he hurried, he might not be able to save the entire Kamadu family. But at least he could catch that iconic scene of sibling bonds. And more importantly, this was the best chance to make contact with the core combat power of the Demon Slayer Corps. The Water Hashira Gyu Tomioka. Soto. Inosuke called out. Yes, young master. Steward Soto appeared from the shadows. Prepare a horse. No, forget it. Too slow. Inusuke kicked off the ground. His body became a white afterimage, vanishing into the storm of snow. The mountain paths were treacherous. But for Inusuke, who possessed extraordinary tactile senses and enhanced agility, this kind of weather was practically his home turf. Like a snow leopard, he bounded through the treetops, moving at terrifying speed. Faster. Even faster. Even though he knew the story, he couldn't truly rest until he saw it with his own eyes. And there was something else he needed to confirm. Whether this butterfly that had deviated from the original timeline had managed to change this world, even just a little. When Inusuke reached the mid-slope of Mount Kumatori, a thick stench of blood surged into his nostrils on the freezing wind. He stopped atop a tree branch and looked down. A small wooden house stood below, doors and windows flung open. Blood had dyed the snow in front of it crimson. Inside, several bodies lay scattered, long since lifeless. So I'm still too late? Inusuke clenched his serrated blade, an unnamed fury welling up inside him. He had known the outcome all along, but seeing the massacre with his own eyes, it made him feel a visceral, instinctive revulsion toward the creature called Kibutsuji Musen. What demon king? Just a coward who preyed on women and children. Suddenly, his heightened tactile sense caught something strange in the wind. On the path down the mountain, two presences were moving rapidly. One was weak, but stubbornly familiar. The other was chaotic, yet carried a strangely familiar aura. A demon's presence. But not like an ordinary demon. Nezuko. Inusuke's eyes sharpened. He kicked off, snow exploding beneath his feet, and shot downhill. The next part of the script was burned into his memory. Nezuko turns into a demon and attacks Tanjiro. Gyuto Mioka appears and tries to kill her. Brotherly bonds move him, and he sends them to Uroka Dakisakonji. As a transmigrator, Inusuke had two choices. A. Hide nearby, watch the show, and come out afterward to act cool. B. Forcefully intervene, make an impression in front of the water Hashira, and firmly bind Tanjiro and Zenitsu for the future. Inusuke chose B without hesitation. What kind of joke was this? He hadn't trained ice breathing and fan techniques for over a decade just to crouch like a turtle during the newbie arc. If he was still going to hide at this stage, he might as well go back to the cult and keep being Doma's son. At the mountain's base. Roar! A feral howl ripped through the night. Newly transformed into a demon, Kamado Nezuko had grown larger and was pinning Tanjiro to the ground. Her mouth gaped wide, fangs dripping with thick saliva, about to bite through her brother's neck. Tanjiro desperately jammed the axe handle between her jaws, tears streaming down his face. Nezuko! I'm your brother! But those words meant nothing to a starving Nezuko. Her strength grew greater by the second, Tanjiro's arms trembling violently. At that critical moment. Hey, charcoal seller! A teasing voice sounded from above them. I distinctly remember telling you, if you smell blood, you run. Did my words just go in one ear and out the other? Tanjiro looked up in shock. On a nearby tree branch crouched a familiar figure. His extravagant clothes fluttered in the wind, and that beautiful face wore a cold, exasperated smirk. I'm Inusuke-kun? To Tanjiro, it was like seeing a savior. Please? Save Nezuko. She turned into a demon. But she hasn't eaten anyone. She's still my sister. Sister. Inusuke glanced at the struggling Nezuko. As a transmigrator, he knew Nezuko was special. But right now, she was just a freshly turned, ravenous monster. If she didn't calm down, Tanjiro wouldn't just be hurt, he'd be eaten down to the bone. That thing only sees you as an all-you-can-eat buffet right now. If you can't do it, then let me help her calm down. Before the words even finished, Inusuke vanished. The next instant, he appeared behind Nezuko. He didn't draw his blades. For a good demon who hadn't eaten anyone yet, killing was out of the question. Instead, his hand smoothly drew the iron fans from his chest. Ice breathing, fifth form, ice prison. Using his inhuman flexibility, Inusuke wrapped around Nezuko's back like a snake. The fan ribs locked tightly into her joints. Using leverage and brute force, he slammed the raging Nezuko into the snow. Stay down! Inusuke barked, activating his ice spirit physique. A torrent of freezing energy surged through the fans and into Nezuko's body. Cold alone didn't harm demons. But this cold was different. It was refined from the blood demon art energy of upper rank 2, Doma. Such high-grade freezing energy naturally suppressed newly transformed lower demons. Nezuko stiffened, her berserk movements halting for a brief moment. Ha! Holding her down, Inosuke glanced at Tanjiro. What are you standing there for? Stuff something in her mouth. Tanjiro snapped out of it, hurriedly grabbing a handful of snow and shoving it into Nezuko's mouth, then fumbling around for something to tie her up. Then, Inosuke's hair stood on end. He was here. His innate tactile sense screamed in his mind. Maximum alert. A pure killing intent descended from above. The killing intent of a Hashira. The water Hashira, Giyu Tomioka. TCH fast. Inosuke spat. That slash was aimed straight at Nezuko. If he dodged, her head would fly. But he was Hashibira Inosuke. Tanjiro! Get down! Inosuke roared, shoving Tanjiro aside with one hand while kicking Nezuko away with his left foot, sending her rolling several meters. At the same time, his left hand fan snapped open to guard above his head. His right hand yanked out the serrated Nichirin blade. Clang! The deafening crash shook snow from the trees. Inosuke dropped to one knee, the ground beneath him cracking and sinking half a foot. His right hand gripped the serrated blade, his left fan braced against its spine, veins bulging in both arms. He had blocked. A descending blue Nichirin sword engraved with the words "Destroy Evil." Opposite him stood a black-haired young man with an expressionless face, looking at him with faint surprise. Demon Slayer Core. Water Hashira. Giyu Tomioka. Human. Giyu frowned slightly. Do you have a death wish? Why didn't you dodge? The boy's reaction speed was incredible. His strength even more so. And most importantly, that mangled, serrated sword in his hand was unmistakably a Demon Slayer Nichirin blade. Judging by its color, its previous owner had likely been a water-breathing user. Giyu's voice was cold. Are you protecting her? Move aside. Don't interfere. Inosuke gritted his teeth, feeling the terrifying force transmitted through the blade. So this was a Hashira's power. Even a casual strike felt like a mountain pressing down. If not for years of training under his father, his wrists would have shattered already. But he wasn't afraid. On the contrary, his blood was boiling. To cross blades with the legendary water Hashira? This was a dream scenario. Protecting? Inosuke grinned, sharp little fangs flashing. He didn't bother explaining things like she hasn't eaten anyone, he knew Giyu wouldn't listen right now. Against this kind of stoic powerhouse, only one language mattered. Strength. Don't flatter yourself, half and half Hari. Inosuke sucked in a deep breath, his chest swelling as he let out a thunderous growl. They all owe me money. Screech. The serrations on his blade bit into Giyu's sword, sparks screaming. Until they pay me back. No one gets to lay a finger on them. Even if you're a Hashira, you line up like everyone else. And then, Inosuke did something utterly insane. Instead of pushing Giyu's blade away, he leaned back with the pressure, falling backward while his legs shot up like springs, kicking straight at Giyu's abdomen. A street fighting move. No form. No elegance. Pure surprise. A flicker of surprise crossed Giyu's eyes. He hadn't expected the boy to counterattack mid-clash. With a twist of his wrist, the once forceful blade turned soft and fluid. Water-breathing, fourth form, striking tide. Giyu slid back like flowing water, easily evading the kick. At the same time, his sword traced a graceful arc, once again aiming for Nezuko's neck. So fast. Inosuke's pupils shrank. This was proper breathing technique. Completely different from blood demon arts. I want it. But he wasn't helpless either. Speed? I've never lost at that. Agility enhancement, full burst. Inosuke rolled across the ground, whipping his left-hand fan forward. Ice breathing, first form, windmill fan. Violent air current swept up the snow, forming a white barrier that blocked Giyu's vision. Using that instant of cover, Inosuke sprang up and retreated to stand before Tanjiro and Nezuko. Hey, charcoal seller! He shouted without turning around. Grab your sister and get out of here. That poker face is strong, I can probably only hold him for a bit. Tanjiro hugged Nezuko tightly, staring at Inosuke's back as tears spilled over. Inosuke-kun. Go. Don't get in the way. Inusuke snapped, eyes locked on Giyu. Giyu stood in the snow, blade lowered slightly, his gaze now carrying confusion and seriousness. A strange breathing style. Not the softness of water, but the hardness of ice. What's your name? I didn't scream. Inusuke crossed his serrated blades over his chest, flashing a wild grin. Oh, that's what you're asking. Hear it well, poker face. I am the young master of the Eternal Paradise cult. Hashibira Inusuke. Remember it. One day, my name will be something you'll never forget for the rest of your life. Giyu fell silent. Paradise cult? A pig? What nonsense. He slowly raised his sword. In the snowy night, two completely different auras collided once more. Inusuke knew. He couldn't win this fight. But he had to fight it. For Tanjiro. For the story. And to prove that his very first choice had been right. He deserved to stand at the center of this world stage. Medium White Star want more? Read chapters early on Patreon https://www.patreon.com/canonbreaker Medium White Star. Advanced chapters are finished, all that's left is to unlock them. Bonus chapter system. 10 reviews bonus chapter. 100 Power Stones bonus chapter. Fire. The stronger your support, the faster the story moves. Chapter 15, The Water Hashira. 1,541 words. In the raging blizzard. Two figures clashed and separated again and again, neither able to disengage. Clang! A teeth-rattling metallic crash rang out. Inusuke's boots carved two deep trenches through the snow as he was forced backward, sliding more than 10 meters before he barely managed to stop. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. The expensive clothes he wore were now shredded and tattered. So hard. Inusuke shook his numb wrists and stared fiercely at Giyu Tomioka. So this is a Hashira's strength. Even a few casual strikes carried an oppressive force so overwhelming that the young master who had rampaged unchecked through the Eternal Paradise faith for 13 years felt suffocated. I can't win against a Hashira, not a chance. On the opposite side, surprise flickered in Giyu Tomioka's eyes. This boy was strange. He showed no trace of orthodox breathing techniques. Even his grip on the sword was wild and unrefined. Yet relying purely on instinct and brute force, he had forcibly received Giyu's water-breathing attacks. Especially that serrated blade. Every collision caused it to snag on Giyu's sword, disrupting the fluid continuity of his water flow slashes. You? Giyu lowered his Nichirin blade slightly, the tip pointing to the ground, calm as still water. Why are you protecting a demon? I told you, mind your own business. Inusuke spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, crossing his twin blades in front of him. That guy still owes me money. If he dies, or if his sister dies and he breaks down, who's going to pay me back? Giyu's eyes turned cold. To him, this sounded like nothing more than a reckless excuse born of youthful bravado. Talking about debts in front of demons? Absurd. Giyu took a deep breath. The air around him seemed to grow damp in that instant. Total concentration times water breathing times sixth form, whirlpool twist. His Nichirin blade transformed into a massive spiraling torrent of water, crashing toward Inusuke and the Kamado siblings behind him. This strike was both an attack and an attempt to forcibly blast Inusuke away with sheer pressure. Damn it! A wide area attack like this couldn't be dodged. Then I'll take it head-on. Inusuke slammed both swords back into his belt and thrust his hands into his coat, drawing his twin fans. Ice breathing times twin fans times tempest. Using devouring clouds and exhaling mist. He swung the iron fans at blinding speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fans became afterimages in his hands. Air was violently churned, snow ripped from the ground, forming a white wall of wind that slammed straight into Giyu's water vortex. Boom! Water and wind snow collided. The massive recoil hurled Inusuke backward like a cannonball, smashing him hard into a tree. Cough, cough. He dragged himself out of the snowbank, feeling as if his internal organs had shifted. Glancing down at his fans, he saw that the supposedly indestructible cold iron ribs were slightly bent. So this is a Hashira. Inusuke grinned despite the pain, his fighting spirit undiminished. Strong to the point of absurdity. On the other side, Giyu had also been stalled for a brief instant by that monstrous force. And in that split-second opening, Nezuko! Tanjiro, who had been knocked aside earlier, found strength from nowhere and lunged toward Nezuko's fallen body. He threw himself over his demonized sister, shielding her with his own body. Roar! Nezuko snarled, her nails extending as she raised her hand to slash Tanjiro's back. No! Nezuko! Hold on! Tanjiro sobbed. Don't become a demon. Don't lose to it. Giyu frowned deeply and stepped forward to finish it. Then stopped. The feral demon girl, moments ago filled with violence, shed 2 clear lines of tears upon hearing her brother's cries. Her raised claws froze midair. Her body trembled violently, as if she was struggling against her instincts. After a long moment, Nezuko collapsed into deep unconsciousness. See? Poker face. Leaning against the tree, clutching his chest, Inosuke spoke smugly. I told you, anyone who dares owe me money but can't even control themselves, I wouldn't have lent to in the first place. Giyu fell silent. His grip on the sword loosened slightly. He had slain countless demons. But a case like Nezuko's? This was the first time. Go. Giyu sheathed his blade and turned his back to Tanjiro, speaking coldly. Tanjiro froze. Who? Go to Mount Sagiri. Find an old man named Urokodaki Sakonji. Giyu turned his head, his gaze passing over Tanjiro and settling on Inosuke. Tell him Tomioka Giyu sent you. With that, his figure vanished into the storm. TCH. Inosuke flipped his middle finger at the direction Giyu disappeared. Only after confirming the water Hashira's presence was completely gone did Inosuke finally relax, collapsing into the snow. I'm exhausted. I'm Inosuke-kun. Tanjiro staggered over, carrying the unconscious Nezuko, his face soaked with tears and gratitude. Thank you. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, Nezuko might have. Stop. Inosuke raised a hand, cutting off the emotional flood. He pulled out a bamboo tube he'd prepared earlier and tossed it to Tanjiro. Block your sister's mouth. He nodded toward Nezuko. She looks obedient now, but if she wakes up hungry and bites you like a rice ball, who do you think I'm collecting my debt from? Tanjiro hurriedly fitted the bamboo gag onto Nezuko. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, his heart churned with emotion. Inosuke-kun, why were you here? Only now did that question surface. Passing through. Collecting debts. Inosuke brushed snow from his clothes and stood up. He obviously couldn't admit he'd come specifically to save them. Tanjiro. He looked him straight in the eyes. If that poker face told you to go to Mount Sagiri, then go. That old man Urokodaki probably knows a thing or two, he can teach you how to kill demons. And someday, you might figure out how to turn your sister back into a human. Back into a human. Tanjiro's eyes lit up. Is that really possible? Who knows? Inosuke shrugged. But it beat standing here crying. He pulled out several gold coins and forcibly shoved them into Tanjiro's arms. Take them. No. I can't. I already owe you so much. Tanjiro shook his head frantically. This is an investment. Inosuke pressed Tanjiro's hands down, his tone domineering. The road to Mount Sagiri is long, and you're carrying a sister who can't eat normal food. If you don't have money, what are you going to beg? Remember this, every coin must be repaid. Principal and interest. Inosuke leaned in close, flashing a vicious grin. When you become a demon slayer and start earning pay, I'll collect it all. And if you dare default. He patted the twin blades at his waist, the ones that had just clashed with a Hashira. I'll use these to turn you into charcoal grilled ribs. Tanjiro stared at the heavy gold in his hands, then at the sharp-tongued but soft-hearted boy before him. Tears spilled again. He bowed deeply, his forehead nearly buried in the snow. Thank you. Inosuke-kun. I swear I'll repay it. No matter how long it takes, I will. Enough. Don't wipe your snot on me. Inosuke shoved him away in disgust. He turned his back and waved casually. Get lost. Before dawn, go. Demons can't face the sun. Tanjiro hoisted the box containing Nezuko and headed down the mountain, glancing back again and again. Only when his figure vanished completely into the storm did Inosuke finally look away. Phew. His face collapsed instantly. He bared his teeth and clutched his chest. That hurt like hell, that poker face hits hard. Pretty sure I cracked a rib. System notification? Host has successfully intervened in a key plot event and significantly altered Kamado Tanjiro's survival state. Evaluation, identity as a transmigrator was not exposed, and a deep bond was successfully established. Reward granted, special item, concealment sachet. Effect. When worn, greatly conceals human aura or demonic presence. Can even blur perception under the transparent world. An essential household item for double agents and undercover operations. Concealment sachet. Inosuke touched the small cloth pouch that had appeared in his chest pocket and sniffed it. No scent. That was exactly what made it terrifying. With this, he could appear more like a demon before Doma. And more like a human before the Demon Slayer Corps. Even against Muzan someday. This thing might save his life. Perfect timing. Inosuke tucked the sachet close to his body and glanced in the direction of the Eternal Paradise Faith. I've been gone long enough. Time to go report back to the old man. He rubbed his face and put on that familiar, carefree grin again. I'll just say. I didn't find anyone. Only picked up some scrap metal. In the howling snowstorm, the boy carrying twin blades gradually vanished into the darkness. And in his mind, a bold idea slowly took shape. Since he now had the sachet. Why not? Go to the Demon Slayer Corps together with Tanjiro? Medium White Star want more? Read chapters early on Patreon https://www.patreon.com/Cannonbreaker Medium White Star. Advanced chapters are finished, all that's left is to unlock them. Bonus chapter system. 10 reviews bonus chapter. 100 Power Stones bonus chapter. Fire the stronger your support, the faster the story moves. Chapter 16, The Uninvited Guests. 1,433 words. After seeing Tanjiro off, Inosuke did not return to the Eternal Paradise cult immediately. He found a wind-sheltered mountain cave and briefly treated the ribs cracked by Gyu's kick. His ice spirit physique didn't just grant resistance to cold, within low temperatures, his recovery speed far surpassed that of ordinary people. TCH, that poker-faced bastard really didn't hold back. Inosuke rubbed the bluish-purple bruises on his chest with snow, cursing under his breath, while replaying the battle in his mind. That fight had lasted only a few minutes, yet it made one thing painfully clear. The gap between him and a Hashira. That kind of technique, honed through countless repetitions. His ice breathing was domineering, yes, but when placed against orthodox water breathing, it could only barely hold for a few exchanges, riddled with flaws. Still not enough, he muttered with a sigh. He pulled out the newly obtained reward from his chest. The concealment sachet. It looked like nothing more than an ordinary grey cloth pouch and had no discernible scent. But the moment he hung it at his waist, Inosuke clearly felt the demonic aura he'd picked up from Doma shrink noticeably. Good stuff. He tucked the sachet inside his clothes, close to his body. By the time he returned to the Eternal Paradise cult, dawn was already breaking. The moment Inosuke vaulted over the wall, he saw Soto anxiously pacing the courtyard. Young master! You're finally back! The Lord has been waiting for you all night. Relax. Inosuke patted Soto on the shoulder, sounding casual. I'm back, aren't I? Oh, and tell the kitchen to get me a roast chicken. I'm starving. With that, he swaggered toward the rear hall. The moment he pushed the door open, a thick stench of blood hit him. Doma was still seated on the high priest's throne. In his hand was a withered blue flower. You're back? Doma didn't even lift his head. His voice carried a rare hint of fatigue and boredom. How was the debt collection? Inosuke's heart stirred. That flower, was it the blue spider lily? No. If it were real, Muzan would already be celebrating. Which meant, a fake. Don't even mention it. Inosuke flopped into the seat beside him. That charcoal-selling kid's family got robbed. Everyone was killed. Only he and his half-dead sister survived. How was I supposed to collect a debt from that? I ended up doing charity work, didn't get a single coin back and even gave him some gold for travel money. He complained with a look of annoyance. Doma finally looked up. His rainbow-colored eyes lingered on Inosuke for a few seconds, then he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Charity? Inosuke, you really are a great philanthropist. He casually crushed the withered blue flower into powder. But it's fine that they died. That kind of backwater village was never worth much anyway. Oh right, Dad. Inosuke pointed at the powder on the floor. About Lord Muzan. Don't bring that up. Doma waved his hand dismissively, his face full of disdain. That lord was in a terrible mood last night. He thought he'd found a lead, but when he went to check, it turned out to be nothing more than a dyed ordinary flower. That charcoal-selling family were just ordinary humans, no ancient lineage at all. So he got angry and slaughtered the entire family to vent his frustration. Honestly, zero aesthetic sense. Inusuke sneered inwardly. As expected, Muzan really was a spoiled child. Couldn't find his toy, so he smashed something instead. And this perfectly confirmed the plot. The Kamado family's tragedy truly was a senseless disaster. Enough of the depressing talk. Doma stood up and stretched lazily. Since you're back, go check on your mother. She had nightmares last night and kept calling your name. Inusuke's expression changed instantly. Without another word, he grabbed his blade and sprinted out. Back mountain. Kotoha sat dazed beneath the corridor. She was wrapped in a thick foxfur cloak, yet her face looked pale. Dark circles lingered faintly beneath her eyes. Hearing footsteps, she suddenly looked up, and when she saw Inusuke, her eyes lit up with pure joy. Inusuke! Ignoring the cold, she ran barefoot down the corridor and hugged him tightly. You're finally back. You scared me to death. I dreamed of so much blood last night. So many monsters. Inusuke let her hold him, feeling her trembling body. Warmth rose in his chest, mixed with a trace of bitterness. It's okay, Mom. He gently patted her back, his voice unusually soft. I just went down the mountain to collect a debt and got a bit lost. See? I'm perfectly fine. He helped Kotoha back to the corridor and quietly checked her condition with his heightened senses. Just shock. No serious harm. Mom, Inusuke said suddenly. I want to eat your rice balls. Who? Kotoha froze, then smiled warmly. All right. What filling do you want? Pickled plum. Extra sour. Watching her busy herself, Inusuke leaned against a pillar and exhaled a long breath of white air. How long could this peaceful life last? With Tanjiro setting out on his journey, the Demon Slayer Corps would only grow more active. The Eternal Paradise cult, this massive entity, would inevitably be dragged into the center of the storm. When that time came, could he still protect his mother within these walls? I have to become stronger. Inusuke clenched his fist. Strong enough to do whatever I want. The idea of joining the Demon Slayer Corps to learn orthodox breathing techniques grew stronger and stronger in his mind. In the days that followed, Inusuke became even more relentless. He increased the intensity of his ice-breathing training and began frequently handling the cult's external affairs. He even started modifying his weapons. Serrated blades were brutal, but against masters like Giyu, they felt clumsy. He needed faster. Deadlier. So, on a moonless night with howling winds, Inusuke snuck into the cult's forge. Using what little physics knowledge he remembered from his previous life, combined with this world's forging techniques, he began heavily modifying his twin serrated Nichiren blades. He added counterweights inside the hilts to adjust balance. He carved blood grooves along the spine to reduce air resistance. Most importantly, he coated the gaps between the serrations with a special poison. A toxin refined from wisteria flowers, not as lethal as Shinobu Kochos, but enough to cause temporary paralysis in demons. Perfect. Inusuke smiled in satisfaction at the blade in his hand. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded outside. Soto burst in, panting. Young master. Something's wrong. Something happened. Relax. If the sky falls, someone taller will hold it up. Inusuke put the blade away and calmly wiped his hands. It's not the sky. It's that the Lord brought back two people. Soto's expression was strange, like he'd seen a ghost. So? Doesn't he bring snacks home all the time? No. Not snacks. Soto swallowed hard. A man and a woman. And the Lord said they're his old friends. Inusuke frowned. Old friends? Doma, aside from Kotoha, had ever had real friends? Unless... A bad feeling rose in Inusuke's chest. He shoved past Soto and strode toward the main hall. Before he even reached the door, he heard Doma's cheerful voice. Come, let me introduce everyone. This is Lady Darky. She'll be a distinguished guest of our cult from now on. Inusuke stopped dead. Through the crack in the door, he saw a breathtakingly beautiful woman seated beside Doma, arrogantly surveying the kneeling believers. And behind her, a hunched shadow lurked indistinctly. Upper rank 6. Darky and Gyutaro. Those idiot siblings. Inosuke cursed inwardly. They won't mess with Mom, will they? This just got lively. 2 upper moons in one house. What was this, a mahjong table? He took a deep breath, adjusted his expression, and pushed the door open. Dad, I heard we've got guests. Inosuke wore a brilliant smile, though his fingers had already tightened around the iron fans. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I could have had something special prepared for them. Darky turned her head, her golden-green eyes slowly sizing Inosuke up. Oh? So this is the so-called divine child. She sneered. Pretty face. Too bad he's human. Human, so what? No one had dared speak to Inosuke like that in his entire life. And weren't you human once, too? The air in the Great Hall froze solid. Medium White Star want more? Read chapters early on Patreon https://www.patreon.com/canonbreaker Medium White Star. Advanced chapters are finished, all that's left is to unlock them. Bonus Chapter System 10 Reviews Bonus Chapter 100 Power Stones Bonus Chapter. Fire. The stronger your support, the faster the story moves. Chapter 17, 2 Upper Ranks. 889 words. Silence fell. Annoyance flickered in Darky's eyes. As Upper Rank 6, she was used to ruling the Yoshiwara Pleasure District without anyone daring to defy her. Since when had a mere human dared talk back to her? Brat, it seems Lord Doma has spoiled you rotten. Darky slowly rose to her feet. Her once breathtaking face twisted into something ferocious. Pink sashes slipped out from behind her back, swaying in the air though there was no wind in the hall. Since Lord Doma can't bear to discipline you, then Big Sister will teach you what reverence means. Blood Demon Art, 8-fold Obi slash. Whoosh! 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 Several sashes instantly hardened, shrieking as they cut through the air, attacking Inosuke from all directions. Teach me? Inosuke snorted. And what's my old man for, huh? You think you get to teach me? He stayed where he was, lowering his center of gravity slightly, both hands slowly resting on the hilts at his waist. In his perception, the seemingly chaotic sash attacks were perfectly clear, every trajectory, every angle. With these rags you use to wipe your nose. Clang! Twin blades left their scabbards. In his left hand, the indigo Nichiren sword smashed into a serrated edge. In his right, his original serrated blade. Inosuke charged straight into the incoming sashes. Total concentration times ice breathing times fourth form, continuous shattering ice fangs. Clang! 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 Metallic impact exploded throughout the hall, sparks flying everywhere. What happened next made Darky's eyes go wide. Her sashes, capable of slicing through stone, did not injure Inosuke at all when they struck his blades. Instead, the jagged serrations on his swords bit firmly into the fibers of the sashes. Fueled by the monstrous strength granted by his lung capacity enhancement, Inosuke swung his arms wildly. Break! Rip! The supposedly indestructible sashes were forcibly sawn apart. Shreds of pink fabric drifted slowly down through the air. What? Darky's pupils shook violently. That was her blood demon art. And it had been brute-forced apart, by physical means. Before she could react, Inosuke leapt onto the offering table in front of her. So this is Upper Rank 6. He looked down at Darky from above, the corner of his mouth curling into a vicious grin. Too weak. Though he said it aloud, Inosuke knew the truth perfectly well. He had only been playing tricks just now. Darky hadn't even shown killing intent. His innate heightened senses were screaming warnings. The real threat had arrived. From the hunched shadow behind Darky. Brother! He made me mad. Kill him. Hurry up and kill him. After losing face again and again, Darky finally burst into tears, throwing a tantrum. Her arrogant demeanor instantly collapsed into that of a wronged little girl. So noisy. A sinister voice echoed through the hall. From behind Darky, a gaunt man with mottled black stains slowly emerged. Gyutaro. The true Upper Rank 6. He held 2 blood-red sickles, his dead fish eyes fixed on Inosuke. That thick, sticky killing intent made Inosuke's skin feel as if it were being corroded by sulfuric acid. So pretty, such nice skin. Gyutaro scratched at his own face, nails tearing through flesh as black blood seeped out. Really makes me jealous. If I peeled you and took you apart, you'd look beautiful, wouldn't you? The pressure of death. This was nothing like the childish sparring from before. Inosuke tightened his grip on his twin blades. A bead of cold sweat slid down his temple. Against Gyutaro, his chances were 0. But he couldn't retreat. In the Eternal Paradise cult, there was only one rule for survival. Never let father be disappointed. Showing weakness meant death. Peel my skin. Inosuke sneered. His ice spirit physique surged, and tiny ice crystals instantly formed in the surrounding air. Then let's see whose blades are faster. Your sickles, or mine? Just as both sides were on the brink of collision. Clap! 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 Clear applause cut straight through the killing intent. Doma stepped cheerfully between them, lightly flicking his golden fan. A wave of extreme cold spread instantly, coating both Gyutaro's blood sickles and Inosuke's blades with a thin layer of frost. All right, Tilda, this is a welcome party, not a slaughterhouse. Doma slung one arm around Inosuke's shoulders and casually patted Gyutaro's head with the other. Gyutaro, this is my son, Inosuke. He's a bit hot-tempered, like a little beast that hasn't grown up yet. As his senior, you should be more tolerant. And that's on me, really. I spoiled him too much. Inosuke, honestly, drawing weapons as soon as guests arrive is very rude. Go on, apologize. Inosuke sheathed his blades with a snort and turned his head away. I never said I was going to kill them. I just wanted to see how sharp my blades were. Doma chuckled helplessly, then turned back to the sibling pair with a smile. To be worthy of letting Inosuke test his blades. You two must be quite something, Tilda. Looks like this child really likes you. Now then, everyone should get along nicely, okay? Medium White Star want more? Read chapters early on Patreon https://www.patreon.com/canonbreaker Medium White Star. Advanced chapters are finished, all that's left is to unlock them. Bonus Chapter System 10 Reviews Bonus Chapter 100 Power Stones Bonus Chapter. Fire. The stronger your support, the faster the story moves. Chapter 18, Double Agent. 1,496 words. Although Doma had cut the fight short, the air in the hall was still thick with hostility. Daki retracted her severed sashes, cradling the torn ends with obvious distress. When she looked at Inosuke again, her eyes brimmed with malice. Gyutaro, meanwhile, kept scratching his cheek, those deadfish eyes fixed on Inosuke's skin, clearly calculating where to make the first cut. What are you staring at? Inosuke sheathed his twin blades with a sharp click. Ugly. He straightened his collar and snorted. Don't think I'm scared just because my old man's protecting you. He walked over and plopped himself down on the armrest of Doma's throne, wearing the arrogant air of a spoiled crown prince. If you want to fight, I'm free anytime. But I don't have time to play house with you right now. I've recently found a big fish. Way more interesting than eating a few believers in this broken temple. Doma's interest was piqued. He waved his fan lightly. Oh? What did you discover, Inosuke? The Demon Slayer core. A crafty smile curled at the corner of Inosuke's mouth. A few days ago, a water Hashirei came knocking. I drove him off. But it made me realize something: we know far too little about the Demon Slayers. Just sitting here waiting for them to come to us is too passive. And since I'm human, I've got a natural advantage. He stood up and began pacing the hall, emerald eyes gleaming with the light of a born swindler. I'm going to infiltrate the Demon Slayer core. I'll mix in with them, learn their breathing styles, eat their food, take their salary. And then? Inosuke turned toward Doma and the sibling pair, flashing a sinister grin. I'll sell their Hashirei to you, one by one. The hall fell completely silent. Even Gyutaro, who had been scratching his face non-stop, paused and stared at the human brat in surprise. Heh, selling out your own kind. Gyutaro chuckled darkly. You're a real piece of work. I'm starting to like you. Daki snorted. Sounds decent enough. If you can actually trick a Hashirei into coming, I'll forgive your rudeness. Doma was even happier, clapping enthusiastically. Wonderful. Wonderful. So this is what they call a double agent? Inosuke, your ideas are always so creative. Go on, go on. Daddy supports you wholeheartedly. I'd love to know where that Ubuyashiki family is hiding, after all. Inosuke laughed inwardly. Everything was going exactly as planned. Only by joining the Demon Slayer Corps could he enter the true core of the story. Only then could he do what he really wanted. What he wanted wasn't to keep throwing his weight around in the Eternal Paradise cult, living off his idiot father's power. He wanted everyone to live happily. Since no one objects, I'll be heading out. Inosuke dusted off his hands and turned to leave. Oh right, Soto. Arrange proper rooms for our new guests. 3 days later, on the mountain path leading to Mount Sagiri, Tanjiro trudged through the snow, a heavy pack on his back. Nezuko slept curled inside the basket, still instinctively afraid of sunlight even there. The past few days had been hell for Tanjiro, freezing cold, hunger, and the constant need to watch Nezuko's condition. Huff, huff. His legs felt like lead. Hang in there. I have to find Mr. Urokodaki. Just then, hurried footsteps crunched through the snow behind him. Hey! Charcoal boy! What are you, a turtle? Why are you so slow? Tanjiro turned back in shock. That familiar figure was striding toward him with ease. Inosuke, twin blades at his waist, iron fans at his chest, a huge pack slung over his back. He ran through the snow as if it were flat ground, barely breathing hard. I'm Inosuke-kun? Tanjiro stared wide-eyed. Why are you here? Stupid question. Inosuke rushed up and eyed Tanjiro's tattered straw sandals with disgust. I told you, you owe me money. If you get dragged off by wolves or eaten by another demon halfway, who's going to pay me back? But I'm going to train under a master, Tanjiro said helplessly. It's dangerous. Train. Inosuke sneered. Perfect. I'm going too. Eh? You're learning demon-slaying swordsmanship too, Inosuke-kun. Nope. Inosuke wagged a finger. I'm going for advanced studies. Don't get too friendly. He pulled some dried meat from his pack, chewed noisily, and tossed a piece to Tanjiro. I'm not doing this to keep you company. I'm doing it to get stronger. Move it, Gonpachiro. He kicked Tanjiro in the rear. If we don't reach the mountain before dark, I'll roast you and eat you. It's Tanjiro. Not Gonpachiro. Tanjiro rubbed his backside with a wry smile, but his steps grew lighter. The two boys walked side by side. Hidden against Inosuke's chest, the concealment sachet quietly released its scentless effect. The best disguise is blending in. The snowstorm continued. Though Inosuke walked easily, his brow remained furrowed as he replayed his brief clash with Water Hashire Tomio Kageyu. After several days of calm reflection, he understood clearly. His self-created ice breathing was powerful, but at its core it was a crude, wild style. It relied on innate heightened senses and brute force from lung capacity enhancement. Like a naturally strong giant swinging a hammer wildly, good enough against lower moons or ordinary demons. But against martial masters like Akaza, or sword god monsters like Kokushibo, he'd be toyed with until death. I need systematic training, Inosuke thought. That old man Urokodaki Sakonji is a former Water Hashire, top-tier trainer. My goal there is simple, master total concentration, constant. That's the threshold for all top breathing users, the ability to maintain physical enhancement 24/7. And beyond that, there was an even bigger issue. Attribute alignment. Right now, he was all ice and shadow. Effective against low-level demons, sure, but against Muzan? Cold alone wouldn't kill the Demon King. He needed fire. He needed the power Muzan had feared for 1,000 years. The power of the sun. Inosuke turned and looked at the exhausted but determined boy beside him. If Tanjiro could master both water breathing and Hinokami Kagura in the original story, why couldn't he, a transmigrator with a higher starting platform? Hey, Gonpachiro! Inosuke stopped, planting a foot on a raised rock and looking down at Tanjiro. It's Tanjiro! Tanjiro sighed, wiping sweat away. What is it? Hungry. Cut the chatter. Inosuke crossed his arms. You sell charcoal, right? Yeah. Charcoal sellers deal with fire. Inosuke narrowed his eyes, finally revealing his true intent. I heard some charcoal-selling families perform a strange dance during New Year's, to pray to the fire god so the flames never die. Tanjiro froze, then his eyes widened. Inosuke-kun, how do you know that? You mean the Hinokami Kagura? It's a dance where we offer our body and spirit to the fire god. Stop. I don't want the explanation. Inosuke impatiently cut him off and extended one hand, palm up. You owe me money, and I'm too lazy to calculate interest. He spoke righteously. So in exchange, you're going to teach me that fire dance thing. Eh? Teach dancing? Tanjiro was stunned. He'd expected money or food, never this. But if it's a ritual dance, not swordsmanship. And only the Kamado family knows. Who? Inosuke's face darkened instantly, princely arrogance exploding. He grabbed Tanjiro by the collar, their foreheads nearly colliding. You trying to dodge your debt? I taking an interest in your dance is your honor. And who says dancing can't kill demons? He released him and pointed at the box on Tanjiro's back. Your sister's a demon now. Afraid of sunlight. If you master that fire dance, maybe you can create sunlight. Same goes for me. He patted his own chest. I've stayed in that cult too long, my body's freezing. I need some fire to warm it up. Got it. Tanjiro looked into Inosuke's emerald eyes. He didn't understand how dancing related to killing demons, but he was kind by nature. And Inosuke had saved Nezuko, even paid their travel money. I understand. Tanjiro nodded earnestly, flashing his trademark smile. I'm not as good as my father, but I'll do my best to teach you, Inosuke-kun. HMPH. That's more like it. Inosuke turned away haughtily, but his grin stretched ear to ear. Plan complete. Ice breathing in the left hand. Sun breathing, Yoruichi's legacy, in the right. Linked together by Urokodaki's total concentration, constant. Plus a bit of Doma's blood demon art knowledge. He'd become the world's one and only ice and sun dual-wielding, ultimate stitched-together monster. Move it! Stop dragging your feet! Inosuke slapped Tanjiro hard on the back, spirits high. The sooner we meet that scaly old man, the sooner training starts. My time is precious, I still have to write home and report I'm safe. Medium White Star want more? Read chapters early on Patreon https://www.patreon.com/canonbreaker Medium White Star. Advanced chapters are finished, all that's left is to unlock them. Bonus Chapter System 10 Reviews Bonus Chapter 100 Power Stones Bonus Chapter. Fire. The stronger your support, the faster the story moves. Chapter 19, Special Training. 1,475 words. The snowstorm grew even more violent. Inosuke walked at the front, leaving deep footprints in the snow. He didn't turn around, but his impatient voice still carried clearly to Tanjiro's ears. Hey, Gonpachiro! How much longer is this gonna take? My patience is limited, you know. It's Tanjiro? Tanjiro staggered along under the weight of the box carrying Nezuko. His breath came out in white plumes, frost already forming on his eyebrows. According to Mr. Gyu's directions, once we cross this mountain, we should be able to see Mount Sagiri. TCH, too slow. Inosuke suddenly stopped. Mixed in with the howling wind was a faint, almost imperceptible sound. Like something chewing. Did you smell that? Inosuke shot Tanjiro a sideways glance. Tanjiro sniffed the air, his expression instantly changing. It's blood. A lot of it. It's coming from that temple ahead. Halfway up the mountain, a dilapidated Buddhist hall stood in the snowy night. Its lamps were brightly lit, yet the light spilling out carried an air of bleakness. Before they even got close, the heavy stench of blood was already being carried straight into their noses by the wind. Someone's hurt. Tanjiro's heart clenched. He broke into a run toward the hall. Idiot. There's no one alive in there. Inosuke rolled his eyes, but his body moved faster than his mouth. The muscles in his legs tensed instantly. In a blink, he shot past Tanjiro and kicked the creaking wooden door straight off its hinges. Bang! The door crashed into the hall, kicking up clouds of dust. Inside, a blue grayskin demon, its mouth still smeared with human flesh, snapped its head up. At its feet lay several corpses, already chewed beyond recognition. Who's there? It roared ferociously. But when it saw that only 2 human boys had entered, the caution in its eyes instantly turned into greed. Perfect. Wasn't even full yet, delivery snacks, hey. Tanjiro rushed in right behind. When he saw the carnage on the floor, his whole body froze. This was the first time, aside from Nezuko, that he had seen a real. So this is a demon. His hands trembled as he gripped his axe. What, scared? Inosuke stood in the doorway with his arms crossed, looking at the demon as if it were livestock waiting to be slaughtered. A demon of this level wouldn't even qualify as a pet in front of his bargain bin old man. Gonpachiro, watch carefully. Inosuke slowly drew his twin blades. The jagged, uneven serrations on the blades gleamed coldly under the moonlight. This is the truth of this world. Either you eat people, or you get eaten. Either you kill demons, or you get killed. Roar! Provoked by Inosuke's contemptuous gaze, the demon howled and lunged forward. It was fast, but to Inosuke, its movements were riddled with openings. The hypersensitive touch of his skin let him predict every attack trajectory in advance. Too slow. Inosuke stepped in. At the exact instant the demon's claws were about to touch him, his body twisted at an absurd angle, slipping past the strike by a hair's breadth. As he evaded, both blades swung. ZZZRT. The serrated swords clamped down like a crocodile's jaws, perfectly biting into the demon's outstretched arms. The saw teeth shredded muscle and jammed against bone with a grinding screech. Ah! The demon screamed in agony. Its arms were literally sawed halfway off, dangling from its shoulders. It hurts. What kind of blades are these? To its horror, a burning pain spread from the wounds. The unique power of a Nichirin blade. That already hurts. Inosuke's eyes were icy cold. He exerted force with both arms and yanked outward. Rip! The demon's arms were torn clean off. Black blood sprayed everywhere, splashing all over Inosuke. He didn't even blink. He kicked the demon in the gut, knocking it flat, then straddled it. Gripping one serrated blade in reverse, he pressed it to the demon's neck and began sawing, like cutting through timber. You're using Nichirin steel. You're with the Demon Slayer Corps. The demon finally recognized the weapon, despair flooding its eyes. No. Don't kill me. I'm immortal. Who told you you're immortal? Inosuke grinned, flashing his small tiger-like fangs. And besides, you're dying ugly. SCRRRK. The serrated blade ground violently against the demon's cervical vertebrae. The sound alone made Tanjiro, standing at the doorway, feel his stomach churn. Too brutal. This method of killing was even more savage than the demon itself. Stop! Tanjiro finally shouted. Give it a quick death. Don't torture it. Inosuke paused and turned to look at Tanjiro, genuine confusion in his eyes. Quick death? When it ate those people, did it give them a quick death? At that exact moment of distraction, the demon's survival instinct exploded. Even without arms and with its neck half severed, it was still a demon. Its head tore itself free from the last bit of flesh, flew off its body, and lunged straight at Inosuke's throat with its jaws wide open. Watch out! Tanjiro cried out. TCH. Inosuke snorted. He had already sensed the shift in airflow. Without even turning his head, he snapped open the iron fan in his left hand. Smack! With pinpoint accuracy, he slapped the flying demon head like a fly, smashing it against the wall. The head rolled onto the floor, still struggling, but the damage from the Nichirin blade had already begun to spread. Damn you, brat! Cursing bitterly, the demon's head crumbled into ash. Inosuke stood up, flicked the black dust from his blade, and looked bored. So weak. Tanjiro stared at the blood-stained clothes left behind, then at Inosuke, who was drenched in blood. He clenched his axe tightly. He knew Inosuke had saved him and killed the demon, but that fighting style filled him with deep unease. Just then, an elderly voice sounded from outside the hall. That blade, where did you steal it from? Both boys turned at once. At the entrance stood an old man wearing a red Tengu mask. He wore a hari patterned with clouds and wooden clogs on his feet, his presence as steady as an unmoving mountain. Former water Hashira. Urokodaki Sakonji. His gaze passed over Tanjiro and locked firmly onto the two battered, misshapen blades in Inosuke's hands. They were unmistakably Nichirin swords. But to be damaged to this extent. To a swordsmith, it was pure sacrilege. Stolen? Inosuke sheathed his blades, stepped over the demon's remains, and walked straight up to Urokodaki. He lifted his chin, emerald eyes staring boldly into the Tengu mask. Old man, you can eat whatever you want, but don't talk nonsense. These are trophies I took with my own skill. He pointed at himself, then at Tanjiro. You're that scaly old man, right? That poker-faced guy sent us to you. We want to learn breathing techniques. Name your price. Urokodaki. Tanjiro, Inosuke-kun. That's so rude. Apologize right now. Urokodaki was silent for a moment. Behind the mask, the old man's eyes sharpened. This boy was strange. His physical abilities were absurdly high. The battle just now had been brutal, but his reaction speed and muscular control were top tier. A natural killing machine. But that mentality. If left unchecked, he might become something even more terrifying than a demon. A blade taken by force will never truly be yours. Urokodaki's voice turned stern. You want to learn swordsmanship? Then first learn how to speak like a human being. Before the words even finished, Urokodaki's figure blurred, without the slightest warning. Smack! A perfectly placed chop landed squarely on Inosuke's forehead. Oh! Inosuke clutched his head in shock. Impossible! His skin was incredibly sensitive to airflow. Yet this old man's movement was like air itself, he only realized it after being hit. So this was the strength of a former Hashira? You're not qualified to wield blades yet. Urokodaki turned and sprinted into the dark forest, his speed astonishing. Bring your sister, and this rude brat, with you. Follow me. If you lose me, go home. Inosuke stared at the old man's back, rubbing his swelling forehead. The shock quickly transformed into excitement. Interesting. This old man's way stronger than that trash demon who only knew brute force. He turned and kicked the still-dazed Tanjiro in the backside. What are you spacing out for? Didn't you hear him? Run. If you lose to this old man, I'll stuff all the charcoal you sold me into your mouth. With that, Inosuke adjusted his breathing and shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. Tanjiro gritted his teeth and chased after him. Wait for me. Inosuke-kun. Medium White Star want more? Read chapters early on Patreon https://www.patreon.com/canonbreaker Medium White Star. Advanced chapters are finished, all that's left is to unlock them. Bonus Chapter System 10 Reviews Bonus Chapter 100 Power Stones Bonus Chapter. Fire. The stronger your support, the faster the story moves. Chapter 20, The Boulder. 1818 words. By the time the two of them finally chased Urokodaki Sakonji to the mountain summit, Tanjiro's legs were shaking uncontrollably. His lungs burned as if they'd been punched from the inside. Huff. We finally made it. Tanjiro braced his hands on his knees, gasping for air. In contrast, Inosuke was only breathing a little heavily, his rhythm steady and unhurried. His lung capacity far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Heat was even faintly steaming off his body, his ice spirit constitution made him feel more comfortable the colder the environment became. Hey, old man. Inosuke stabbed his two swords into the ground and looked toward Urokodaki, who stood at the edge of a cliff. So climbing a mountain counts as a test? Isn't that a bit childish? If that's all, I might as well teach you. Only 100 gold pieces, great deal, right? Urokodaki ignored the provocation. He simply gazed at the dawnlight just beginning to break along the horizon. I am a cultivator, he said calmly. My job is to forge people who would otherwise only be demon food into swordsmen capable of severing a demon's head. You, right now, are still too weak. He pointed down the mountain. Before daybreak, return to the house at the foot of the mountain. If you can do it, I'll take you in. If you can't, go back to wherever you came from. With that, the old man's figure vanished as if swallowed by the fog. That's it? He's gone. Inosuke pulled his sword free and walked to the cliff's edge, glancing down into the unfathomable depths. Inosuke-kun. We have to hurry. Though exhausted, Tanjiro's eyes were resolute. Since it's a test, it won't be that simple. The air is thin here, the path down could be slippery, and there might even be attacks. Shut up. Keep up. Before Tanjiro could finish, Inosuke leapt forward, plunging straight into the thick mist. The descent was, as expected, far from simple. Just a few steps in, Inosuke's toe brushed against a thin cord almost indistinguishable from the ground. Click! The trap triggered. Whoosh! 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 From both sides of the forest, massive logs swung out on ropes, sweeping toward him. For an ordinary person, the only reactions would be curling up or rolling away in panic. But Inosuke wasn't ordinary. Get lost. Without even looking, he swung his twin blades outward. Crack! Crack! The thick logs were instantly sawed apart the moment they touched the serrated blades, with chips exploding everywhere. That's a trap. Inusuke kicked aside the broken chunks, sneering. Can you put in a little skill? This isn't even as good as my old man trying to scare me. Behind him, Tanjiro, who had just caught the scent of the trap and was about to warn him, stared at the wreckage littering the ground. He swallowed. So strong. That level of power and reaction speed was overwhelming for Tanjiro at his current stage. From that point on, the descent became a disaster for the forest. And a visual feast for Tanjiro. Rockfall trap? Saw it apart. Spike pit? Fill it in. Hidden throwing blades? Fan them away. What was meant to be a deadly, near-impossible trial on Mount Sagiri was forcibly turned into a wide, open road by Inusuke. I'm Inusuke-kun? Tanjiro was practically taking a stroll behind him. Every trap had already been destroyed, all he had to do was step around the debris. Ever since meeting Inusuke, he'd been completely carried. I think Urokodaki-san's intention was for us to avoid the traps and train our reactions. Isn't destroying everything a bit wrong? Shut up, fish cake Gonpachiro. Inusuke didn't even turn his head as he casually sliced through another tripwire. Dodging is the choice of the weak. The strong don't adapt to the environment, the strong change it. He stopped, turned around, and pointed the tip of his blade at Tanjiro's nose. And don't think I'm doing this for myself. Your legs are shaking like crazy. If you fall into a pit and break them, who's going to pay me back? Remember this. Your life is mine now. Until you pay back what you owe me, you're not allowed to die. Tanjiro froze. He looked at the devastated traps, then at the boy who was clearly carving a path for him while pretending not to care. An overwhelming emotion surged up inside him. Thank you. Inusuke-kun. You really are a kind person. Tanjiro shouted, eyes sparkling with trust. Case kind my ass. Inusuke reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, shuddering in disgust. Don't use that gross word on me. I'm doing this for money. For money, got it. He turned away to hide the brief flicker of discomfort on his face, venting his feelings by chopping down an innocent little tree beside him. Move it. The sun's coming up. At the foot of the mountain, in front of the wooden house. Urokodaki Sakonji sat cross-legged on the veranda, holding a cup of hot tea. Based on past experience, even promising candidates would be worn down by the thin air and dense traps. Making it down before dawn was nearly impossible. Most would end up battered halfway down the mountain, some even needing rescue. Probably another 2 hours. He took a sip of tea and looked at the sky, just beginning to pale with dawn, confident in the difficulty of his test. Then. Rumble, rumble. A strange roar echoed from the forest. Like a herd of beasts migrating, or a landslide. Urokodaki raised an eyebrow. What was that? The next second. Crash. Bushes at the forest's edge exploded apart as 2 blades hacked through. A boy charged out front, twin swords in hand, ferocious as a storm. Aside from some wood chips stuck to him, he wasn't even scratched. Another boy followed behind, panting, but likewise uninjured. We are here. Inusuke charged up to the cabin, slung his swords over his shoulder, and jerked his chin at the stunned Urokodaki. Old man, the sun's not even fully up yet. So? The tea's still hot, right? Urokodaki's teacup trembled slightly. He looked at Inusuke, then at the path behind them. The traps were all gone? Every rope severed. Every log sawed apart. Even innocent little trees had been chopped down for good measure. This wasn't descending a mountain. This was giving Mount Sagiri a buzz cut. You too. Urokodaki set down his teacup, his voice carrying an imperceptible tremor and pain. How did you do this? How'd we do it? Inusuke picked his ear, utterly casual. If I saw it, I cut it. If it blocked the way, I sawed it. What's so hard about that? Beside him, Tanjiro scratched his head apologetically. Well. Inusuke-kun did most of the clearing. I just ran along behind him. I'm sorry, Urokodaki-san. I didn't really get any training in. Urokodaki fell silent. He looked at the 2 boys, so different in nature. One possessed destructive power and perception that even made him uneasy, yet was a spoiled young master. The other had resilience and honesty, but was too gentle. Cold and heat. Ice and charcoal. Together, they might truly bring something unprecedented to the Demon Slayer Corps. You pass. Urokodaki stood up, the gaze behind his mask softening slightly. Since you made it back, I accept you as my disciples. Tanjiro, you seek to turn your sister back into a human, correct? Yes. Tanjiro answered loudly. And you? Urokodaki turned to Inosuke. Judging by your attire, your family's wealth could last you a lifetime. Why do you seek training under me? Inosuke grinned. To become stronger. Strong enough to trample all those self-righteous people and demons underfoot. And also, he pointed at the Nichiren sword at Urokodaki's waist. I want to know if pushing breathing techniques to their limit really lets you move so fast that even airflow can't be sensed. Like that night. Urokodaki studied him for a long time, then slowly nodded. If you can survive, I'll teach you everything I know. From that day on, the training on Mount Sagiri officially escalated. For Tanjiro, it was training from absolute zero. Swinging the blade, breathing, conditioning the body, repeating every movement tens of thousands of times until it was carved into his bones. For Inosuke, it was a process of discipline and humiliation. Under the waterfall. Wrong. Urokodaki's stern voice pierced through the crashing water. Inosuke! Your blade is too wild. Restrain your killing intent. Water breathing is about calm like still water, not biting wildly like a rabid dog. Annoying. Inosuke grit his teeth under the waterfall's impact. He was used to tanking everything with his ice spirit physique, used to destroying things with twin blades. Learning something flexible and flowing was worse than killing him. Why restrain it? Inosuke roared, swinging his blades upstream and cleaving the falling water apart. As long as it kills demons, isn't that enough? Then you won't kill them. Urokodaki's bamboo sword lashed mercilessly across Inosuke's back. If you face a demon stronger and faster than you, all your wild tricks become openings. Learn control. Learn to concentrate your power into a single point. Total concentration breathing. Fill every corner of your lungs with air. Day after day. Beatings. Arguments. More beatings. Yet amid this brutal refinement, Inosuke was thrilled to discover his body undergoing a transformation. Under Urokodaki's guidance, he learned to control how oxygen flowed through his bloodstream. The moment total concentration truly took hold, he felt his innate ice spirit constitution awaken to a deeper level. The cold he once absorbed passively could now be precisely guided by his breath, clinging to his blade. And more importantly, every night, when all was quiet, he would drag Tanjiro, dead tired like a corpse, back to his feet. Dance! Inosuke barked, iron fan in hand like a foreman. Do that fire dance again. Tanjiro never refused. With each demonstration, another force quietly sprouted within Inosuke. The unique breathing of the sun, water breathing's control. Ice breathing's destruction. Sun breathing's overwhelming dominance. These three forces were undergoing an unprecedented chemical reaction within Inosuke's special body. 1 year later. Before the largest boulder on Mount Sagiri, Urokodaki Sakonji stood quietly, facing the two youths. I have nothing left to teach you. The rest depends on whether you can split this stone and proceed to final selection. Tanjiro stared at the boulder, eyes resolute. Inosuke, meanwhile, curled his lip and drew his now sharper, more vicious-looking twin Nichiren blades. So this stupid game of make-believe finally ends. He inhaled deeply, white frost forming in the air before his mouth. I can hardly wait to see some old friends again. Medium White Star want more? Read chapters early on Patreon https://www.patreon.com/canonbreaker Medium White Star. Advanced chapters are finished, all that's left is to unlock them. Bonus Chapter System 10 Reviews Bonus Chapter 100 Power Stones Bonus Chapter. Fire. The stronger your support, the faster the story moves. Chapter 21, A Familiar Hand Brushes the Brow. 1,462 words. Two massive boulders stood upright in the snow. Tanjiro stood before one of them, his blade swinging down again and again. The skin between his thumb and forefinger had split open, blood soaked the hilt of his sword, yet the stone remained unmoved. His heavy breathing echoed through the silent mountain forest. Too clumsy. A lazy voice drifted down from the pine branches above. Tanjiro looked up to see Inosuke reclining sideways on a tree trunk. Snowflakes settled on his long eyelashes, making his face look even more delicate, like a porcelain doll enshrined on a Buddhist altar. Inosuke-kun. Tanjiro wiped the sweat from his face. I still can't find the opening Urokodaki-san mentioned. That's because your blade is too clean. Inosuke snapped his iron fan shut and leapt lightly to the ground. To cut something truly hard, relying only on your own effort isn't enough, Gonpachiro. He walked to the other boulder but didn't draw his sword. Instead, he extended his long fingers and gently brushed the rough stone surface, his gaze growing distant. Sometimes, you need a little guidance from those who came before. The moment he finished speaking, a sudden gust blew away the surrounding mist. Inosuke's skin tightened slightly. He didn't turn around, instead, a faint smile curved his lips. So you've come. He murmured softly. Tanjiro was still stunned when he noticed that atop the boulder, a figure wearing a fox mask had appeared at some point. Orange hair fluttered in the wind. The scars carved into the mask were painfully conspicuous. Sabito. Your senses are sharp, Sabito said, his voice crisp and stern. Since you can see me, why don't you draw your blade? Because I was waiting for you. Inosuke turned around. This time, there was no arrogance or wild bravado. Instead, he performed an elegant salute, one unique to the Eternal Paradise cult. A gesture reserved only for those he truly respected. Nice to meet you, senior brother. He looked at Sabito without the slightest hint of surprise. Of course he knew why this boy's soul lingered here. To protect his junior. And to wait for someone who could sever the nightmare. Sabito froze for a moment, clearly not expecting to be called senior brother. You silver-tongued brat. Let your blade do the talking. Whoosh! The wooden sword tore through the air with a sharp whistle. Inosuke didn't draw his twin blades. He simply stepped back half a pace, lightly deflecting the attack. Too light, senior brother, he said softly as he evaded. You're too gentle. A blade like that can't kill that demon. At the words that demon, Sabito's movements abruptly stiffened. What, do you know? I know why you stayed here. Inosuke stopped dodging. His iron fan snapped shut and tapped against Sabito's wooden sword like a short baton. You think you lost, so you have no face to see Giyu. No face to be reborn. Am I wrong? The word struck like a blade, piercing Sabito's defenses. That name. Giyu. The dearest friend he had protected with his life. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Inosuke slowly drew his twin blades. This time, the steel didn't radiate violent cold. Instead, it exuded a quiet, crushing pressure. Watch closely, senior brother. True protection isn't sacrificing yourself to save others. It's crushing, completely and utterly, anything that threatens what you cherish. Total concentration times ice breathing. First form times gnashing frost fangs. Inosuke didn't attack Sabito. He turned instead toward the massive boulder, gathering his full strength and resolve, and soared down with brutal force. Zzzzzzzzz. A teeth-grinding sound echoed. Under the serrated blade brimming with destructive intent, the seemingly indestructible rock split open like ice. Crack! The boulder split cleanly in two. The cut was rough, but the sheer destructive power was undeniable. Inosuke sheathed his blades and looked sideways at the stunned Sabito. Well? This is the path I've chosen. Sabito stared at the shattered stone. After a long while, a relieved chuckle escaped from behind the mask. What a strange guy you are. Your methods are brutal, but your blade carries a resolve. Like you're trying to sever fate itself. Sabito's figure began to turn translucent. He looked toward Tanjiro, who was still struggling earnestly with his own stone, his voice softening. That boy. I'll leave him to you. Don't let him end up like us. Inosuke nodded, his expression serious. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no trash will touch him. Sabito vanished. In the swirling snow, only Inosuke and Tanjiro, still locked in battle with the boulder, remained. Inosuke walked behind Tanjiro. For once, he didn't kick him. Instead, he reached out and adjusted Tanjiro's grip on the sword. Don't use brute force, Gonpachiro, he said quietly. 7 days later. When Tanjiro finally split the boulder through his own realization, Inosuke was sitting elegantly in front of Urokodaki's cabin, sipping tea. Urokodaki Sakonji brought out 2 masks. One was the traditional warding mask, which he gave to Tanjiro. The other was specially requested by Inosuke, a fox mask painted with a wide, grinning smile. Its expression was wicked, yet carried an eerie sense of sanctity. It looked remarkably like his father. Why choose this design? Urokodaki asked. Inusuke accepted the mask and gently traced the patterns on its surface. To remind myself, he replied softly. Let's go, Gonpachiro. Inusuke put on the mask, hiding his breathtaking face and revealing only a pair of emerald green eyes. To Mount Fujikasane. To collect the bodies of our fallen senior brothers and sisters. Mount Fujikasane, nightfall. The scent of wisteria flowers was so strong it made one dizzy. But to Inusuke, the stench of corpses was even stronger. Roar! Not long after entering the forest, a gigantic demon covered in arms blocked their path. The Hand Demon. The nightmare that had devoured 13 of Urokodaki's disciples. Tilda have some cute little foxes come again. Its murky eyes rolled as it stared at their masks, laughing nauseatingly. Perfect timing, the 14th and 15th. Tanjiro's grip on his sword trembled. He was furious and afraid. Shut up. A cold voice cut off the Hand Demon's boasting. Inusuke stepped out of the shadows. He didn't draw his blade. Instead, he calmly took out his iron fans and unfolded one to cover half his mask. His movements were slow and refined, aristocratic even. Yet the killing intent pouring from him was thicker than that of all the demons on the mountain combined. Hey, trash! Inusuke's voice echoed from behind the mask, tinged with mockery. With this hand, you touched senior brother Sabito's head, didn't you? Slash! The left iron fan swept out. A blade like cold wind instantly severed one of the Hand Demon's arms. Aya! Don't scream yet. Inusuke slowly drew his serrated Nichiren blade. You ate 13 people. So I'll cut this pile of fat into 1,300 pieces. And offer them as tribute. Tanjiro! Step back. His tone brooked no argument. This thing is my prey. Total concentration times ice breathing. Fourth form times chain-shattering ice fangs times funeral. Inusuke vanished. The next instant, he appeared above the Hand Demon's massive body. His twin blades spun like windmills, the serrated edges tearing savagely through its hardened flesh. This wasn't a battle. It was an execution. A deliberate, brutal venting of rage. A reckoning for the dead. It hurts. It hurts. What are you? The Hand Demon screamed in terror as it realized its regeneration couldn't keep up with the cuts. The boy in the smiling mask was like a tireless reaper, slowly dismembering it piece by piece. What am I? Inusuke landed on the demon's shoulder. The iron fan pressed to its neck, the serrated blade at its throat. Soft laughter leaked from beneath the mask. I am the young lord of the Eternal Paradise cult. Slash! The serrated blade swept through. The massive head flew into the air. The Hand Demon's body collapsed and disintegrated into the night wind. Inusuke sheathed his blade. There was no joy of victory on his face. He walked to where the demon had vanished and looked at the scraps of clothing left behind. Slowly, he removed his mask. Under the moonlight, the boy's eyes were gentle and sorrowful. From his robes, he took out a handful of wisteria petals and scattered them on the ground. Rest in peace, senior brothers. Senior sisters. He whispered. Behind him, Tanjiro watched, tears streaming down his face. Only now did he truly understand who Inusuke was. That's wonderful, Inusuke-kun. Medium White Star want more? Read chapters early on Patreon https://www.patreon.com/canonbreaker Medium White Star. Advanced chapters are finished, all that's left is to unlock them. Bonus Chapter System 10 Reviews Bonus Chapter 100 Power Stones Bonus Chapter. Fire. The stronger your support, the faster the story moves. Chapter 22, A Strangely Colored Blade. 1,467 words. 7 days felt like a long, unending nightmare. Only a handful of candidates survived this year's final selection. Kamado Tanjiro, Tsuyuri Kanao, Shinazugawa Genya, and the one currently sitting on a large boulder, calmly wiping blood from his blade. Hashibira Inusuke. His mask had been pushed to the side, revealing that exquisitely beautiful face. Though his luxurious hari was dusted with grime, the way he sat there made him look more like a noble on an outing than a survivor of hell. Ah. I lived. I actually lived. In a corner, a blond boy was curled up into a ball, muttering what sounded suspiciously like last words. Inusuke's ear twitched. He immediately recognized that familiar, sobbing tone. Snapping his iron fan shut, he jumped down from the rock and strode over with an utterly lawless swagger. "Hey, Stripey!" He kicked the boy lightly in the rear, not hard, but with unmistakable territorial authority. Zenitsu shot upright, tears and snot flying everywhere. "Water? Who was that?" "A demon." "The sun's out, why is there still, eh?" "You?" He recognized the underworld young master who had once treated him to tea and tried to recruit him as a lackey. "Be big brother." As if seeing family, Zenitsu clung to Inosuke's leg. "You're here too? That's great. You have to protect me from now on. The demons here were terrifying. Let go. Your snot's getting on my clothes." Inosuke pushed Zenitsu's forehead away with his fan, clearly disgusted, yet the corner of his mouth lifted in satisfaction. "Since you survived, your debt to me still stands. From today on, you're my number 2 follower." "Number 2? Zenitsu froze. Inosuke pointed at Tanjiro, who was standing nearby with a gentle smile. "That one's number 1. Just then, the mohawked Shinazugawa Genya stormed forward, radiating hostility. He grabbed one of the guiding girls by the hair. "Don't mess with me!" Genya roared. "Where's my sword? Give me my color-changing sword right now. I don't give a damn about the Demon Slayer uniform." "Please let go," the girl said flatly. "I said give me the sword. Are you deaf, damn it?" Genya shook her violently. Tanjiro was about to rush forward when his vision blurred. A familiar figure had already moved. "Hey! Rooster head!" A lazy voice sounded beside Genya's ear. "That's public property. You break it, can you afford to pay?" Genya spun around, but before he could see who it was, a sharp pain exploded in his wrist. Inosuke was already behind him, slender fingers clamped precisely on his pulse point. "You bastard!" "Sure." Inosuke raised a finger to his lips, smiling in a way eerily reminiscent of Doma. "My dad says being that rough with girls gets you hated, you know. Let me teach you some manners." Before the words even finished. Crack! With a smooth twist of his wrist, Inosuke snapped Genya's wrist cleanly. "Ag!" Genya screamed, releasing his grip and staggering back, cold sweat pouring down. "See?" Inosuke said calmly. "Now you're letting go." He took out a handkerchief and leisurely wiped the fingers that had touched Genya, then tossed it away like trash. "Next time you want a sword, remember to say please." Without sparing Genya another glance, Inosuke turned to the 2 girls and inclined his head slightly. "All right, it's quiet now. Please bring out the swords. I'm on a schedule." Zenitsu trembled violently at the side and whispered to Tanjiro. "Tanjiro, our big brother, is he actually from the underworld?" Tanjiro gave an awkward smile. "Well, Inosuke-kun is actually very reasonable, probably." That didn't look reasonable at all. That looked like straight-up gang rules. After choosing or and receiving their Kasugai crows, Inosuke found the crow too ugly and nearly plucked it to roast it. The poor bird had been traumatized ever since and refused to come within 3 meters of him. The group returned to Mount Sagiri. The moment they reached the gate, Inosuke kicked the wooden door open. Urokodaki Sakonji came out. The usually composed old man's shoulders trembled beneath his mask when he saw both disciples return alive. He rushed forward and pulled them into a hug. "Thank goodness, you came back alive." Tanjiro burst into tears at the warmth of the moment. Inosuke, however, stiffened completely. In the Eternal Paradise cult, he had always felt that his father's hugs were cold, false, performative. As a child, he never believed Doma held him out of love. Perhaps it was for Kotoha's sake, or simply because he found Inosuke amusing. But now, the warmth coming from Urokodaki's rough hands was real. Hot. Genuine. This unfamiliar affection from an older man unsettled Inosuke deeply, almost frightened him. "Hey! Old man! Let go!" He struggled fiercely, his face turning red. "It's too hot. Don't wipe your snot on me." Though he cursed non-stop, he didn't push Urokodaki away. He turned his head aside, looking at the sunset through the eye-holes of his mask, clicked his tongue softly, and didn't move again. Half a month later, Mount Sagiri welcomed a special visitor. A swordsmith wearing a fiery mask. Haganezuka Hotaru. "I'm here to deliver the swords." Haganezuka sat down, opened his bundle, and took out 3 brand new Nichirin blades. These were forged from the ore you chose. He handed one to Tanjiro first. Tanjiro drew it, and the blade instantly turned pitch black. A black blade. A sunburned child, black is the worst luck. Haganezuka nearly strangled Tanjiro in rage. Enough with the clowning. Inosuke cut in impatiently, sitting cross-legged on the tatami and extending a hand. What about mine? I specifically asked for 2. Haganezuka finally turned to him and produced 2 blades from behind his back. HMPH, brat. I don't know why you want 2, but I used my best craftsmanship. Inosuke took them. Heavy. Cold. Gleaming. Clearly masterworks. Breathe. Pour your strength into them, Urokodaki reminded from the side. Inosuke tightened his grip. An icy chill flowed through his body, sharpened by water-breathing training. And deep inside, that faint spark of stolen sun-breathing quietly pulsed. Hum. The blades began to change color. Everyone held their breath. The steel turned into a crystalline, translucent ice blue, radiating chilling frost. But along the edge of that ice blue blade, a strange dark red pattern emerged. 2 completely opposing colors, coexisting on the same sword. What color is that? Haganezuka was stunned. I've been forging swords for decades, I've never seen this. Ice blue mixed with blazing crimson. What kind of breathing style is this? Inosuke's eyes flashed with satisfaction, then his brows furrowed. The colors, acceptable. He weighed the blade, looking displeased. But it's too smooth. This kind of junk will slip when cutting bone. What? Haganezuka froze. You're calling my sword junk? Ignoring the smith's meltdown, Inosuke stood up, carrying the 2 new blades into the yard. There sat a large blue stone used for grinding beans. Inosuke-kun? What are you doing? Tanjiro felt a deep sense of dread. Inosuke smiled faintly. If it's my sword, then it has to grow into the shape I like. He raised the priceless, master-forged Nichirin blade and smashed it against the hardest edge of the stone. Clang! 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 Sparks flew. The crisp metal impacts drew a pig-slaughtering scream from Haganezuka. Aya! Stop! What are you doing? That's my sword. My child! Inosuke ignored him, calmly smashing again and again, chipping the smooth blade into jagged, uneven serrations. Clang! When the first blade was finished, he switched hands and lifted the second. No! Haganezuka rushed forward in despair, only to be restrained tightly by Tanjiro. Haganezuka-san. Please calm down. This is just Inosuke-kun's style. Moments later, Inosuke examined the 2 now mangled, serrated blades and blew off the stone dust in satisfaction. Ha! He crossed the blades. The jagged teeth bit together with a teeth-grinding screech. Now this feels right. Turning around, he looked at the foam-mouthed Haganezuka, and the helpless Urokodaki and Tanjiro. He sheathed the twin blades, pulled out his iron fans, and pinned them to his chest. Luxurious clothes. Sinister aura. This bizarre combination somehow formed a unique style, his style. Just then, the Kashagi crow that had been hiding from Inosuke finally dared to fly over, trembling as it perched on the fence. Core. Mission. Mission. Proceed to the northwestern town. Young women are disappearing. Slay the demon. Inosuke gazed into the distance, emerald eyes unreadable. So it's finally time, my first mission. He touched the serrated blade at his waist. Gonpachiro, Stripey should be there too, right? A meaningful smile spread across his face. Perfect. The 3 of us. Medium White Star want more? Read chapters early on Patreon https://www.patreon.com/canonbreaker Medium White Star. Advanced chapters are finished, all that's left is to unlock them. Bonus chapter system. 10 reviews bonus chapter. 100 Power Stones bonus chapter. Fire the stronger your support, the faster the story moves. Chapter 23, The Swamp Demon. 1,702 words. After nightfall, the northwestern town fell into utter silence. How desolate! A voice full of disdain broke the stillness. Inosuke walked down the empty street. The Demon Slayer uniform he'd just received had already been customized by him. Every standard button removed and replaced with pure gold ones. At his waist hung two outrageously shaped swords, and over his shoulders he wore a hari embroidered with gold thread. He looked less like a rookie demon slayer and more like a Yakuza prince inspecting his turf. Inosuke-kun, please don't let your guard down. Tanjiro followed closely behind with the wooden box on his back, his nose twitching constantly, expression grave. There's a very strong demon scent in the air here, and more than one. I know, Gonpachiro. Inosuke lazily waved his iron fan. 3 rats. They stink, but they're not strong. Of course, he already knew who the boss here was. The swamp demon. A split-bodied freak that could move freely through an alternate swamp space, with a severe fetishistic obsession. 3? Tanjiro froze. Inosuke-kun, you already know. Instinct. Inosuke tapped his own skin. In such a quiet environment, his superhuman tactile sense was at its peak. The airflow underground is wrong. Something's burrowing through the dirt, like rats. As they spoke, suppressed sobbing suddenly came from ahead. A young man sat slumped by the roadside, face hollow, clutching a torn piece of cloth in his hand. Kazumi. The pitiful man who had just lost his fiancée. Tanjiro rushed over immediately, full of concern, gently asking what had happened. Inosuke, on the other hand, strolled over at his own pace and looked down at Kazumi. Hey, cry baby. He tapped Kazumi's shoulder with his fan. Heard your fiancée disappeared. Kazumi looked up, eyes bloodshot, and nodded blankly. Want to find her? Inosuke tilted his head. Or, at least get her belongings back. He pulled a gold coin from his sleeve and flipped it deftly between his fingers. The Demon Slayer Corps works for free, but I don't. My appearance fee is expensive. Inosuke-kun. Tanjiro was genuinely upset for once. How can you talk about money at a time like this? Kazumi-san is already suffering so much. Can suffering fill your stomach? Can it kill demons? Inosuke sneered. Because he's suffering, he needs a deal. Only after paying a price will he believe we're professionals, believe we're reliable, and then he'll have a reason to keep living. He turned back to Kazumi, his tone eerily similar to the way his father preached to followers. So, sir, if I kill the monster that ate people, and bring back your fiancée, or her belongings, what are you willing to give? Kazumi froze. Looking at this beautiful yet sinister boy, it felt like grabbing onto the last straw of hope. As long as you find Riko, I'll give anything. Even my life. Your life? Forget it. Not worth much. Inosuke clicked his tongue. After it's done, just give me however much money you have. Deal. Kazumi answered without hesitation. Good. Inosuke nodded in satisfaction and slipped the gold coin back into his sleeve. From now on, you're my client. Anyone who touches my client is smashing my reputation. Before the words finished, his skin suddenly prickled, the ground trembled without warning. They're here. Inosuke's eyes sharpened. At the instant the demon emerged, his left iron fan snapped open and lunged forward. PSH. The ground suddenly turned into black sludge. A pale arm shot out, grabbing at a passing girl. Like hell. Inosuke's fan slammed down with a howling gust of wind. Smack! The serrated edge scraped off a layer of demon flesh, freezing the arm for an instant. Gonpachiro! Cut it! Inosuke roared. Tanjiro reacted instantly, his Nichiren blade flashing with rippling water. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. But the swamp demon was slippery. Just before the blade touched, it shrank back into the swamp like an eel, leaving only a black stain behind. TCH slippery. Inosuke withdrew his fan, watching the swamp entrance fade. Definitely rats. It went underground. Tanjiro stared anxiously at the ground. What do we do? We can't hit it from up here. Who says we can't? Inosuke's lips curled into a cruel grin. He walked to the still wet swamp mark and slowly drew his twin swords. If it likes hiding in mud, then I'll flip the ground itself. Inosuke inhaled deeply, chest swelling, pushing his ice spirit physique to its limit. Gripping the blades in reverse, he stabbed both swords straight into the black sludge. Freeze! Boom! Terrifying cold poured down the blades and surged underground. He couldn't yet create massive ice lotuses like Doma, but using his swords as conduits to flood a semi-liquid swamp space with cold was easy. Crack, crack, crack! Frost spread across the ground. The soft earth hardened like steel. Underground, the three swamp demons felt the mire rapidly chill, then freeze solid. What's happening? It's freezing. What kind of blades does that brat have? I can't move. We have to get out. Bang! 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 With 3 explosions, the ground burst open nearby. 3 identical swamp demons, distinguished only by the number of horns on their heads, scrambled out, covered in ice shards, teeth chattering. They came out. Inusuke pulled his blades free, shaking off mud and ice. He looked at them and smiled viciously. This is your swamp. He scoffed. Not even as good as my dad's foot-washing water. You arrogant brat. The three-horned demon roared. You dare insult our blood demon art. I'll chew your bones one by one. Chew my bones. Inusuke rolled his neck, joints cracking. Gonpachiro, the 1-horn and 2-horn ones are yours. Got it. Tanjiro set down the box. Nezuko, protect them. Nezuko jumped out, standing guard over Kazumi and the rescued girl, eyes fierce. Big mouth with 3 horns. Inusuke raised his blade and pointed it straight at the leader. You're mine. The battle exploded. The 3-horned demon lunged from a blind angle, claws flashing toward Inusuke's neck. Die. Too slow. Inusuke didn't dodge. His inhuman flexibility bent his body backward into a grotesque arc, avoiding the claws as his twin blades swung upward like snapping crocodile jaws. Total concentration, ice breathing, second form, shattering ice fangs. ZZZRRK. The serrated blades bit down, locking onto the demon's arms. Got you. Inusuke hung upside down, grinning at the demon, emerald eyes full of mockery. Your bones are softer than I expected. What? The demon panicked, trying to pull free, but the more it struggled, the deeper the serrations hooked. Trying to run. Inusuke snapped upright like a spring, spinning with the demon in midair. Weren't you so cocky just now? Boom. He kicked the demon's stomach and flung it to the ground, then landed immediately, slamming both knees onto its shoulders. Lesson time. When you talk to me, trash like you doesn't get to say whatever it wants. He reversed his grip on the indigo serrated blade and gestured at the demon's mouth. You said you'd chew my bones, right? Then I'll saw your mouth apart first. Slash. He sliced off the demon's jaw. Ayag. The demon screamed, blood spraying everywhere. Not done yet. Inusuke's eyes were icy. His hands moved in a blur. Ears sliced off, fingers severed, tendons cut. This wasn't simple cruelty. This was a lesson learned in the Eternal Paradise cult. For villains, fear is more effective than death. He wanted this demon to feel despair worse than that of the girls it had eaten. Nearby, Tanjiro struggled against the other 2 demons, barely keeping up with their hit-and-run swamp attacks. Inusuke-kun. Stop playing around and help. TCH useless. Inusuke glanced at the 3-horned demon, now a limbless stump writhing on the ground. So boring. Too weak. He stepped on its head. Remember my name. Eternal Paradise Cult's young master, Hashibira Inusuke. Mention Doma in hell and you might get a discount. Crunch. The serrated blade pierced down, crushing the demon's head. Seeing their leader brutally killed, the remaining 2 demons panicked and tried to escape underground. Running? Inusuke sneered, pulling out his iron fans. Total concentration. Muscles bulging, he hurled both fans like boomerangs. Self-created technique, twin fans, whirling severance. Whoosh! The green iron fans carved perfect arcs through the air and sliced straight into the half-open swamp portals. Ah! My legs! The demons were severed mid-escape, stuck halfway out. Gonpachiro! Now! Yes! Tanjiro surged forward like flowing water. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. 2 heads fell. The battle ended. Inusuke retrieved his fans, wiped off the blood, and pinned them back to his chest. He kicked through the dispersing ashes, scattering colorful hairpins and keepsakes, the victim's belongings. Here. What you wanted. Kazumi burst into tears, staring at the boy who had just been so brutally merciless. Thank you. No need. Inusuke held out his hand. Pay the fee. Also, my fan chipped while saving you, repair costs count too. Tanjiro. Kazumi. Inusuke-kun. Tanjiro couldn't help complaining. Do you really have to be this business-minded right now? Shut up, Gonpachiro. Inosuke stuffed the money into his sleeve shamelessly. If I don't have money, how do I maintain my blades? By meat? How do I? He glanced at Nezuko behind Tanjiro, gnawing dumbly on her bamboo muzzle. Feed you two broke freeloaders. Tanjiro blinked, then smiled warmly. All right, whatever you say. So, what are we eating tonight? Tempura. Fried shrimp tempura. Inosuke instantly switched from tyrant mode to foodie mode, eyes sparkling. And the most expensive place. You're paying. Hey. But all my money's with you. That's my money. Your money is my money is my money. Then where did Tanjiro's money go? Gonpachiro's money is also my money. The boys' arguing voices faded into the snowy night. Meanwhile, Inosuke subtly touched the pouch hidden in his clothes. During the fight, he'd felt a gaze on him. So, someone's already watching her. He smiled inwardly. Next stop, Asakasa. Medium White Star want more? Read chapters early on Patreon https://www.patreon.com/canonbreaker Medium White Star. Advanced chapters are finished, all that's left is to unlock them. Bonus chapter system. 10 reviews bonus chapter. 100 Power Stones bonus chapter. Fire the stronger your support, the faster the story moves. Chapter 24 A Second Encounter. 1,494 words. Asakasa. Under the Taisho-era night sky, the city glittered with dazzling lights. For Tanjiro, who had lived deep in the mountains all his life, it was an overwhelming, almost surreal shock. For Inosuke, however, it meant only one thing. So damn annoying. He frowned, digging his little finger into his ear. The luxurious hari he wore stood out glaringly beneath the neon lights. 2 grotesque-looking swords hung at his waist, and in his hand was a skewer of freshly bought takoyaki, which he ate with casual indifference. Inosuke-kun, the udon here is really delicious. Tanjiro held his bowl, still stunned by the city's splendor, yet visibly comforted by the food. Eat faster, Inosuke urged. Once you're done, let's find an inn. The air here reeks of coal smoke, disgusting. But before the words had fully settled. Clatter! The bowl slipped from Tanjiro's hands and shattered on the ground, broth splashing everywhere. Inosuke froze. The takoyaki halfway to his mouth stopped mid-air. He saw Tanjiro's expression, shock, disbelief, and a hatred burned so deeply it seemed carved into his bones. That smell. Tanjiro's entire body trembled. Even if he were reduced to ashes, he would never forget it. The scent that had lingered on the corpses of his family. In the next instant, Tanjiro bolted into the sea of people like a madman. Hey! Gonpachiro! Inosuke shouted, swallowing the takoyaki in one bite. He grabbed his twin blades and chased after him. Inosuke weaved through the crowd like a fish through water, never colliding with a single person. At the same time, he locked onto the source of the anomaly. Ahead, at the center of the crowd, there was a sound utterly out of place amid the human clamor. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of 7 hearts beating at once, carrying an inhuman pressure. Kibutsuji Musen. Inosuke's gaze turned icy. He swiftly pulled the concealment pouch from his sleeve and hung it prominently at his waist. The pouch's effect blurred the hunter's aura clinging to him, replacing it with a vague presence, neither fully human nor fully demon. At the center of the street, Tanjiro shoved through the crowd, sprinting straight toward the source of the scent. Panting, he grabbed the shoulder of a man in a western suit. It's you. The man turned around. Pale skin. Plum-red vertical pupils. And yet, he was holding a human little girl, with a human woman standing beside him. Oh my. Musen's voice was gentle, elegant. Have you mistaken me for someone else? Tanjiro froze. Human. This demon was pretending to be human? Musen's gaze fell upon the Hanafuda earrings on Tanjiro's ears. Deep within his pupils, a flicker of fear-laced killing intent flashed. Just as he was about to raise his hand and execute this insolent demon slayer, a slender hand suddenly rested on his other shoulder. Well now, uncle, long time no see. A lazy voice, tinged with mock surprise, slipped into the suffocating tension. Musen paused and turned his head. Before him stood a boy with a face far too beautiful, smiling brightly as he flicked open an iron fan. It was that child, the human cub Doma had once brought into the Infinity Castle. The one who could hear his heartbeat. You are. Muzan narrowed his eyes. Why was this irritating human, like Doma himself, standing together with a demon slayer? Sure. Inosuke raised a finger to his lips. Using his absolute pitch, he compressed his voice into a whisper meant for Muzan alone. Long time no see, Uncle Muzan. The word uncle came out smoothly, and with razor-sharp irony. It instantly declared his position. Doma's adopted son. One of their side. The killing intent in Muzan's eye stalled for a fraction of a second. And in that instant, Inosuke did something shocking. He released Muzan and stepped in front of Tanjiro instead. Then he bowed deeply toward Muzan, performing a flawless, formal salute, one that only the 12 Kizuki used when facing him. My friend is ignorant and has disturbed your refined evening. Inosuke raised his head. Madness glittered in his emerald eyes. With a glance, he subtly drew Muzan's attention to the heavily modified Demon Slayer uniform he wore. I'm doing quite well for myself these days. Once more, he murmured using absolute pitch. I'm looking for the Ubuyashiki estate. This charcoal-selling kid is a key lead. Muzan's gaze shifted. Ubuyashiki, the enemy he had searched for over 1,000 years. This child raised by Doma had infiltrated the Demon Slayer Corps to help him find Ubuyashiki? The bait was enormous. So enormous that even a creature as paranoid as Kibutsuji Muzan couldn't help but feel tempted. HMPH. Muzan snorted. Of course he wouldn't fully trust it, but he didn't mind keeping such a tool around to observe. Still, the disturbance at hand needed to be dealt with. At that moment, a couple of passing civilians approached. Muzan's true nature flared instantly. He didn't need Inosuke's help, he would create chaos himself, and deliver a warning to this adopted son while he was at it. Slash! His nails elongated. Too fast for the eye to follow, they sliced across the husband's neck, injecting demon blood. Ah! The man mutated instantly, screaming as he lunged at his wife, jaws snapping. D! What's wrong with you? The woman shrieked. The crowd erupted. Ah! Murder! A monster! Screams and cries overlapped in panic. Stop! Tanjiro could no longer care about Muzan. He couldn't allow innocent people to be harmed. He lunged forward, jamming his sword sheath into the newborn demon's mouth and slamming it to the ground. Inosuke-kun! Help me! Hold him down, don't let him kill anyone. Police whistles rang out. The crowd scattered in all directions. Muzan coldly observed the scene, turning to leave, but as he passed Inosuke, his steps slowed slightly. Inosuke stood in the shadows, his back to Tanjiro. He didn't move to help. Instead, he slowly extended his hand toward Muzan, palm up. A gesture of asking. You want trust? Muzan murmured. Then prove your worth. If your body can't handle it, die here. Thrust! Muzan's finger pierced straight into Inosuke's palm. He injected blood, highly concentrated, heavily cursed demon blood. Inosuke let out a muffled groan, his face turning deathly pale. Agony surged through him, as if molten lava were burning its way up his arm. Cell screamed. Nerves tore apart. His ice spirit physique went into overdrive, extreme cold wrapping tightly around the raging demon blood, preventing it from rushing straight to his heart. He clenched his teeth, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet he remained standing. He even forced out a provocative smile toward Muzan. I thank you for the gift. Muzan stared at the boy. Someone who endured the curse without exploding, without losing his sanity or transforming. At last, a hint of satisfaction surfaced in his eyes. A good seed. And a rabid dog. Don't disappoint me. Leaving those words behind, Muzan vanished into the night with his family. Only after he was completely gone did Inosuke slump against the wall, gasping for breath. His left arm had turned dark purple, veins bulging grotesquely. Damn it, that was way too much. He gritted his teeth. Just then, the surroundings blurred. Brilliant, dreamlike patterns bloomed in the air. The noisy street, the panicked crowd, it was all sealed away, as if separated into another world. Blood demon art, bewitching blood, vision confusing incense. A gentle yet resolute female voice spoke. Even after becoming a demon, you struggle desperately not to eat humans. Such willpower is truly moving. Inosuke lifted his head. A beautiful woman in a kimono approached slowly. Tamayo. Behind her, Yushiro stood glaring at them, his face screaming, "Stay away from that woman." The boy carrying a demon, and that one. Tamayo's gaze fell on Inosuke's discolored arm, shock flickering in her eyes. A boy injected with a massive amount of demon blood, yet still retaining human reason. "Come with me. Both of you." Inosuke shook his arm. It hurt, but he knew he'd gambled right. He'd successfully caught Musen's attention and obtained his ticket as a double agent. At the same time, he'd drawn Tamayo's interest. TCH. Finally show up, huh? Nursemaid. He straightened, regaining his arrogant posture. Walking over to Tanjiro, still restraining the struggling newborn demon, Inosuke hoisted the creature up with one hand. "Let's go, Gonpachiro." He tilted his chin toward Tamayo. "Someone's inviting us for tea. And while we're at it, help me fix this useless arm." Tanjiro stared, completely dumbfounded. "Who?" "Inosuke-kun, do you know her?" "Nope." Inosuke met Tamayo's violet eyes, a playful smile curling on his lips. "But I can smell it. The scent of a traitor. Medium White Star, want more?" Read chapters early on Patreon https://www.patreon.com/Cannonbreaker Medium White Star. Advanced chapters are finished, all that's left is to unlock them. Bonus chapter system. 10 reviews bonus chapter. 100 power stones bonus chapter. Fire. The stronger your support, the faster the story moves. Chapter 25, All Assembled. 1029 words. Inside Tamayo's hidden residence. "Your arm has been treated." Tamayo set down the bandages, her gaze lingering on Inosuke's arm. The swelling had subsided, but faint bluish-purple veins still crawled beneath the skin, leaving her eyes clouded with complicated emotions. "I used wisteria poison to temporarily suppress Musen's cells, but they haven't disappeared. They'll lie dormant inside you like sleeping seeds. Once your mental or physical condition reaches its limit, they'll surge back." She paused, studying him more closely. "And your body is very unusual. His blood inside you feels as if it's been frozen solid." "Thanks, lady." Inosuke flexed his left hand. The lingering numb pain made his brow twitch, but he still wore an unconcerned grin. "A backlash? Good. Might as well, could use something to wake me up." He stood. "You've got the blood you wanted. Now I've got work to do." "Work?" Tanjiro, carrying Nezuko's box, looked worried. "Inosuke-kun, your arm isn't fully healed yet. Maybe we should rest." "Rest my ass." Inosuke cut him off, eyes turning toward the sky outside, already beginning to brighten. "I ran into Musen. That means my cheap old man is definitely going to worry about me again. And once he starts worrying, that busted mouth of his will start nagging my mom, and then my mom will worry too." The Eternal Paradise Cult. This was the very heart of the sect. No one besides the cult leader Doma and the young master Inosuke dared to step within. Snow lay thick across the courtyard. Kotoha, dressed only in a thin night robe and wrapped in a white fox fur cloak, sat beneath the corridor eaves, staring blankly at the courtyard gate. In her hand she clutched a crumpled stack of papers. They were letters, Inosuke's letters, delivered every few days by Butler Soto. Most of them were little more than crude doodles. One showed a stick figure holding 2 jagged swords, standing atop a pile of grotesque monsters, with crooked words scribbled beside it, "Number 1 under heaven." Another showed him eating shrimp tempura, oil all over his mouth, with the words, "Tasty. Bring some for Mom." The drawings were childish, but to Kotoha they were priceless treasures. Still, these past few nights her heart had been restless. She kept dreaming of Inosuke, drenched in blood, standing at the edge of a cliff, countless monsters behind him with jaws wide open. So cold. Kotoha hugged herself, pulling the fox fur tighter. It wasn't the weather. It was the loneliness in her heart. In this luxurious yet icy Eternal Paradise cult, Inosuke was her only warmth. And now, that warmth was gone. Sigh. A soft sigh suddenly sounded behind her. Kotoha jumped in fright, the letters scattering to the ground. She spun around, and saw a face so beautiful it was almost inhuman. Doma. He wore the cult leader's ceremonial robes, a tall hat upon his head, golden fans in hand. His rainbow-colored eyes gazed quietly at her. "El leader?" Kotoha hurried to rise and bow, but a long, slender hand pressed gently on her shoulder. "Sure." Doma's fingers were icy cold. No need for formalities, Kotoha-chan. I was just passing by, so I thought I'd take a look. He sat down beside her, bending to pick up the scattered drawings. Looking at the arrogant little stick figure, he couldn't help laughing. Such ugly drawings. This child's artistic talent really does take after me, none at all. Though he spoke dismissively, he carefully folded the papers one by one and placed them back into Kotoha's hands. Thinking about Inosuke. Doma tilted his head toward her, his tone as gentle as if soothing a child who'd been wronged. Kotoha's eyes reddened. She lowered her head, voice trembling. Yes. Inosuke's been gone for so long. I worry he doesn't eat enough, doesn't dress warmly. I worry bad people might bully him. Bad people? Doma let out a soft laugh, as though he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. Kotoha-chan, you're adorable. In this world, there's probably no bad person worse than our Inosuke. He reached out and gently brushed the loose strands of hair from beside her ear, his fingers gliding across her cheek. Don't worry. That child was raised by me personally. Wherever he goes, it's already a blessing if he doesn't bully others. He's doing great things out there now. As he looked at the woman crying softly before him, something incredibly rare stirred in the place where Doma's heart had long since stopped beating. Was it because Kotoha was hurting for someone else? Even if that someone was Inosuke? Kotoha-chan. Doma's voice grew lower, threaded with subtle persuasion, his specialty. Inosuke has grown up. He's an eagle, he's meant to fly away someday. You can't keep him tied to you forever. Do you want to become his burden? Those words struck straight at Kotoha's weakness. She wiped her tears in panic. No. I don't want to drag Inosuke down. Doma raised both hands, cupping her face and gently forcing her to meet his gaze. In his rainbow eyes was reflected her anxious, helpless expression. But you still have me. Doma smiled softly. As long as you stay here, in this eternal paradise cult, as long as you're by my side, you'll never be harmed. I'll stay with you always. Until the end of your life, or until we go together to that sorrowless paradise. Come now, sing. Doma released her and lay down with his head resting in her lap, eyes closed, looking utterly content. Sing the lullaby Inosuke loves most. I'll listen on his behalf. Kotoha wiped away her tears, sniffled softly, and nodded obediently. Her song rose through the courtyard, still tinged with sobs at first, but gradually growing steady and calm. Over 13 years, subtle changes had begun to take root within Doma. For the sake of Kotoha's smile. He hadn't eaten a human in a very long time. Medium White Star want more? Read chapters early on Patreon https://www.patreon.com/canonbreaker Medium White Star. Advanced chapters are finished, all that's left is to unlock them. Bonus Chapter System. 10 Reviews Bonus Chapter. 100 Power Stones Bonus Chapter. Fire. The stronger your support, the faster the story moves. Chapter 26, the original lineup. 1,582 words. Achoo! Achoo! Inosuke let out 2 earth-shaking sneezes, rubbing his nose, which had turned red from the cold. Damn it, must be that grinding-head bastard talking trash about me again. Inosuke-kun, did you catch a cold? Tanjiro asked with concern, handing over his scarf. You don't look so good. Shut up. I'm hungry. Inosuke shoved the scarf away, rubbing his stomach in a foul mood. They'd been rushing non-stop these past 2 days with the Kashagi crow nagging them, no proper meals at all. Just then, from the road ahead, came a wail so loud it sounded like someone being slaughtered. Please? I'm begging you, marry me. I'm definitely going to die. I'll 100% die on my next mission. Just think of it as charity, let me leave behind a descendant. Wah! Tanjiro froze. That voice. Inosuke's brow instantly relaxed. He recognized that noise immediately. Wasn't that the blonde guy who owed him a mountain of money and cried all the way through final selection? The two walked forward and saw a blonde boy in a yellow hari clinging desperately to a village girl's leg, bawling with snot and tears all over his face. A Kashagi crow circled helplessly above his head. Agatsuma Zenitsu. Let go. I don't know you. The girl was pale with fear, struggling to break free. I won't let go unless you promise to marry me. Save me, please. Zenitsu cried even louder. So noisy. A lazy voice sounded above Zenitsu's head. The crying stopped instantly. Zenitsu stiffly looked up and saw a face familiar enough to haunt his nightmares. And two serrated blades gleaming coldly in the sunlight. BBB. He stuttered for a long time. Big what? Inusuke bent down, flashing a devilish grin. Your creditor's here. Not gonna say hello? Boss. Zenitsu instantly released the girl, rolling and crawling over to hug Inusuke's leg. Boss, save me. I don't want to go on missions. That crow said I'm heading south-southeast, there are definitely demons there. Scary ones. Get off. You're getting snot on me. Inusuke kicked him away in disgust, then grabbed him by the collar like a chick. Perfect timing. I'm short a bag carrier. Since you're so afraid of dying, you can follow me and be my bait. Bait? No. I'll die even faster. Shut up. Inusuke glanced at Tanjiro. What are you spacing out for? Let's go. We're heading south-southeast to wipe out a demon nest. Amidst complete chaos, the original duo became a trio. Inusuke led the way, full of swagger. Tanjiro followed with Nezuko on his back, helplessly playing mediator. Zenitsu trailed behind, crying non-stop, only to be forced forward at sword point whenever he lagged. By evening, an eerie mansion appeared at the end of the road. This it? Inusuke stopped, ears twitching. Absolute pitch activated. A sound like drums beating directly on the human heart echoed faintly from deep within the house. That's... Inusuke narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint flashing through his emerald gaze. As a transmigrator, he knew exactly what lay ahead. The drum house. Kaigai, the former lower rank 6, stripped of his title. Zenitsu. Inusuke suddenly wrapped an arm around the trembling Zenitsu and pointed at the mansion. Since you're so scared of dying, let's play a game. Whoever kills the demon inside first doesn't have to pay me back. No. I'll pay. I'll write IOUs. I'm not going in. Zenitsu shook his head wildly. Not your choice. Inusuke kicked the door open. Time to demolish the house, minions. Inside the drum house. The moment they stepped inside, a powerful sense of weightlessness struck. Space twisted. Gravity flipped. Tanjiro and Zenitsu were sent tumbling as the room suddenly rotated. But not Inusuke. The instant he entered, he adapted. When the room rotated 90 degrees, he drove his iron fan into the floor like a nail, anchoring himself. His body hung upside down like a giant bat. Inusuke-kun. Be careful. Something's wrong here. Tanjiro shouted, steadying Zenitsu. What's wrong about it? Inusuke grinned smugly from above. It's just a spinning house. Just then. Boom. A drum sounded. The room flipped again. A claw burst from the wall, slashing toward Tanjiro's back. That's a drum demon. Don't touch my prey. Inusuke roared, kicking off the ceiling and launching himself like a cannonball. Gonpachiro. This drum-beating freak is mine. Mid-air, he drew his blades, eyes blazing with excitement. Ever since Muzan injected him with blood in Asakusa, a violent force had been boiling inside him, nowhere to vent. Now, he'd found the perfect punching bag. Kaigai scoffed and struck the drum embedded in his shoulder. Boom. The room flipped. Anyone else would have lost balance instantly. But Inusuke twisted his waist mid-air, performing a move that blatantly defied physics. His left serrated blade stabbed into the floor for leverage, while his right blade swung with the rotation's momentum. Straight at Kaigai. Hey, drummer! Inusuke landed before him, blade pointed at the drum in Kaigai's chest. The icy blue edge shimmered with faint crimson lines. Your rhythm's a mess. It sounds like garbage. Let me teach you what real tempo is. Total concentration, breathing. Inusuke inhaled deeply. The red patterns along the icy blade pulsed. But before he could strike. Boom! Another drum beat. The hallway flipped 90 degrees again. Tatami mats turned into vertical walls as paintings and vases crashed down. So rude. Inusuke muttered with clear disdain. Spinning things around like this just makes people nauseous. Are you trying to attack guests with vomit? Kaigai's veins bulged. As a former lower rank 6, nothing enraged him more than his art being dismissed. Shut up, insect! Don't trample my drums with your filthy existence. Boom boom boom. Drums on his shoulder, leg, and abdomen thundered at once. The room spun wildly. 3 invisible claw-shaped shockwaves tore through the air, sealing off all of Inosuke's attack routes. Blood demon art, rapid drum strike. Filthy? Inosuke's eyes went cold, his noble facade shattering. My clothes are worth 10,000 times more than this dump. The tearing pressure of the shockwaves scraped across his skin like blades. Too slow. He inhaled. His chest expanded slightly as icy energy flooded his arms. Total concentration, ice breathing. Second form, shattering ice fangs, whirling dance. His twin serrated blades cut through the gaps between the shockwaves at impossibly precise angles. Zip! Kayagai's prized vacuum slashes were caught by the blade's teeth. And shredded like silk. What? Terror flooded Kayagai's eyes. My turn, drummer. Inosuke flicked his foot and hurled his iron fan. Smack! It slammed into Kayagai's drumming wrist, freezing the joint instantly. This hand, your timing's off. His voice was calm, like a strict music teacher correcting a student. Then. ZZZRK. The serrated blade bit into Kayagai's shoulder. Inosuke spun gracefully, back turned, and yanked downward. Ah! Kayagai screamed as his shoulder, drum and all, was sawed clean off. Too loud. Inosuke flicked the black blood from his blade. Since you love spinning so much, I'll send you off properly. He crossed both blades. For a moment, the cruelty inherited from Doma burst forth in full. Total concentration, ice breathing. Third form, avalanche saw fangs. A flash of cold light. Thud. Kayagai's head rolled away. His body crumbled into ash. Inosuke picked up the still twitching drum and tapped it once. Boom. Sounds not bad. He tossed it aside in disgust. Shame the craftsmanship's trash. Not worthy of me. He straightened his collar, once again looking carefree, as if the killing intent from moments ago had never existed. On the other side of the mansion. When Inosuke emerged, blades in hand and steps elegant, Tanjiro was carrying the rescued child, exhausted. Zenitsu cowered in a corner, shaking. Yo. Inosuke covered half his face with the iron fan, smiling faintly. Everyone's still alive. Inosuke-kun. Tanjiro sighed in relief. You're okay. That drum demon. Taken care of. Inosuke said lightly. He bent slightly toward the boy named Kiyoshi. Kid. His voice suddenly gentle, almost hymn-like. This house is a mess, and the feng shui's awful. I purified it for you. No need to thank me. Before the child could feel grateful, Inosuke held out his hand and rubbed his fingers together. As a purification fee, got any money? Kiyoshi. Tanjiro. Inosuke-kun. Don't bully children. Tanjiro screamed in despair. That's called equal exchange. All right, job done. This place is filthy, I'm going back to bathe and change. Just as they were about to leave, Inosuke's heightened senses screamed. A hostile presence burst out of the forest. Bull rush. Bull rush. A wild figure wearing a boar's head mask, wielding 2 chipped swords, burst through the bushes and charged them. This was where Hashibira Inosuke was supposed to appear in the original story. But in this timeline. Who was this? A fake? Who the hell is that? So gross. Zenitsu shrieked. Inosuke stared at the boar-masked man, a surge of inexplicable anger rising. It felt like seeing a cheap knockoff. That guy's swords were serrated too? Hey! Inosuke drew his blades and blocked the path. Where'd this bootleg come from? You dare cosplay in front of me? Bull rush. I'll cut you in half. The boarman charged without listening. Clang! For blades collided. Inosuke stared at the boar mask, brow twitching violently. So smelly. He inhaled sharply. Go take a bath, now. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 27, I Am the Protagonist, Part 1. 964 words. Who are you? The boar-masked man and Inosuke locked eyes in a standoff, white steam puffing from the pig's snout. You use dual blades too? I use dual blades too. I'll cut you down. I'm the strongest. Inisuk answered with a single kick to the boarman's stomach. Bang! The boarman was sent flying several meters, slamming hard into a tree. Inisuk lightly rested the handle of his fan against his chin, looking at the boarman the way one might look at a toad squatting in the road. So ugly. Your swords are ugly enough to make me want to wash my eyes. And that pig head of yours absolutely reeks. Aya! I'm pissed off. The boarman exploded with rage. I'm the king of the mountain. I'm invincible. Take this. He charged forward, wildly swinging his blades. There was no trace of any breathing technique, just brute force slashing. Kneel. Inisuk didn't even draw his swords. The moment the boarman rushed in, Inisuk's left iron fan snapped open with a whoosh. He sidestepped like a ghost, effortlessly avoiding the clumsy strike. At the same time, the long fingers of his right hand shot out, precisely locking onto the man's wrist joint. Crack! With just a light twist, the wrist bent at a grotesque angle. Aya! The man screamed as his sword fell to the ground. This is what you call invincible. Inisuk kicked the back of the man's knee, forcing him to his knees. Then, with obvious disgust, he hooked the boar mask and lifted it up. Let me see what kind of brainless ugly bastard dares to use the same kind of swords as me. The mask flew off, revealing a bearded, thick-faced middle-aged man, fear written all over his face. Hey! Zenitsu stared in shock. It's a middle-aged guy. Inisuk's brow furrowed even deeper. Staring at that face, a flicker of recognition surfaced. This face. A few years ago, wasn't this the unlucky fellow he'd robbed at the gates of the Eternal Paradise cult when he took his first Nichiren blade? No, wrong. Wasn't he the Ronin bodyguard following some wealthy merchant? Right. He remembered now. This was the samurai whose blade he'd sawed apart. Sasaki. Inisuk narrowed his eyes, disbelief creeping into his voice. You? That useless trash from back then. The man trembled violently, staring at Inisuk's face, older now, but unmistakably the same. The fear from years ago surged back all at once. It's you or that kid. After being humiliated by a child wielding serrated blades, the man had completely broken. He couldn't accept being defeated by a mere child. So he began obsessively imitating Inisuk. He fled into the mountains, killed a wild boar, and wore its head as a mask. He smashed his own swords into jagged shapes. He tried to obtain that terrifying strength through crude mimicry. He had turned himself into Inisuk's shadow. Oh. So you're a fan. The killing intent in Inisuk's eyes faded, replaced by an even deeper contempt. But he pulled a silk handkerchief from his chest and calmly wiped his fingers. Your taste is awful. You didn't learn even a fraction of my essence. You just turned yourself into a monster. He slowly drew his twin blades. The ice blue steel gleamed in the sunlight. The serrations were neat, vicious, perfect, like works of art. Look carefully, counterfeit. Inisuk crossed his blades. This gives me. Slash. The blades fell, striking the two crude swords lying on the ground. Clink. Clink. Two crisp snapping sounds rang out. The swords the man treasured so dearly shattered like brittle biscuits, scattering useless scraps of metal across the dirt. Aya! My swords! My power! The man collapsed, wailing on the ground. Enough. Shut it. You're noisy. Inisuk sheathed his blades and didn't even look at him again. The man wasn't worth dying by his sword. Inisuk turned toward Tanjiro and Zenitsu, who stood there dumbfounded, and resumed his lazy aristocratic demeanor. Let's go. He spoke flatly. Crazed fans who worship me and lose their minds like this. We'll run into plenty more. Get used to it. Tanjiro, amazing, Inisuk-kun. Zenitsu, W worship. Boss, I think you're misunderstanding that word. He was terrified of you. Completely terrified. Shut up, Blondie. Inisuk smacked Zenitsu on the head with his fan. That's being conquered by my charm. Got it. Though it had been a farce, the incident lifted Inisuk's mood for no clear reason. It proved one thing. He was unique. In this world, there was no second Hashibira Inisuk. All right. Since the eyesore's been dealt with. Inisuk said cheerfully, pointing ahead. That ugly crow said there's a wisteria house up ahead. Why yes. Zenitsu clutched his head. I heard demon slayers get treated for free there. Tempura. Sushi. And hot baths. Free? Inosuke's eyes lit up. Then what are we waiting for? Move. He strode off at the front, Haru fluttering in the wind. Gonpachiro. Zenitsu. Keep up. This young master is going to eat them bankrupt. Under the setting sun, the boy's silhouette was tall and arrogant. And far away, within the Infinity Castle, Kibutsuji Musen, observing everything through unseen eyes, curled his lips into a faint smile. So even humans imitate him out of fear. He toyed with a test tube in his hand. Arrogant. Cruel. Utterly contemptuous of imitators. That personality, he's a demon by nature. Doma, you've given me quite the surprise. But? Musen's gaze darkened. The more distinctive a tool, the more carefully it must be used. Inosuke, let me see how far you can go. Will you become a new upper rank? Or will you? I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 28, I Am the Protagonist, Part 2. 1,579 words. The setting sun spilled golden light across the forest path. The air carried the scent of soil and fresh grass. It should have been a pleasant journey, if not for the heart-rending wails echoing through the woods. B-boss, could you slow down a bit? Zenitsu staggered along under a mountain of luggage, most of it Inosuke's. His face was pale, his legs shaking like sieves. I really can't go on anymore. That boar-masked uncle might have run away, but I'm still terrified. What if he comes back with a whole herd of real wild boars for revenge? Wild boars are vicious. They gore people. Walking at the very front, Inosuke lazily waved his green iron fan. He didn't even bother turning his head. Revenge? That knockoff who tried to copy me. Inosuke stopped and turned around. And Blondie, when that uncle ran away earlier, some mud splashed onto my shoe. He pointed at the tip of his wooden sandal, where an almost invisible speck of mud clung. This cleaning fee, plus emotional distress damages, now get added to your tab, since we didn't catch him. What? Zenitsu's eyes nearly popped out. Why does that get charged to me? I'm not his relative. I was scared too. And why is there even a cleaning fee? Because you're sidekick number 2. Inosuke casually held up 2 fingers. This isn't just about money. It's about the creditor's mood. Keep whining and I'll throw you out here to feed the wolves, then use your belongings to pay off the debt. Wah! Tanjiro! Did you hear that? Is that even something a human would say? Zenitsu clung to Tanjiro's leg, sobbing uncontrollably. He's a demon. A demon wearing human skin. I want to go home. I want my grandpa. Tanjiro, carrying Nezuko's box, sighed helplessly and played peacemaker, wearing an awkward but polite smile. All right, Zenitsu. Inosuke-kun is just, very financially minded. Tanjiro sniffed the air. With his keen sense of smell, he could detect the emotion clinging to Inosuke. Despite all his threats, Inosuke's fan had been deliberately swatting away mosquitoes the whole time. Not a single insect had bitten Zenitsu. And besides... Tanjiro pointed ahead. I smell wisteria flowers. Not far now, there should be a place where we can rest. Wisteria. Inosuke's ears twitched. His absolute hearing caught the faint chime of wind bells in the distance. TCH. Finally here, who? He snapped his fan shut and tapped it against his palm. That ugly crow finally told the truth. If that place doesn't have tempura and hot baths, I'm stewing it and feeding it to Nezuko for nutrition. Inside the box, Nezuko seemed to hear her name. She made a small sound, as if agreeing. See? Even sidekick number 3 is hungry. Inosuke kicked Zenitsu in the butt. Run, Blondie. If you let my number 3 get skinny, I'll slice you up and feed you to her. No. I don't taste good. I'm all fat. And why is the thing in the box number 3 while I'm number 2? Why is its rank higher than mine? What is that thing anyway? Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, the Butterfly Estate. Shinobu Kocho knelt at a low table, holding a report just delivered by a Kashgai crow. Her purple eyes, usually smiling, were stiff, a vein twitching at her temple. Tomioka-san. She turned toward Giyu Tomioka, who stood silently in the corner, doing his best impression of a decorative pillar. Please don't ignore me, Shinobu said sweetly. This report says a strange new recruit appeared in the northwest. He uses an ice-like breathing style and carries iron fans. Her voice dropped noticeably colder at the words iron fans. I hear you've met him, Tomioka-san? Could you describe what kind of fan it was? Giyu was silent for a long time. Finally, he turned his emotionless eyes toward her and spoke a single word. Gold. Shinobu blinked. The report says green. Giyu thought for a moment, then corrected himself. The fan was green. The person was gold. Shinobu's smile was starting to crack. Tomioka-san, are you speaking in riddles? I'm asking about the fan's design, whether it showed traces of an ice-type blood demon art. This is very important. Giyu frowned, clearly struggling to organize his thoughts. He recalled the snowy night. That arrogant kid. The blizzard of ice. Finally, he looked at Shinobu with grave seriousness and waved both hands in a messy swinging motion. Whoosh. Whoosh. Very noisy person. Shinobu. Her teacup cracked with a sharp click. Tomioka-san, she said, taking a deep breath. Do you mean that when he swings the fan, it creates wind, and that is very loud? Giyu nodded, wearing a faintly relieved expression, as if to say you finally get it. To Shinobu, it looked suspiciously smug. Also, Giyu added after a pause. He said? He hesitated, as if the words were too ridiculous. That I'm expressionless. Shinobu burst out laughing, this time genuinely. Oh my. Then he's quite perceptive. Her gaze quickly sharpened again. If you won't elaborate, I'll go confirm it myself. HMPH dice, fans, if he's unrelated to that demon, I'll write my name backwards. Giyu watched her storm off, baffled. He thought he'd explained things pretty clearly. That boy's techniques were strange, yes, but he was human. A loud, money-loving human. Why did Shinobu look even angrier now? I wasn't disliked. Giyu muttered quietly as he turned and left the butterfly estate, stepping past a shattered teacup. Eternal Paradise Cult, Rear Mountain Villa. Kotoha sat beneath the corridor, needle and thread in hand, sewing a slightly oversized hari. It was winter clothing for Inosuke. She knew he had a miraculous constitution and didn't fear the cold, but to a mother, there's always a cold called Mom thinks you're cold. Kotoha-chan Tilda? A syrupy voice rang out. Like an affectionate giant cat, Doma hung upside down from the ceiling without a sound. His beautiful face dangled right in front of her, long icy hair brushing her nose. Making clothes for our Inosuke again. He flipped down gracefully, resting his chin on her shoulder and wrapping his arms around her waist, his tone tinged with playful jealousy. So unfair. I want clothes made by Kotoha-chan too. I'm sick of this cult leader outfit. I want to wear something like Inosuke's. Matching parent-child outfits. Kotoha, long used to his sudden closeness, smiled gently. You're much taller, my lord. There isn't enough fabric. Her needle never stopped. Next time I'll go to the storeroom and pick something better for you. Really? That's wonderful. Doma happily nuzzled her cheek, then proudly pulled a crumpled letter from his sleeve. Look. Our good son wrote to us. Soto just brought it back from the post station. Seems like something interesting happened. They leaned together and unfolded the letter. True to Inosuke's style, there were no greetings, no pleasantries. Just an extremely wild stick figure drawing. One stick figure with a boar mask was kneeling and crying, labeled ugly bastard. Another, holding two massive blades and labeled me, stood triumphantly on its head. Off to the side, two trembling stick figures, Tanjiro and Zenitsu, held signs reading Big Brother is awesome. At the very bottom, scrawled in messy handwriting. Dad ran into an idiot wearing a boar mask trying to copy me. I yelled at him until he cried. Ugly and poor. Also, that blonde eats way too much. Travel funds insufficient. Wire me 500 gold plates. Inosuke. Kotoha covered her mouth, worried. Oh dear, this child, why is he bullying people again? And asking for so much money, won't he learn bad habits? Ha 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 ha. Doma laughed until tears nearly fell. Pointing at the boar-headed stick figure, his eyes overflowed with twisted pride and love. That's my Inosuke. Kotoha, look how proud we should be. He defeated an imitator and crushed him spiritually. That's the talent of a ruler. He folded the letter reverently and tucked it against his chest. If our son upheld his dignity out there, how could I, as his father, be stingy? Doma stood and called out. Soto. Yes, my lord. The butler appeared like a ghost. Send Inosuke 1,000, no, 2,000 gold plates. Doma waved grandly. Tell him money is no issue. As long as he brings me more interesting stories, I don't mind emptying the entire cult. Yes. After everything was arranged, Doma sat back beside Kotoha, watching her sew. He gently twined a lock of her hair around his pale fingers, a rare, unreadable emotion flickering in his rainbow eyes. You know, Kotoha. His voice was low, strangely tender. It's nice, having you both. I used to think eternal life was boring, humans were boring, just piles of meat. But now, watching Inosuke causing a ruckus out there. Watching you sewing clothes here. This game called family is far more interesting than being cult leader. He leaned down and inhaled deeply at her neck, breathing in her human warmth. To preserve this happiness, I wouldn't hesitate to freeze the entire world. Kotoha's hand trembled. The needle pricked her finger, a bead of red blood welling up. Doma's eyes darkened. Before she could react, he caught her hand and placed the finger in his mouth. Don't waste it. This, too, is the taste of family. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 29, Spider Mountain. 1,382 words. The Wisteria Crest House. As the gate engraved with the Wisteria emblem slowly opened, a hunched old woman appeared before the three of them. A monster granny. Zenitsu shrieked in terror. A yokai. Definitely a yokai. Granny, how did you teleport here? How rude, Tanjiro hurriedly said, pressing Zenitsu's head down and bowing. I'm so sorry. This is the master of the Wisteria house, she's a kind person who helps demon slayers for free. Inosuke stood at the back with his arms crossed, emerald green eyes slightly narrowed. The old woman's posture reminded him a bit of his own butler, Soto. Hey, old lady. Inosuke clamped in on his wooden sandals, swaggering forward. Neither as restrained as Tanjiro nor as terrified as Zenitsu, he calmly stretched out 1 foot in front of her. The road was long. These shoes rubbed my feet. Get me a pair with soft soles. The tone was so natural, as if he weren't a swordsman asking for lodging, but a spoiled little emperor issuing orders. Inosuke-kun. You can't do that. Tanjiro cried out, about to rush over. But the old woman moved so fast she left after images behind. Expressionless, her movement smooth and practiced, she removed Inosuke's shoes, wiped his feet, and put on clean tabi socks. Her efficiency was so refined it rivaled, even surpassed, that of Soto from the Eternal Paradise cult. Oh. Inosuke raised an eyebrow, tapping his fan lightly against his palm. You've trained in serving people, huh? Not bad. Here's your reward. He casually flicked a copper coin from his sleeve into her hand. The old woman remained impassive and bowed deeply. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. The meal is ready. Tanjiro. Zenitsu, she just accepted it. What kind of house is this? And what kind of arrogant tyrant is he? Dinner. The guest room was filled with rich aromas. At the center of the table sat a mountain-like platter of tempura, golden, crispy, and fragrant with oil. Let's eat. Tanjiro and Zenitsu clasped their hands together and spoke in unison. Inosuke had already picked up his chopsticks. Though he was used to rare delicacies in the Eternal Paradise cult, this kind of street-style fried food, full of everyday warmth, was something his idiot father rarely provided. Whoosh! A blur flashed. The large shrimp Zenitsu had just picked up vanished before it reached his mouth. Who? Zenitsu blinked, staring at his empty chopsticks. Across from him, Inosuke delicately wiped the corner of his mouth, cheeks slightly puffed as he swallowed. His movements were refined, if not for the chopstick speed that left after images, he would have looked like he was sipping tea. The heat's acceptable. The shrimp is fairly fresh. Inosuke commented calmly. That was my shrimp. Zenitsu wailed. Boss! You already have your own plate. Yours? Inosuke put down his chopsticks, his beautiful eyes widening in exaggerated innocence. He pulled out an imaginary ledger and pretended to flip through it seriously. Blondie, did you forget? You owe me a life-saving fee from Mount Fujikasane. Mental damage compensation from that boar freak on the road. And the bed-making service fee the granny provided for you just now. With compound interest, you now owe me 3 million. He pointed at the tempura with his chopsticks. That shrimp offsets 10 mon of interest. See? I'm very merciful. Merciful my ass. When did I owe that much? What kind of interest math is that? Are you a loan shark? Zenitsu cried pitifully, but seeing the cold gleam of the twin blades at Inosuke's waist, he could only swallow his tears and shovel down plain rice. Tanjiro smiled helplessly and quietly transferred the shrimp from his own bowl to Zenitsu's. Zenitsu, eat mine. Inosuke-kun may sound harsh, but he actually... Shut up, Gonpachiro. Flash! Inosuke's chopsticks intercepted the shrimp midair and sent it straight into his mouth. You owe me money too. Using my money to be a good person is embezzlement. Got it. Tanjiro. The meal ended amid Zenitsu sobbing. Late night. When the three were about to fall asleep, the box that had terrified Zenitsu earlier finally stirred. Creak. The lid opened, and Nezuko crawled out. She shrank herself down, looking like a porcelain doll of a few years old, bamboo muzzle in her mouth, pink eyes blinking softly. A demon. Zenitsu's scream pierced the night. Tanjiro! You're carrying a demon. You're going to get eaten. I'm going to get eaten. Boss, save me. Inosuke snapped his eyes open, a vein bulging at his temple. So noisy. He sat up with a dark expression, grabbed the iron fan beside his pillow, and hurled it at Zenitsu's head. Smack! Oh. Zenitsu clutched the swelling bump on his forehead, eyes watery. Look carefully, Blondie. Inosuke walked over to Nezuko and roughly ruffled her head, turning her silky hair into a messy nest. Nezuko didn't resist, instead, she rubbed against his cool palm like a kitten. That chill, unique to his ice spirit physique, felt comfortable to demons with higher body temperature. This is Gonpachiro's sister. Inosuke declared loftily, voice full of the Eternal Paradise cult heir's arrogance. And my sidekick number 3. Since she's a sidekick, she's my private property. Other than me, nobody gets to bully her, or yell at her. He turned toward Zenitsu, flashing a very kind smile. 2 small tiger fangs glinted slyly in the moonlight. If I hear you call her a demon again, I'll saw off your tongue and serve it to my dad with sake. Zenitsu looked at Nezuko's adorable face, then at Inosuke's murderous glare. His face instantly flushed. Then she's our little sister. Heh, little sister is really cute. TCH changing faces fast. Inosuke scoffed. Just then. Flap flap flap. Urgent wing beat sounded outside the window. The Kazagi crow, usually too afraid to come within 3 meters of Inosuke, finally forced itself to land on the sill, voice trembling and rushed. Core. Emergency order. Emergency order. Proceed to Natagumo Mountain. Proceed to Natagumo Mountain. The vanguard is almost completely wiped out. Immediate support required. Core. The room fell silent. Spiders. The moment he heard that word, the laziness vanished from Inosuke's eyes, replaced by razor-sharp focus. He knew exactly what awaited there. Lower rank 5, Rui. The unlucky brat who'd once barged into the Eternal Paradise cult's villa years ago, tried to kill him with threads, only to have them ripped apart by brute force, and then got extorted by Inosuke on top of that. Finally, hey, spider head. A playful smile slowly curled on Inosuke's lips. He remembered it clearly, Rui had sworn to kill him back then. And Rui, with his deeply warped family complex, hated fake bonds more than anything. Heh. Inosuke stood from the tatami, straightening his hari while slipping his iron fans back onto his chest. What a coincidence. He murmured softly, eyes glinting with a mischievous cruelty only he understood. He glanced at Tanjiro and Zenitsu packing their things, then at Nezuko obediently climbing back into the box. Hey, you lot! Inosuke shoved the window open, cold wind rushing in. He touched the hilts of his twin blades, feeling the spider silk wrapped around them as grip tape. Sleep's over. We're going to see an old friend. And while we're at it, We'll give that old friend a lesson in proper family education. Tanjiro hoisted the box onto his back, looking at Inosuke's oddly excited figure with confusion. Inosuke-kun, do you know someone there? Know them? Inosuke turned back, his mask pushed to the side. On that devastatingly beautiful face bloomed a radiant smile, so bright it sent chills down the spine. Of course I do. The threads wrapped around my sword handles? I borrowed those from him. I'm hoping to borrow a bit more. After all, my stock is running low. System notification? Detected, host is about to enter the Natagumo Mountain story node. Current target, lower rank 5, Rui. Special quest triggered, Filial Piety Showdown. Quest description, let Rui, who has a twisted view of family, witness what true filial devotion looks like. Listening to the system's voice in his head, Inosuke's grin deepened. Let's go. I'll be dropping 1 bonus chapters for every 10 reviews. Comment. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 100 power stones. You can read 60 chapter ahead on Patreon if you're interested, patreon.com/canonbreaker. Chapter 30, Demonization. 1,486 words. Natagumo Mountain. The air was so thick it felt suffocating. The surrounding trees twisted into grotesque shapes, and layers upon layers of white spiderweb stretched between the canopies, blotting out the moonlight. Disgusting. Inosuke covered his mouth and nose with his iron fan in open disdain, his wooden sandals crushing an unlucky insect beneath his feet. This sense of taste figures it's that spiderhead's doing. No ventilation at all. Nothing like my place. He nearly let it slip and cut himself off in time. Inosuke-kun. Zenitsu huddled between the two of them, his chattering teeth loud and clear. This place is seriously wrong. That smell, that sound. That spider's crawling. Tens of thousands. No, hundreds of millions. Tanjiro's expression was grim as well, his grip tightening on his Nichirin blade. The air is full of grief that's being controlled. And there's a very powerful demon presence here. As he spoke, strange footsteps suddenly echoed ahead. A demon slayer in uniform staggered out from the shadows, his movement stiff, like a marionette on strings. Terror was written all over his face as his body unwillingly raised its blade. Run! Run away! Our comrades are killing each other. My body, it won't listen to me. Whoosh! Several threads, thin as spider silk, glinted faintly in the moonlight, connecting to the swordsman's limbs. This again? Inosuke clicked his tongue, looking at the crude threads with pure contempt. You were pulling this crap 2 years ago, and you still haven't improved. These lousy strings, I wouldn't even use them to sew my pants. They'd chafe. The controlled swordsman lunged forward, blade aimed straight at Tanjiro. Danger! Tanjiro moved to block. Out of the way. You're blocking traffic. Inosuke vanished in an instant. His iron fan snapped upward, slicing with surgical precision through the threads. Total concentration times ice breathing times first form, windmill fan. His ice spirit constitution surged through the fan, and extreme cold raced along the spider silk. What had once been tough and resilient instantly turned brittle, like frozen glass. Shatter! Inosuke tapped lightly. Crack! Crack! The threads binding the swordsman exploded into icy shards. Too weak. He closed his fan and lifted his gaze toward the depths of the forest. Hey, Spiderhead! Grinning provocatively at the empty treetops, Inosuke's smile was full of mockery. Forgot what I can do already? Sending this kind of trash to welcome an old friend, aren't you being a bit stingy? Deep within the forest, high in the air. Rui stood atop several nearly invisible threads, his pale, childlike face twisted with fury. So it really is you. His eyes burned as they locked onto the 2 Nichirin blades at Inosuke's waist, wrapped thickly with his own spider silk. That was his humiliation. 2 years ago, he'd tried to deal with this human. Instead, he'd been slapped around, and extorted for silk. It became a psychological scar he could never erase, even among the 12 Kizuki. This time, you won't escape. Rui twitched a finger. Father! Go kill him. That rude little brat, and his companions. Leave none alive. Boom! 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 The ground shook. A gigantic monster over 3 meters tall, with a spider's face, smashed through the trees and charged forward, roaring. Its rock-like muscles radiated crushing pressure. Wah! It's here! A huge monster! What kind of body is that? Zenitsu screamed and scrambled up a tree. Tanjiro's face tightened. Inosuke-kun. Be careful. This demon scent is incredibly strong. Strong. Inosuke looked at the hideous brute, disdain deepening in his eyes. This thing that only knows how to roar and flail, deserves to be called father. He thought of his own idiot father, Doma. Sure, the man was an idiot, but when it came to theatrics and god-playing, he left Rui in the dust. This so-called family Rui created wasn't even as entertaining as a New Year's gala. Hideous. Inosuke shook his head. This kind of kiddie play acting, it's painful to watch. At that moment, the familiar mechanical voice rang crisply in his mind. Ding! Detecting that the host is facing a false family construct. Story quest triggered, what defines a true noble lineage? Objective, crush this low-grade family game with absolute dominance. Reward granted, temporary activation permission for Musen's blood. Reward name, 90-second a real Mank experience card. Effect, force purifies and activates the Demon King's blood within the host. Combines with the prototype of the Hinokami Kagura learned by the host to unlock a special demonized state. Note, this form fuses the traits of Ice and Sun, creating an extremely rare Eclipse demonization. Appearance will automatically optimize into a divine form. Side effect, extreme hunger after deactivation. An eclipse. Inosuke's heart stirred. On the road to Mount Sagiri, he'd once forced Tanjiro to teach him the dance known as the Hinokami Kagura. At the time, he'd only wanted the breathing method, never imagining how it would affect demonization. An icy body, sun breathing, and the Demon King's blood. What kind of monster would that create? 90 seconds, more than enough. Inosuke's grin twisted wildly, sharp little fangs flashing. Tanjiro! Take the blonde and fall back. He slowly undid the fastenings at his collar, casually sticking his iron fans into his belt. Inosuke-kun? Tanjiro froze. What are you doing? That monster's charging. Fall back. Inosuke barked, then drew in a deep breath. His eyes snapped shut, then opened again. In that instant, the emerald green of his pupils was drowned in a dazzling, eerie seven-colored glow. Deep within that prismatic light, a scorching crimson flickered. Demonization, activate. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted outward from Inosuke's body. The Spider Father's massive fist froze in place. Less than an inch from Inosuke's nose. Not because it wanted to stop, but because every instinct in its body was screaming. One more inch, and you will melt. Amid the storm of frost, Inosuke's form transformed. The blue-black tips of his hair rapidly faded, turning into pure, moonlit silver. At the ends, faint crimson flames danced, like the first sunrise over snowy peaks. His skin became crystalline and translucent. On his forehead, two bewitching ice lotus markings slowly emerged. Yet most unsettling of all. Along the edges of those ice lotuses flowed a dark red glow, like a scarlet Nichiren blade. Extreme cold and extreme heat coexisted perfectly within him. He was devastatingly beautiful. Like a blazing sun sealed within ice. That scent. Tanjiro's pupils shrank as every hair on his body stood on end. He smelled it. Musen's nauseating, bloody stench. Mixed with something he knew all too well. Hinokami Kagura. Hey! Big guy. Inosuke slowly lifted his eyelids, those glassy, seven-colored eyes gazing coldly at the Spider Father. His voice had changed. Ethereal and magnetic, yet carrying scorching pressure. Who do you think you're fighting? Countdown, 120. Inosuke raised one hand casually and tapped the air. He channeled sun breathing into condensed ice crystals. Blood Demon Art times Eclipse times Crimson Lotus of Frozen Sun. PSHK. 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 Countless enormous, crystal-clear ice lotuses erupted without warning from inside the Spider Father's body. But these lotuses weren't purely white. At their cores burned deep crimson flames, solar power compressed to the extreme. Row! The Spider Father screamed in agony. The moment the lotuses pierced its body, they brought not only absolute freezing, but also searing pain, like being scorched by the sun itself. Under the dual torment of freezing and burning, its body rapidly collapsed. Ash encased in ice. Ice sparkling within ash. What? Rui's eyes went wide with horror. That power, what is it? Why are my threads afraid? Why does that ice feel like the sun? A one-sided slaughter. Absolute annihilation. Countdown, 105. Inusuke gracefully withdrew his hand, watching a wisp of red steam fade from his fingertips. So that's how it works. He felt the ferocious yet perfectly balanced power coursing through him. Muzen's blood provided raw physical strength. His ice spirit body served as the vessel. And that clumsy imitation of sun breathing was the ignition. Even if he could only maintain it for dozens of seconds, the potential was limitless. He turned and looked up at Rui, frozen stiff in midair. Silver hair gleamed under the moonlight. Hey, Spiderhead. Inusuke smiled at him. This is real power. He pointed at his flawless face, voice dripping with mockery. Sending your father to die for you and calling that family. If my dad saw your broadcast setup, he'd laugh himself to death. Rui's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Countdown, 050? Next, your turn. Inusuke kicked off the ground, transforming into a silver and crimson streak of light as he shot toward the treetops. Hand over all that sturdier wire of yours. Every last bit of it. Medium White Star. Read chapters early on Patreon. https://www.patreon.com Canonbreaker Medium White Star. Advanced chapters are already written and waiting. Patreon readers receive early access before public release. Bonus chapter rewards. Every 10 reviews equals 1 bonus chapter. Every 100 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Explosion symbol. Your support directly unlocks more content and faster releases. Chapter 31, The Butterfly Effect. 1,565 words. Countdown, 045. Beneath the night sky of Mount Natagumo, Inusuke's figure streaked across the darkness like a bolt of silver lightning. With agility boosted to the extreme and the terrifying explosive power of demonization, he kicked off impossibly thin branches, sometimes even leveraging drifting leaves. Every step detonated a white sonic ring in the air. This gravity-defying ability to remain airborne made him look as though he were walking on nothing beneath the moonlight, elegant, lethal, uncannily reminiscent of his father. What's wrong, Spiderhead? Inusuke's voice was airy and mocking as he hung upside down in midair. Silver hair spilled downward, and in his seven-colored eyes burned the fire of an eclipse. Weren't you pretty cocky 2 years ago? What, now that you've seen me again, you can't even talk? Rui stood atop the highest branch, his deathly pale face twisted with extreme rage. You think? I've been playing around these past 2 years. His voice turned icy and vicious, the dignity of lower rank 5 trampled beyond endurance. Ever since the day you humiliated me, you little human brat, I've spent every night thinking about how to cut you into pieces. To deal with that brute force saw of yours. I've prepared for a very long time. This was the butterfly effect. Because of Inusuke's intrusion and humiliation 2 years ago, Rui, who once obsessed only over his make-believe family, had spent these years not only strengthening the hardness of his blood demon art, but even developing tactics specifically designed to counter Inusuke. Blood demon art times killing eye cage times steel hardening. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless threads interwove instantly in midair, forming a massive spherical cage that completely enclosed Rui. Unlike the transparent threads of before, every strand now flowed with dark crimson demon blood. To guard against your blades, I deliberately fed these threads with my own blood. Rui hid inside the cage, eyes dripping with venom. They're 10 times harder than steel. Even with that weird blood demon art of yours, don't think you can. Too noisy. Countdown, 020. Inusuke frowned slightly, clearly irritated by this tactic. He slowly spread the 5 fingers of his right hand, at his fingertips, extreme cold and extreme heat intertwined into a single force. 10 times harder. His figure flickered, he appeared directly before the enormous blood-red sphere. As long as it's a thread, it has knots. And if it has knots, it can be undone. With absolute pitch, he heard it, the faint frequency produced by the threads under tension. Open. Blood demon art times eclipse times crimson lotus. Inusuke's hand pierced the sphere with surgical precision, stabbing into a structural node. The scarlet light at his fingertips flared violently. Using the nature of sun breathing, he instantly severed Rui's demon blood supply to that section of threads. The supposedly indestructible blood thread cage softened and collapsed. What? Rui stared in horror at that long, slender hand. This was absolute domination. This boy had seen through the structure of his blood demon art at a glance. A flawless hand broke through the defense and clamped around Rui's throat. Countdown, 005. Got you. Inusuke leaned in close. Rui's terrified face was reflected in those seven-colored eyes. He didn't kill him immediately. Instead, he smiled, a grin full of cruel amusement. Remember this feeling, little brother. This is called. Just as Inosuke was about to tighten his grip and snap Rui's neck. Ding! Experience card time has ended. Side effect activated, forced cancellation of demonization. Entering extreme hunger and weakened state. What? Inosuke's pupils shrank. Damn it. He'd been showboating too long, forgot to account for all that talking. Puff. That world-shaking aura vanished instantly. In a puff of white steam, the demonized form reverted back into a bewildered, blue-black-haired youth in a hurry. Even worse, the rock-crushing strength disappeared with it, replaced by a stomach shaking. Grrrr. The sound of his stomach growling thundered across the battlefield, painfully loud and embarrassingly out of place. Rui froze. Inosuke froze. Who? Inosuke's grip slackened, his hand slid off Rui's neck. Gravity reclaimed him, and he dropped straight down from midair. Ah! I'm starving to death. Flailing like a kite with its string cut, Inosuke plummeted. Inosuke-kun! Tanjiro reacted instantly, he threw down his sword and opened his arms. Thud! Inosuke slammed squarely into Tanjiro's chest. The impact sent them rolling together across the leaf-covered ground several times before stopping. Oh, oh, oh. Tanjiro rubbed his aching chest and looked at Inosuke sprawled on top of him. Inosuke-kun, are you okay? That form just now was. Food. Inosuke lay on Tanjiro's chest, weakly lifting his head. He clutched Tanjiro's collar like a drowning man grabbing a lifeline and murmured. Gonpachiro, got any rice balls? I'm gonna starve, hurry. From a nearby tree, Zenitsu poked out his head, utterly losing it. Boss! You were cool for less than 90 seconds. You looked like a god just now, how did you turn into a starving ghost so fast? Up in the air, Rui, who had narrowly escaped death, finally snapped back to reality. Touching his nearly crushed throat, cold sweat soaked his back. Then an indescribable humiliation surged up inside him. He'd nearly wet himself, because of this guy. You dare toy with me? I'll tear you to pieces. I'll mince you up and feed you to my spiders. Rui shrieked hysterically, the rage of someone mocked and humiliated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless blood-red threads exploded outward again. This time there was no defense, only offense, a killing net descending on all three. Crap. Run. Ignoring the pain, Tanjiro scooped up the limp Inosuke and turned to flee. Don't run. Though weak with hunger, Inosuke's eyes sharpened instantly. He pulled out a bundled object from his chest. A spare rice ball Tanjiro had given him earlier. He swallowed it whole without chewing. Think I'm some soft target now? Inosuke wriggled free of Tanjiro's arms and drew his pair of iron fans. Don't panic, brats. I'm still here. He straightened up and planted himself in front of Tanjiro and Zenitsu. Grinning wide, he flashed his sharp little fangs. Gonpachiro! Manitsu! Don't just stand there. He roared, the commanding presence of a gang leader bursting forth. Blondie, clear out the trash spiders. Gonpachiro, cover me. I'm gonna saw that spider head skull off. And kick it around like a ball. Yes. Tanjiro answered instinctively, his body moving faster than his thoughts. Why do I have to listen to you too? I'm weak. I'm gonna die. Zenitsu wailed, but his body betrayed him as he drew his blade, thunderclap and flash already primed. The battle reignited. Manji Ultimate Bliss Cult, Deep Night. Only a few lamps were lit in the grand hall, making it feel vast and lonely. Doma sat cross-legged on his Ice Lotus throne, a paintbrush in hand, a canvas set before him. He was painting a family portrait. On the left was Kotoha, smiling gently. In the center was himself, tall and composed. And on the right. The brush stopped midair. Doma stared at the empty space on the right side of the canvas, brows knitting slightly. He had meant to paint Inosuke, the loud, arrogant brat who always called him dad to scam money, who turned the cult upside down. But when the brush touched the canvas, he realized he couldn't capture Inosuke's current expression. Was it the wild grin from when he smashed a Nichiren blade at age 7? Or the seemingly carefree yet lingering silhouette from the day he left? Strange. Doma set the brush down and pressed a hand to his chest. Why does it feel kind of empty here? He looked around. At this hour, Inosuke should have finished training and come barging in to snatch his fan. Or yelled at Butler Soto. Or clung to Kotoha demanding a midnight snack. The hall was usually noisy, so noisy he'd sometimes wanted to sew the kid's mouth shut. But now, it was too quiet. So quiet that all he could hear was the sound of melting ice. Cult leader? Kotoha entered with tea, worry in her eyes when she saw Doma spacing out. Is something wrong? The painting not going well. Doma turned to her. For a brief instant, his trademark smile vanished. What replaced it was something almost childlike, pure, bewildered confusion. Kotoha? He asked softly. When is Inosuke coming back? She paused, then smiled gently. Probably not for a while. In his letter, he said he's doing something big. Something big, who? Doma lowered his gaze to the unfinished painting, fingertips brushing the blank space. Honestly, I don't really miss him that much. The smile returned, but now it carried a faint bitterness. I just feel, without him stirring up trouble, it's a bit boring. And my fan hasn't been stolen in ages. Holding it feels strange. Suddenly, he stood and walked to the window, gazing in the direction of Mount Natagumo. Worry. That stupid son of mine. His fingers tightened on the window frame, the tips whitening. If you dare die out there, I'll freeze the entire Demon Slayer Corps along with Lord Musen into ice dust. After all, without him, this picture wouldn't be a family portrait. Perhaps he truly had begun to grow something called human emotion. Medium White Star want more? Read chapters early on Patreon https://www.patreon.com/Cannonbreaker Medium White Star. Advanced chapters are finished, all that's left is to unlock them. Bonus chapter system. 10 reviews bonus chapter. 100 Power Stones bonus chapter. Fire. The stronger your support, the faster the story moves. Chapter 32, I want to owe you money too. 1850 words. Whoosh. 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 Shrill air-tearing sounds exploded through the forest. Don't you dare die, you two penniless idiots. Even though hunger made Inosuke dizzy and weak, his body still moved on instinct, fast beyond reason. He slipped through the gaps in the threads like a slick loach, darting widely between death lines. Clang! Tanjiro swung his Nichiren blade, already broken by a section, barely blocking an attack. The recoil split his palms open, blood spilling freely. Inosuke-kun. The threads are too hard. And there are too many, there's no way to cut them all. If you can't cut them, don't brute force it. Are you rocks for brains? Inosuke kicked Tanjiro hard in the backside, knocking him just out of the path of another fatal strike. Use your head. At this moment, Inosuke looked both battered and arrogant. The backlash from demonization left his once refined face pale, his stomach still protesting with poorly timed gurgle-gurgle sounds. Yet the twin iron fans in his hands moved like an airtight storm. Sleeping pill. Get up and work. Inosuke roared at Zenitsu, who was cowering behind a tree. How long are you gonna sleep? You think you don't have to pay back the 3 million you owe me? Who? Zenitsu drooped forward, a snot bubble hanging from his nose, clearly scared unconscious. But the very next second. Crackle crackle. Golden lightning erupted around him. Thunder breathing times first form times thunderclap and flash. Swish! Zenitsu turned into a bolt of golden lightning, but instead of cutting threads, he was smacked on the butt by Inosuke's fan, forcibly changing his trajectory. He spun like a top around Tanjiro, lightning flaring outward and blasting away the first wave of low-flying threads. Nice job, sleeping pig. Inosuke landed, wiped his sweat, and grinned wildly. High above, Rui watched the three humans coordinating so seamlessly. The fury on his pale face slowly twisted into something darker, jealousy. Why? Rui's fingers trembled as more blood-red threads poured from his palms. You're obviously weak. You're all about to die. Then why can you still work together? Is this what they call companions? Fake. It's all fake. If you like cooperating so much. Rui's eyes turned completely blood-red, demonic aura erupting like a volcano. Then I'll sew you together, so you'll never be separated again. Blood demon art times etched line rotation times 1,000 needles. Boom. This time, it wasn't dozens of threads. It was thousands. Fine as cow hair, hard as steel needles, the crimson threads poured down like a torrential rain, attacking from every angle, no blind spots. Crap! Tanjiro's face went white. At this density, dodging was impossible. Nezuko! He instinctively turned toward the box. Don't move, Gonpachiro! A thunderous shout stopped him. Inosuke stepped in front of Tanjiro. He didn't retreat. He didn't dodge. He knew his body was in a weakened state now. He couldn't withstand this kind of ultimate move. But he was the boss. And a boss doesn't let his underlings get beaten in front of him. Damn it, this time I'm losing big. Inosuke grit his teeth, plunging a hand into his clothes and gripping his iron fans. Then, he did something no one expected. He snapped both fans open at once, coating their surfaces with mirror-smooth ice using his ice spirit physique. Total concentration times ice breathing times secret art. Twin fans in chaos times absolute slipway. Get the hell off of us! Spinning at extreme speed, Inosuke formed his two fans into a tilted, cone-shaped shield. The countless steel-hard needles didn't collide head-on. Instead, the angle of the fans and their extreme slickness redirected every single attack outward. Ding 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 ding. A storm of crisp impacts rang out like rain on banana leaves. Every strike was deflected into the surrounding forest, blasting deep craters into the ground. Only the small patch of earth where they stood remained untouched. Ha! When the barrage ended, Inosuke's legs gave out and he dropped to one knee. He'd blocked it, but the vertigo from spinning and the sheer exhaustion made his vision darken. Inosuke-kun! Tanjiro rushed to support him, tears welling up. You're bleeding. Why are you pushing yourself this hard? Shut up! Inosuke looked up. Despite the sweat and dirt smeared across his face, the same arrogant expression, so reminiscent of Doma, remained. He poked Tanjiro in the forehead with a blood-stained finger. Put it on the tab. This life-saving fee, 5 million. Miss even 1 coin. And I'll sell you to Yoshiwara as an oiran. Tanjiro froze, then burst out laughing through his tears and nodded hard. Okay. I'll pay it back, no matter what. Inosuke turned away huffily and looked back up at Rui. Hey, Spiderhead. Is that all you've got? Looks like in these 2 years, you didn't grow taller or smarter. Rui stared at the three of them, unscathed. His mind completely shattered. Again. Just like 2 years ago, this human brat had dismantled his blood demon art with ridiculous, incomprehensible methods. I'll kill you. I'll kill you for sure. Rui leapt down from the tree. He abandoned ranged attacks entirely, coating his entire body in hardened red threads and charging straight at Inosuke. If long range didn't work, then close combat. Perfect. Inosuke's lips curled into a crazed smile. His arms and legs were weak, melee combat was impossible for him now. But he still had one last trump card. One he'd forced Tanjiro to practice on the road. Tanjiro! Inosuke spoke low and fast. Remember that dance I made you perform? Tanjiro blinked. Hinokami Kagura. Yeah. Inosuke's eyes flashed as Rui closed in. My body's too weak to use it now. But you can. He shoved his serrated Nichirin blades into Tanjiro's hands. Use my blade. It's wrapped in this brat's threads, maximum friction. The edge is designed to tear. Combine it with your fire dance. And saw his damn head off. Tanjiro gripped the heavy blade. He felt it, not just the weight, but the trust Inosuke was placing in him. I understand. Tanjiro took a deep breath. In his mind, he saw his father dancing in the snow. And heard Inosuke's non-stop, sharp-tongued guidance along the journey. Total concentration times breathing. Hinokami Kagura. At that instant, Rui was already upon them, claws less than a centimeter from Inosuke's throat. Die! Circular dance! Boom! The serrated blade in Tanjiro's hands burst into roaring flames. But unlike the original timeline, this blade belonged to Inosuke, saturated with icy breath. When the fire ignited, the cold instantly vaporized. Steam exploded outward. Hiss, boom! The serrated blade, wrapped in fire and steam, slammed into Rui's neck. What? Rui watched in disbelief as that familiar blade sliced through his defenses. And through his neck. Crack! His head flew. The battle ended. The forest fell silent. Tanjiro collapsed to his knees, utterly spent. The serrated blade slipped from his hands and clattered to the ground. Did we win? Win my ass. Inosuke walked over, picked up his beloved blade, and gently blew dust off it with a pained expression. The edge is chipped. That's gonna cost you. He crouched before Rui's fading head. Rui's eyes were hollow, lips still trembling. Why did I lose? Inosuke didn't mock him. Didn't finish him off. He simply took out his iron fans and waved away the bloody stench. Because you were alone, he said calmly. And we are a debt-collecting group made of two poor idiots. For the sake of paying back debts. Their lives are stubbornly hard. Rui stared at him. In that moment, in this obnoxious boy, he glimpsed something he'd always longed for. The shadow of a real family. Next life? A single tear slid from Rui's eye as his body turned to ash. If I get reincarnated? I want to try owing someone money too. Inosuke? Tanjiro? Zenitsu, who? Why is his last wish about owing money? Boss, what kind of twisted values did you teach him? Inosuke stared at the ashes, conflicted. He hadn't wanted to kill Rui. In the original story, Rui was a pitiful child. If not for Musen's probing years ago, perhaps they really could have become friends. Just then, a bone-chilling presence swept through the forest. Not a demon. A pillar. Inosuke whipped his head around. A man wearing a half-and-half Harari stood on a nearby branch, expressionless. At the same time, a beautiful butterfly fluttered down, lightly landing on Inosuke's shoulder. A gentle voice, sweet enough to make one's spine go cold, whispered by his ear. Ara Tilda. So you're the legendary child who carries fans, wields serrated dual blades, and calls himself the young master of the Paradise Faith. Insect Hashare times Shinobu Kocho. She appeared behind Inosuke with a smile, violet eyes glinting dangerously. Well then, little brother. You did just kill a lower moon. But would you mind explaining your outfit, and your father's name? Inosuke froze. Crap. He'd forgotten, this was still a high-risk double-agent route. Surrounded by two Hashire, especially with Shinobu's thin blade already at his neck. Inosuke's brain spun at full speed, then made a decision. His eyes rolled back. His body went limp. I fainted. Starved, don't kill me. I have an 80-year-old mother above me, and below me. Thud. He collapsed stiffly onto the ground, playing dead. Shinobu blinked, then smiled even wider. Pretending to faint? That won't work on me, you know. She reached out to poke his face. Suddenly, a strange humming sound slipped from Inosuke's mouth. It was a deeply buried memory, dragged out by extreme stress. A song Kotoha used to sing every night when he was little. Originally, the song was Pinky Promise, with lyrics like, Pinky swear, liars must swallow 1,000 needles. A simple children's rhyme. But Kotoha was a lovable airhead, she always forgot the lyrics, went off-key, and eventually turned it into her own version. Eyes shut, Inosuke mumbled off tune. Tanuki-san, Tanuki-san. If you lie, your tummy will go. Boom boom boom, explode tilde? Pinky promise, means you have to. Bye Tanuki, tempera. Shinobu's hand froze midair. Even Gyu's stone-cold expression cracked, just a little. The forest fell into dead silence. Only Inosuke's catastrophically off-key lullaby echoed through the trees. Phut. Shinobu covered her mouth, shoulders shaking. She'd thought this young master was some unfathomable villain. Turns out he was just a kid raised by an idiot mom. With nothing in his head but tempera. Honestly. She withdrew her blade. The killing intent in her eyes faded, replaced by helpless amusement. Who on earth taught him that song? And in his dream. Inosuke sat in the back mountains of the Paradise Faith, watching Kotoha clap her hands and sing this very off-key Tanuki song. While beside her sat a helpless Doma, forced to keep time with an exasperated face. Medium White Star want to read the full book, all chapters? Visit Patreon https://www.patreon.com/canonbreaker Medium White Star. White Heather checkmark. The book is now complete, all chapters are finished, what remains is unlocking bonus content. Wrapped present bonus chapter system. 10 reviews bonus chapter. 100 Power Stones bonus chapter. Fire your support still matters, the stronger it is, the more extra content and bonuses I can release. Thank you for being part of the journey. Chapter 33, The Butterfly Estate. 1905 words. The Butterfly Estate. Morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, spilling softly across pristine white sheets. The air carried a faint scent of disinfectant, an aroma unique to the Butterfly Estate. Go. An extremely ungraceful growl of hunger broke the silence of the ward. Inosuke's eyes snapped open. What greeted him was an unfamiliar ceiling. Instinctively, he reached for his waist, only to grab nothing. His jewel bleeds were gone. His iron fans were gone. Even that outrageously expensive Harari was gone. In their place was a clean but utterly tasteless patient's robe. Where's my money? That was the very first thought that flashed through his mind. My swords? My fans? And where's the IOU that blonde idiot owes me? He tried to spring upright with a carp flip, only to be stopped by sharp, full-body pain, the after-effects of severe overexertion following demonization. Hey, you're awake. A crisp yet slightly stern girl's voice sounded. Kanzaki Aoi walked in carrying a basin of water. When she saw Inosuke wriggling on the bed like a worm, her brows knitted tightly enough to kill flies. Don't move. You've got 3 cracked ribs and multiple muscle strains. Honestly, if you're this badly injured, lie still. Inosuke froze, tilting his head as he examined the twin-tailed girl. She was fierce, but carried no killing intent. Which meant she was bullyable. Hey, you. Inosuke instantly reverted to the overbearing young master persona of the Eternal Paradise cult. Even lying down, his chin lifted arrogantly. This young master is hungry. Call your best chef. I want tempura, big shrimp, and sweet red bean soup with rock sugar. Aoi froze. Veins popped on her forehead. Huh? This is a hospital. Not a restaurant. All you get is rice porridge and medicinal broth. Rice porridge. Inosuke looked utterly offended, as if he'd been gravely insulted. That stuff's for pigs. I'm an injured hero. A major contributor. Without me, those 2 paupers would have been turned into spider poop. He spread his hand confidently. Fine, no tempura. Then give me my clothes back. I've got 3 gold coins sewn inside, go buy it for me. You. Aoi was so angry she couldn't even speak. She'd treated countless patients at the Butterfly Estate, crybabies, stoics, all kinds. But someone treating the infirmary like a 5-star hotel? This was a first. Just then. Ara Tilda looks like our little guest is in very good spirits. The door opened gently. A smile that seemed capable of freezing the air filled the room. Shinobu Kocho. She wore her signature gentle smile, holding the iron fan that hadn't yet been returned to Inosuke as she stepped inside. Every hair on Inosuke's body stood on end. This woman looked calm, but beneath that calm lay a terrifying, suppressed fury. You may leave, Aoi, Shinobu said sweetly, eyes locked firmly on Inosuke. I'd like to have a private conversation with this young master. Aoi fled as if pardoned by heaven. Only the 2 of them remained. Shinobu pulled over a chair, sat beside the bed, and gently placed the blue iron fan on her knees. Hashibira Inosuke-kun, is it? Her fingers traced the patterns along the fan ribs, her voice soft, almost lulling. Your physical condition is remarkable. With that level of exhaustion, a normal person would be bedridden for at least a month, yet you woke up after just 1 night. As expected, Inosuke said stiffly, his eyes unconsciously drifting toward the fan. This young master was born strong. But Shinobu's tone shifted. Her violet eyes narrowed slightly. While examining your belongings, I found something very interesting. This fan is made from an extremely rare and expensive mineral. And the craftsmanship. She pointed at a nearly invisible lotus emblem etched into the handle. That's the crest of the Eternal Paradise cult, isn't it? Inosuke's heart jolted. Damn it, that flashy bastard Doma insisted on engraving the stupid anti-counterfeiting mark. And according to Giyu, Shinobu continued coolly, the techniques you used in battle showed clear frost effects. Her smile vanished. I once encountered a demon. He used fans. He used ice. And he called himself a religious leader. She leaned closer. At some point, her thin blade had slid halfway from its sheath. So, Inosuke-kun, she whispered. Would you kindly tell me what your relationship is with that demon? One wrong word. Inosuke had no doubt she'd poison him on the spot. The concealment charm might hide his aura, but it couldn't erase evidence this blatant. In that case, only acting could save him. Inusuke inhaled deeply. Instead of fear, he put on an even more exasperated expression than Shinobu's. You mean that idiot old man? He rolled his eyes dramatically. The one who plays with ice all day and smiles like a broken doll. Who? Shinobu froze. This was not the reaction she'd anticipated. Don't get me started, Inusuke waved dismissively, face full of familial misery. That old geezer's nuts. Always rambling about religion, trying to drag me into it too. This fan? He shoved it at me, called it a family heirloom. As for the ice. He stretched out his hand, perfectly normal, no demonic aura at all. I grew up in snowy mountains. Cold constitution. Learned a backwater breathing style. A bit of chill, what's so strange about that? He met Shinobu's gaze head-on, eyes clear and rebellious, like a rich kid sick of feudal superstition. Miss, you don't think I'm a demon, do you? Do I look like one? Do demons crave tempura? Do demons risk their lives for 5 million gold? He sighed deeply. I'm just a runaway rich kid trying to earn some pocket money killing demons. He leaned back, casual. If you hate the Eternal Paradise cult, so do I. Want to team up? I'll even sneak into that old man's vault one day, split the loot with you. Shinobu. Her logic short-circuited. There really was no demonic aura on him. And this kind of talk. Annoyingly, it sounded real. It fit him. And somehow, imagining Upper Rank 2 raising such a greedy, food-obsessed human child felt disturbingly plausible. Fat. Shinobu couldn't help laughing. The killing intent in her eyes faded considerably. You really are a silver-tongued child. She tossed the fan back into Inusuke's arms and stood. For now, I'll accept your explanation, and your merciless attitude toward demons speaks in your favor. But until your identity is fully verified, I'll be keeping a close eye on you. She smiled sweetly. Oh, and by the way, treatment here is expensive. Your gold coins? They've probably all been deducted. What? Inusuke let out a pig slaughter scream. All deducted? This is a scam. I'm discharging myself. I want to file a complaint. Watching him roll around the bed throwing a tantrum, Shinobu shook her head and left. Suspicious or not, this child had a vitality that was hard to dislike. Most importantly, he wasn't a demon. And he knew nothing of his father's true identity. A few days later. Bright sunshine. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 boys in patient robes. Tanjiro was practicing deep breathing, trying to heal his damaged lungs. Zenitsu, still suffering from spider venom, lay bandaged like a mummy, groaning weakly. And Inusuke? He was holding a stick, scribbling complex arithmetic on the ground. Life-saving fee, 5 million. Interest 10%. Medical fees on your tab. Travel costs, food, emotional damages. He cackled darkly as he calculated. Jackpot. Once you're healed, you're both going to work for me. Tanjiro, sell charcoal. Zenitsu, too useless, fine, street performance. That lightning breathing looks flashy, join a circus, you'll be a hit. Boss. Zenitsu sobbed with thick noodle tears. I just crawled back from death's door and you're already forcing me into showbiz. Shut it. Inusuke poked Zenitsu's bandaged stomach with the stick. Living means paying debts. That's the adult world. Tanjiro smiled gently at the scene. Inusuke-kun, you talk harshly, but thank you. He pointed at a basket of steamed buns beside Inusuke. Inusuke had stolen them from the kitchen earlier and casually dumped them between the two of them. You were worried we'd be hungry, weren't you? Shut up. Those are leftovers from me. Inusuke's face reddened as he viciously bit into a bun. Say another word and I'll double the interest. Just then, 3 little girls ran over. Inusuke-sama. Inusuke-sama. They held flower wreaths, gazing at him with shining admiration. Sure, this big brother had a bad temper, but he was really handsome. And he could do tricks with his fan. What is it? Inusuke asked irritably. This is for you. They slipped the wreath over his neck. Inusuke froze, touching it. It was prickly. Smelled like cheap grass. But he didn't throw it away. TCH, a pointless junk. he muttered, the corners of his mouth lifting ever so slightly. Eternal Paradise Cult. Midnight. Tanuki-san, Tanuki-san. Boom boom boom, tummy goes. Doma sat beside Kotoha, holding a small drum, awkwardly keeping rhythm. Thump, thump, thump. Leader, your rhythm's off, Kotoha laughed. Oh, this is hard, Doma scratched his head. Then suddenly, he said. Kotoha, if one day I stop being the leader, where would you want to go? Kotoha paused, thought, then smiled. I want to go somewhere sunny, with you and Inosuke. Grow flowers. Raise a little dog. Sunlight, who? Doma narrowed his eyes at the cold moon in the sky. That might be difficult. But imagining it. Him, Kotoha, that noisy brat, standing in sunlight. It didn't sound so bad. How greedy of me, Doma laughed softly and resumed drumming. Thump, thump, thump. Sigh. He fanned himself lazily. Leader? Kotoha looked up from folding Inosuke's old clothes. Are you feeling unwell? No. Doma gazed at the moon, voice distant. I was just wondering what that kid is doing right now. He pulled out the drawing Inosuke had sent, stepping on Rui's head. I heard he's made new friends. What if he forgets his father because of them? Anne? He touched his face. What if some demon slayer woman falls for his looks and wants to be my daughter-in-law? Kotoha burst out laughing. You're overthinking it, leader. Inosuke's still a child. Not small. Doma said seriously. In the demon world, he's already capable on his own. No, this won't do. He suddenly stood, eyes sparkling. I have to send him something. Can't let him lose the Paradise Cult's prestige. Soto. At your service. Send him a chest of gold. And a chest of wisteria cakes, yeah, toxic ingredients, but he likes them. Oh, Anne. Doma grinned mischievously, pulling out a booklet. The Teachings of the Eternal Paradise Cult. Send this too. Tell him to spread the faith to his friends when he's bored. Since they're debt-bound friends, turning them into believers seems reasonable. Call it inheritance. Watching Doma brimming with excitement, Kotoha shook her head helplessly, continuing to sew. Without realizing it, she hummed that off-key song again. Tanuki-san, Tanuki-san, boom boom boom. Far away, at the butterfly estate. Sleeping Inosuke suddenly shivered. What the hell? Feels like that grinderhead is scheming again. He rolled over, hugging his pillow tighter, and continued dreaming of becoming the richest man in the world. Medium White Star want to read the full book, all chapters? Visit Patreon https://www.patreon.com/canonbreaker Medium White Star. White Heather checkmark the book is now complete, all chapters are finished, what remains is unlocking bonus content. Wrapped present bonus chapter system. 10 reviews bonus chapter. 100 Power Stones bonus chapter. Fire your support still matters, the stronger it is, the more extra content and bonuses I can release. Thank you for being part of the journey. Chapter 34, The Young Master's Ambition. 1,799 words. Butterfly Estate, Training Hall. Oh. It's going to snap. It's really going to snap. Why are girls' hands this strong? This is murder. Legal murder. Zenitsu's signature shrill screaming marked the official start of the day. The first rehabilitation session, flexibility stretching. Kanzaki Aoi and several Kakushi helpers were pressing down on Zenitsu's arms and legs, forcibly pulling open his stiffened muscles and tendons. Please endure it, Zenitsu-san. If your tendons aren't stretched properly, your body will never fully recover. Beside them, Tanjiro was also stretching his legs, sweating profusely as he encouraged Zenitsu, despite grimacing in pain himself. Shut up. You're built like a rock, you don't get to talk. Zenitsu wailed. I want to go home. I want Grandpa's eel rice. I don't want to be dismembered here. Meanwhile, in another corner of the hall, a completely different scene was unfolding. Hair. Inosuke, dressed in loose training clothes, sat cross-legged on the floor with a rice ball he'd stolen from the kitchen. He calmly chewed while watching Zenitsu scream, letting out a cold laugh. Too weak, sleepy pill. He swallowed the last bite, brushed rice grains from his hands, and looked utterly disdainful. This is hell to you? You people seriously misunderstand what hell is. Don't just stand there mocking people. Aoi shot him an irritated glare, panting as she held a towel. Inosuke-kun, it's your turn. Get over here and lie down. Your muscle damage is the worst, you have to stretch. Who? Inosuke raised an eyebrow, chin lifting arrogantly as if he'd heard a joke. Stretching? This young master doesn't need such low-level rehab. Before anyone could react. Crack! 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 A series of bone-chilling sounds erupted from his body. His shoulders, elbows, knees, even his spine, twisted and dislocated at angles that flagrantly violated human anatomy. He bent his head all the way between his legs, poked his face out behind himself, and made an infuriating face at Aoi. See that, woman? My bones are soft. I can fold them however I want. This kiddie stuff? I mastered it before I was weaned. Absolute silence. The towel slipped from Aoi's hands. Her face turned green. Zenitsu stopped crying, trembling violently. Be big bro, so gross. But so awesome. Tanjiro, meanwhile, was shining with excitement. He immediately pulled out a small notebook. So that's it. By actively dislocating joints, you can expand attack angles and defensive options. Even maneuver freely in tight terrain like Mount Natagumo. Inosuke-kun is a genius. Please teach me. Pay up. Inosuke snapped his head back into place and extended his hand without hesitation. This move lets you escape even if a demon grabs you. Ultimate survival technique. Tuition, 1,000 gold pieces. Deal. Put it on my tab. Tanjiro answered instantly. Reflex training. If stretching was physical torture, then the next drill, medicine splashing, was pure psychological humiliation. Rules were simple. Both sides tried to grab a teacup from the table. Whoever grabbed one could splash medicine on the opponent. If the opponent failed to block with their cup, they lost. The opponent? Tsuyuri Kanao, always smiling, unfathomably strong. Maybe I'll pass. Zenitsu shrank back after seeing Tanjiro, soaked and wringing water from his clothes. That girl looks spaced out, but she's so fast I can't even see her move. She's a monster. TCH, bunch of idiots. Inosuke shoved Zenitsu aside and plopped down across from Kanao, legs wide, posture domineering. Hey, smiley girl. This young master wants to make it interesting. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing toned forearms, then slapped a gold coin onto the table. If I win, this coin's yours, and I won't drink the medicine. If you win. He pointed at the foul-smelling bowl of concoction. I'll drink the whole thing. Kanao blinked her violet eyes, still smiling. Without a word, she flipped her coin. Heads. Challenge accepted. Begin. Aoi shouted. Kanao moved, faster than lightning, without any visible wind-up. But the instant she did, Inosuke's skin had already sensed the faint disturbance in the air. Left. Inosuke shot his hand out, but not for the cup. He went straight for Kanao's wrist. It was a foul by the rules, but this was Inosuke-style combat, win by any means necessary. Kanao deftly twisted her wrist to evade. And in that instant, Inosuke's other hand slithered across the table at a razor-sharp angle, snake-like, and seized the medicine cup. Ha! Got it! He leapt up to splash it. Only for a slender hand to press down on the lid of his cup. Kanao still smiled serenely, violet eyes calm as water, as if humoring a mischievous child. Their hands locked over the cup. TCH. Inosuke clicked his tongue. Then suddenly, he leaned in close. Their faces were inches apart. Using absolute pitch, he unleashed an ear-splitting ultrasonic screech, bat-like and vicious. Scree! A trick he'd perfected just to scare Soto the butler awake at night. Kanao's pupils shrank. Pain spiked in her ears. Her grip loosened for a split second. Splash! Inosuke seized the opening and flung the medicine. Kanao leaned back instantly, but a few droplets still splashed onto her bangs. I won. Inosuke jumped onto the chair, hands on hips, laughing triumphantly. See that? This is strategy. All's fair in war. Pay up, no, better yet, my money's safe. Dead silence. Aoi trembled with rage. Inosuke! You use sound attacks. That's shameless. Only Tanjiro reacted differently. He rushed over at once and handed Kanao a handkerchief. Are you all right, Kanao-san? Inosuke-kun just wanted to win, he didn't mean any harm. Please wipe it off, it'll sting if it gets in your eyes. His voice was gentle, carrying a pure warmth. Kanao took the handkerchief. As she looked at Tanjiro's smile, something rippled in her usually empty gaze for the first time. Her cheeks flushed faintly. She nodded softly. Inosuke, still standing on the chair, rolled his eyes and bit into his gold coin. TCH, sickeningly sweet. The shameless act had gone exactly as planned. As the boss, solving a subordinate's future love life was also part of the job. Evening. Training ended. The three dragged their exhausted bodies toward their rooms when a Kakushi stopped them at the entrance. May I ask who is Hashibira Inosuke-sama? The Kakushi held a heavy parcel, looking perplexed, as if they'd never handled a delivery like this before. This was retrieved from the mountain post station. It's a letter and supplies addressed to you. Mine. Inosuke's eyes lit up. Fatigue vanished instantly. He snatched the package and ripped it open. Clatter! A cascade of golden light spilled out. Before Tanjiro and Zenitsu's stunned eyes, gold coins poured out like a waterfall. Along with them, boxes of beautifully wrapped wisteria flower cakes, and a thick book. Tons of gold. Big bro, did you rob the national treasury? Share some. Just a little. Zenitsu pounced on the pile, drooling. It's my old man's allowance. Inosuke smugly stuffed the coins back into the bag, weighing it with satisfaction. Not bad. That grinderhead still has some conscience. This much gold will let us eat free at the butterfly estate for half a year. Later I'll just buy the chef, tempura every day. He opened a box of wisteria cakes, stuffed one into his mouth, then tossed the rest to Tanjiro. Here. Local specialty. Pretty good. Made with wisteria honey. Finally, he picked up the book. The Teachings of the Eternal Paradise Cult, with the leader's personal signature. Inosuke? He flipped it open. Inside was Doma's smiling face, with a handwritten note. To my dear Inosuke. Having fun out there? If you run out of money, just tell Dad. I heard you made friends, how wonderful. I sent some wisteria cakes, remember to share. Also, show them this book. If they're willing to join the cult, your mother and I would be very happy. Love. Your father, Doma. Inosuke gagged. That idiot, still this disgusting. Tanjiro leaned in curiously. Inosuke-kun, what's that? Is this your family's rulebook? No. Inosuke casually tossed the book into the trash. This is trash. Too stiff even for wiping your ass. Then he turned serious, eyes sharp. Listen carefully. Don't believe a single word in that book. Especially the guy named Doma. He touched the iron fan at his chest, voice low with an indescribable emotion. He's the biggest liar in the world. Tanjiro froze. He could smell it. When Inosuke said those words, his scent was unbearably complex, disgust, vigilance. But no killing intent at all. Instead, buried deep within was a resolve. A determination to drag someone out of the mud. All right. Loot distribution complete. Inosuke snapped back to his usual self, tossing a handful of gold coins to Zenitsu. Blondie, buy something good to eat. Stop crying all the time, you disgrace me. Another handful went to Tanjiro. Kamaboko head, get clothes for you and your sister. If you're with me, you have to look good. Let's go, back to sleep. He slung the bag of ill-gotten gold over his shoulder and swaggered toward the ward. Late night. Inosuke lay in bed, idly playing with the fans his father had given him. Zenitsu and Tanjiro were already snoring from exhaustion. Inosuke couldn't sleep. He thought of Doma. The monster from the original story who devoured humans without remorse. The psychopath who mimicked emotions without ever feeling them. Yet for over 10 years. That same monster had clumsily cooled him with ice when he was sick. Mocked him while secretly leaving the best medicine by his bed. Stood guard all night whenever Kotoha had nightmares. Dad. Inosuke whispered, confusion lacing his voice. He knew Doma was a demon. A being that had to be destroyed. I won't kill you. He clenched the fan, emerald eyes blazing with near-mad obsession. Killing you would be too easy. I'll turn you human. I'll drain that filthy demon blood from you and pour it into medicine that restores humanity. I'll make your dead heart beat again. I'll make you feel pain, sorrow, and love. I'll make you kneel before my mother. As a human, spending your entire life atoning. That was a punishment far crueler than death. Just wait, old man. Inusuke closed his eyes, tucking the gold coins under his pillow. Outside the window, a butterfly rested silently on a branch, as if listening to the young master's vow. Open book, your vote decides the next complete book. Ballot box #poll live on my Patreon. Choose what I publish in full. Medium White Star want to read the full book, all chapters? Visit Patreon https://www.patreon.com/Cannonbreaker Medium White Star. White Heather checkmark. The book is now complete, all chapters are finished, what remains is unlocking bonus content. Wrapped present bonus chapter system. 10 reviews bonus chapter. 100 Power Stones bonus chapter. Fire, your support still matters, the stronger it is, the more extra content and bonuses I can release. Thank you for being part of the journey. Chapter 35, The Hashira Assembly. 1,466 words. Demon Slayer Corps Headquarters, Ubuyashiki Estate. Hey! Wake up! How long are you planning to sleep? Inusuke snapped his eyes open. What greeted him was a courtyard paved with white gravel. The midday sun was painfully bright, and standing around him in a wide circle were a group of people who all looked decidedly not friendly, gazing down at him from above. So noisy! Inusuke frowned and instinctively reached for the swords at his waist, only to find his hands bound tightly behind his back. He'd been tossed onto the ground like a silkworm cocoon. Beside him, Tanjiro and Zenitsu were also trussed up, their faces full of anxiety as they stared toward the front. This is the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Shinobu Kocho said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. You are currently standing trial at the Hashira Assembly for the crime of bringing a demon into the Corps. Inusuke scanned his surroundings. His superhuman senses screamed in alarm. These 9 people, every single one of them, were monstrously strong. Trial? Even bound, Inusuke twisted upright. His expensive hari was smeared with dirt, yet he still lifted his chin high, looking down his nose at the so-called Hashira. Trial my ass. I came here to collect my reward. He snorted coldly, eyes locking onto Shinobu. Hey, Poison Scorpion Lady. Where's my sword? Where are my fans? And where's the money pouch full of gold I had in my clothes? If even 1 coin's missing, I'll tear this whole courtyard apart to pay the debt. The Hashira froze for a moment. Truly beyond saving. Iguro Obanai said coldly from his perch in the tree. Just then. Thud. A heavy sound echoed. From the courtyard shadows emerged a scar-covered man with feral eyes. Sanemi Shinazugawa. He was holding Tanjiro's wooden box like a piece of trash. Bringing a demon into the Demon Slayer Corps. Sanemi sneered, his violent aura making Inusuke frown slightly. Which idiot allowed something this stupid? That's my sister. Tanjiro shouted. She's never eaten a human. Never eaten one. Sanemi laughed coldly. And how do you prove that? Clang. His Nichirin blade flashed out. Before anyone could react, Sanemi raised the sword high and drove it straight into the box. Squelch! The blade pierced through the wood and into Nezuko's shoulder. A muffled cry of pain came from inside the box. Stop! Tanjiro screamed, eyes splitting. But someone moved faster. Or rather, someone was angrier. You bastard! Inusuke roared, his voice shaking the courtyard. That's my box. That's premium fog cloud cedar I bought for 500 mon. And inside is my 3rd underling. Even with his hands bound, Inusuke compressed his legs and snapped backward like a spring, launching himself straight up. No hands? Then use his head. And that iron skull he'd trained in the Eternal Paradise cult, back when he used to smash through Doma's ice walls. Pay up. Boom. Inusuke slammed his head straight into Sanemi. Sanemi had been focused on tormenting the demon and never imagined that this rich-looking pretty boy would suddenly attack. Bam! Inusuke's forehead crashed into Sanemi's right cheek. The blow was vicious. Though it didn't send the wind Hashira flying, it staggered him back 2 full steps. His sword was yanked free from the box, his balance shattered, leaving a massive opening. You little shit! Sanemi shook his head, about to explode. But the nightmare wasn't over. In the instant Sanemi was still reeling. If you can't tell good demons from bad demons. The boy everyone thought was gentle and harmless, Kamado Tanjiro, had somehow broken free of the Kakushi restraining him. Eyes blazing with resolve, he charged in like a cannonball through the opening Inosuke created. Then you don't deserve to be a Hashira. Boom! Another sickening impact. Tanjiro's infamous iron skull smashed squarely into Sanemi's nose. A perfect two-hit combo. Ooh! Even a Hashira couldn't withstand two unguarded headbutts in a row. Sanemi's eyes rolled back. Blood sprayed from his nose as he toppled backward, crashing into the white gravel in a cloud of dust. Silence. Kanroji Mitsuri clapped a hand over her mouth, shoulders shaking violently. Yuzui Tengen's eyes went wide, then he whistled. Aho! Flashy. Absolutely flashy. Knocking down the wind Hashira twice. Tokito Muichiro stared up at the clouds, seemingly unaware of what had happened. Open eye straightened, killing intent flaring. At the center of the courtyard, two boys stood side by side. Inosuke rubbed his reddened forehead, spat toward the fallen Sanemi, and shouted arrogantly. Compensation. Repair fees for the box. Medical fees for my underling. And medical fees for my scalp. Total, 10 million gold pieces. Tanjiro, meanwhile, stood righteously and shouted. Don't bully Nezuko. She's my family. And also Inosuke-kun's, asset. The Hashira. Why does this feel so wrong? One's a debt-collecting thug, the other a sister-protecting zealot. What kind of duo is this? I'll kill you. Sanemi staggered to his feet, face drenched in blood, eyes like a demon from hell. I swear I'll kill you too, little brats. He grabbed his Nichirin blade, ready to cut them down. Trying to silence creditors with murder. Inosuke shouted gleefully instead of backing down. Everyone look! A Hashira's trying to kill people to dodge his debts. Is this how the Demon Slayer Corps does business? Refuse to pay, then kill the creditor. Where's the law? Sanemi trembled with rage. Shut up. I don't owe you anything. I'll show you what a demon really is. Rip. He slashed his own arm open. Blood poured out. Rare blood, irresistible to demons. Come on out, monster. Sanemi laughed madly, holding his bleeding arm toward the broken box. Dinner time. The lid was kicked open. Nezuko slowly stood up. The moment she smelled the rare blood, her pink eyes shrank into vertical slits. Saliva spilled uncontrollably. See? Sanemi cackled, eyes wild. This is a demon's true nature. No matter what you do, demons eat people. Nezuko! Don't! Tanjiro cried in despair. Inosuke didn't shout. TCH. How ugly. His voice was calm, arrogant. Hey! Number 3. He stared straight at the trembling demon girl. That spicy idiot's blood stinks. If you eat something that low grade, you'll embarrass me. And then you're not allowed to be my underling anymore. He tilted his head slightly, as if bestowing an extraordinary promise. Hold it in. When we get back, I'll buy you fried shrimp tempura. That stuff's 10,000 times better than this stinky blood. My treat. All you can eat. Nezuko froze. Tempura? The one who always stole her brother's food. But secretly saved her the crispiest piece of batter. Under everyone's breathless gaze. Nezuko clenched her clothes tightly, then turned her back on Sanemi and let out a loud, extremely disdainful HMPH. She refused. Faced with rare blood, she chose Inosuke's promise. What? Sanemi's pupils shook violently. Just then. The master has arrived. 2 white-haired girls announced. All the Hashira instantly knelt on one knee. We greet the master. Inosuke was still confused when a Kakushi forcibly pressed his head down to kneel. Struggling, he looked up at the man whose face bore curse marks, whose eyes were blind, yet whose presence was overwhelming. Ubuyashiki Kagaya. Everyone. Kagaya said gently, his voice soothing beyond words. It's such a lovely day today. Inosuke froze. This feeling was completely different from his fake smiling father. This man was real. What followed was the reading of Sakonji Urokodaki's letter. When seppuku was mentioned, Tanjiro broke down in tears. He remained expressionless, eyes firm. That young man is Hashibira Inosuke, correct? Kagaya asked kindly. Who? Me. Inusuke straightened instinctively. I've heard of you. Kagaya continued warmly. A boy who wields fans, calls himself the young master of the Paradise cult, acts outrageously, yet protected his companions on Mount Natagumo. Your creed is equivalent exchange, isn't it? Inusuke's heart jumped. How does he know everything? Yes. Inusuke answered stiffly. No money, no work. That's the rule. Excellent. Kagaya nodded. Then, Inusuke-kun, the Demon Slayer Corps would like to employ you. So long as you slay demons and protect humanity, the Corps will pay you a reward worthy of your value. And even. He paused, his tone turning profound. The miracle you seek. The power to turn demons back into humans. Inusuke's heart pounded. This man saw straight through him. In that case. Inusuke inhaled deeply and flashed his trademark grin. Deal. But I'm expensive, he added cheerfully. Don't come crying when you can't afford me. Medium White Star want to read the full book, all chapters? Visit Patreon https://www.patreon.com/Canonbreaker Medium White Star. White Heather checkmark. The book is now complete, all chapters are finished, what remains is unlocking bonus content. Wrapped present bonus chapter system. 10 reviews bonus chapter. 100 Power Stones bonus chapter. Fire. Your support still matters, the stronger it is, the more extra content and bonuses I can release. Thank you for being part of the journey. Chapter 36, White Radish. 1,753 words. Butterfly Mansion. In the days following the Hashira assembly, the air in the Butterfly Mansion held less of the usual metallic scent of blood, and instead carried an undercurrent of whispered plotting. Listen up, you little ones. Inusuke crouched behind a hedge, holding a twig and sketching a complicated relationship chart on the dirt. The Demon Slayer Corps right now is way too scattered. He stabbed several circles on the ground with the twig. These Hashira, every one of them is strong like a monster, but none of them use their brains. This lone wolf fighting style is extremely inefficient. Inusuke-kun. Tanjiro raised a hand, trying to ask something. Shut up, Gonpachiro. Smack. Inusuke snapped his iron fan shut and lightly bonked Tanjiro on the head. As the future boss of the Demon Slayer Corps, I've decided to launch the internal consolidation plan. Zenitsu hugged his knees nearby, trembling. B-boss, what does internal consolidation mean? It sounds like you're planning to eat the Hashira or something terrifying. It means making them get along, idiot. Inusuke kicked Zenitsu in the butt. If two people with a good relationship fight together, their survival rate goes up, and the chances of them paying back debts go up too. Got it? Like us. Got it. Of course, as a transmigrator, Inusuke knew how the future would unfold. Even though he talked non-stop about money, he didn't want to see those regrets repeat themselves. If he could make these awkward people speak honestly before the final battle, maybe the ending would change. And hey, he could charge matchmaking fees on the side. First target. Inusuke's gaze pierced through the bushes and locked onto a large tree on the other side of the courtyard. Under the tree, Kanroji Mitsuri, pink and green hair glowing in the sunlight, was resting her chin in her hands, gazing dreamily at the sky. In the tree above, a white snake coiled around a branch. Iguro Obanai pretended to admire the scenery, though his eyes were glued firmly to Mitsuri. That pair of indecisive idiots. Inusuke grinned maliciously. Operation Code Name, Feeding Sakura Mochi to the Snake. What? Really? Iguro-san actually said that. Mitsuri covered her flaming red face, staring at Tanjiro in delight. Tanjiro was drenched in sweat, eyes darting everywhere. As an honest boy who couldn't lie to save his life, he'd been forced, under Inusuke's death threats and the banner of everyone's happiness, to become a messenger. Why yes. Tanjiro stammered. Iguro-san said that, today's Sakura Mochi was very delicious, but if he could eat it with Kanroji-san, it would be sweeter than the clouds in the sky. Kia! Mitsuri let out a piercing squeal, blushing like a ripe tomato as she twisted back and forth. Iguro-san is so bold. Saying something like that. It's embarrassing, but I'm so happy. Up in the tree, Iguro Obanai's brain had completely short-circuited. His mismatched pupils shook violently. When did I ever say something like that? Sure, that's exactly what he thought, but saying it out loud. Impossible. What if Kanroji thought he was a frivolous man? just as he was about to jump down and demand to know whether the charcoal boy had a death wish. "Hey! Snake guy!" A lazy, aristocratic voice sounded beside him. Iguro whirled around. Inosuke was squatting on the branch next to him, somehow balancing a mountain of Sakura mochi in his hands. "That's..." Iguro recognized them instantly, the famous shop Sakura Mochi. "Limited supply. 3-hour wait. Want some?" Inosuke shook the stack slightly, the sweet aroma drifting straight into Iguro's nose. "You've been staring at that pink-haired woman forever. What, can't afford a gift? Or too shy to give it? You bastard!" Iguro slammed his hand on his sword hilt, killing intent flaring beneath the bandages on his flushed face. "Don't spout nonsense. She's a comrade. Drop the act." Snap. Inosuke closed his fan and propped his chin on it, flashing a face prettier than most women. "She's waiting for you to give her these. If you go down right now, hand them over, she'll be so happy she'll roll around on the ground. And if you don't..." Inosuke opened his mouth dramatically as if to devour all the mochi at once. "I'll eat them all in front of her and tell her you thought she ate too much, so you asked me to destroy the evidence. You wouldn't dare." Iguro completely lost it. That was Mitsuri's favorite food. How could this idiot ruin it? And if she misunderstood and thought he disliked how much she ate, that would be worse than death. "Then pay up." Inosuke extended one elegant hand and rubbed his fingers together. "Errand fee. Waiting in line fee. And young master's consultation fee. Total, 5,000 gold pieces. No credit." Iguro? He was rich, but he had never met someone this shameless. But this wasn't about money anymore. He'd been grabbed by the weakness. "Deal." Inosuke immediately produced a pre-written IOU and a pad of red ink. "Sign and fingerprint. Interest follows my rules, 1 day late, 10% increase." Grinding his teeth, Iguro pressed his thumbprint onto the paper. "Give them." He snatched the mochi, straightened his hari, took a deep breath, fixed his expression, and jumped down. Watching Mitsuri's delighted squeals below, and Iguro's stiff yet blissful figure, Inosuke flicked the IOU with satisfaction. "One couple down. Snake Hashira's officially on my pirate ship. Listen up, poker face." Inosuke swaggered up to Giyu Tomioka, holding a huge tray with a steaming bowl of salmon and daikon stew. Giyu turned around, dark blue eyes flicking from Inosuke to the radish. "For me?" His eyes brightened just a tiny bit. "Dream on." Inosuke rolled his eyes. "This is a prop." "A prop, got it." He shoved the tray into Giyu's hands. "You stand around like a wooden post all day. No social skills whatsoever. I'm generously teaching you how to socialize so you don't die alone someday." He pointed toward Himejima Gyome, who was arguing with Sanemi nearby. "Go. Carry this bowl of your favorite food and offer it to them. Smile and say, 'We're all brothers, have some radish to cool off.' As long as you share food, they'll treat you like one of their own. Got it?" Giyu stared at the radish, deep in thought. Sharing food equals improving relationships. It sounded logical. He really didn't want to be disliked. "I understand." He nodded and walked stiffly toward them. From the bushes. "Please work." Tanjiro clenched his fists nervously. "Giyu-san is actually very gentle, if everyone could just eat together." "No chance." Zenitsu covered his face. "I can already see the disaster." Disaster scene. Sanemi was wiping his Nichirin blade irritably. "That brat who brought a demon, next time I see him, I'll kill him." A shadow fell over him. Sanemi looked up to see Giyu Tomioka standing there, holding a massive bowl of radish, expressionless and looming. "What?" Sanemi's temple twitched. "You wanna fight?" Giyu remembered Inosuke's instructions. "Smile." So he tried, forcing his mouth into an incredibly stiff expression that somehow looked more like a mocking smirk. Then he pushed the bowl forward. "Eat." "Sanemi." "Who?" Giyu thought it sounded too curt and added. "For you." To Sanemi, this looked like an infuriating man holding a random bowl of radish, wearing a condescending sneer, offering charity. A provocation. A blatant provocation. "Tomioka?" Sanemi's grip on his sword creaked. "Are you looking down on me? Think I can't afford food?" Giyu froze. He didn't understand why Sanemi was angry. Maybe it wasn't enough? He pushed the bowl forward again. Not full. You bastard! Sanemi exploded and swung his arm to knock the tray away. Take your stupid radish and get lost. Stop! A white figure shot between them. At the last second, Inosuke twisted his body into an impossible angle and caught the tray perfectly. Phew! Then he blew up. Holding the radish in one hand and pointing his iron fan at Sanemi's nose with the other, he shouted. You scar-faced hedgehog! Do you know how much this radish costs per pound? Do you know where this salmon came from? I paid for this. You can hit him, but you don't waste my food. Sanemi! Giyu! And you! Inosuke spun around and kicked Giyu in the shin. I said smile, not cold smirk. That face looks like you're attending a funeral. Who wouldn't get mad? Giyu looked innocent. I smiled. Smile my ass. Inosuke jammed the tray back into Giyu's arms, grabbed a pair of chopsticks, picked up a piece of radish, and stuffed it into his own mouth. Not bad. He looked at the two men and then at the other Hashira who'd gathered around. Listen up. Standing between them, Inosuke wasn't tall, but his presence was massive. I don't care what grudges you've got. But once you eat this bowl of radish, you're giving me face. And if anyone flips the table again. He patted the serrated sword at his waist, flashing his small fangs. I'll go tell the master you're bullying a minor new recruit. Dead silence. Using the master as leverage, was this kid made of steel? In the end, Shinobu mediated the situation. Sanemi left cursing under his breath. Giyu stood there with the remaining radish, looking a little lonely. I failed. He said quietly. No shit. Inosuke rolled his eyes and stole another piece of salmon from his bowl. But at least nobody fought. And besides. He pointed to the Hashira dispersing nearby. Even Sanemi glanced back once before leaving, still grumbling, but not attacking. You showed up in their field of vision. That counts. Inosuke patted Giyu's shoulder. Negative fame is still fame. Better than being invisible. Giyu looked at Inosuke chewing his radish, then at Tanjiro and Zenitsu watching anxiously nearby. Suddenly, he felt the radish tasted better than usual. Yeah. Giyu nodded and quietly kept eating. Inosuke watched the socially awkward child with satisfaction and pulled out his little notebook. Social skills consulting fee, radish fee, and emotional damages for almost getting beaten with you. Half and half Hari, you owe me 3,000 gold. Pay up when you get your salary. Giyu paused mid-chew. But he didn't argue. Okay. Medium White Star want to read the full book, all chapters? Visit Patreon https://www.patreon.com/Canonbreaker Medium White Star. White Heather checkmark. The book is now complete, all chapters are finished, what remains is unlocking bonus content. Wrapped present bonus chapter system. 10 reviews bonus chapter. 100 power stones bonus chapter. Fire your support still matters, the stronger it is, the more extra content and bonuses I can release. Thank you for being part of the journey. Chapter 37, Farewell. 1,750 words. With their recovery complete, it was time for Inosuke and the others to leave. A new mission awaited them. Butterfly Mansion times early morning. The entrance to the Butterfly Mansion was as noisy as a marketplace. Hurry up! You two sluggish snails. Inosuke stood at the gate, flicking his iron fan, tapping the marble steps impatiently with the tip of his sandal. He had already changed back into his signature blue and white brocade Hari. The freshly polished serrated twin blades hung at his waist, and he looked radiant. Mostly because he'd extorted a huge sum of money yesterday, from Iguro, from Tomioka Giyu. Coming right now, Inosuke-kun. Tanjiro came running out, panting. He had the freshly repaired large wooden box on his back and was still carrying a pile of rice balls that Kanzaki Aoi had forcibly stuffed into his hands. Behind him, Zenitsu was clinging desperately to the doorframe, crying his heart out. I don't want to go. That crow said it's a train. Just hearing the name sounds ominous. That's a train to hell, right? It has to be. Shut up, Wenny. Inosuke strode over and mercilessly peeled Zenitsu off the doorframe. Cry again and I'll deduct your wages. It's Zenitsu. Zenitsu retorted through thick streams of tears. Boss, how many times have you gotten my name wrong? So noisy. Inosuke eyed Zenitsu with disgust, especially that messy blonde hair. The more he looked, the more irritated he got. You sleeping pig. Who are you calling a sleeping pig? That's a pet name. As the three bickered, a silent figure emerged from the corner. Tomioka Giyu. He seemed to have come specifically to see them off, but not knowing what to say, he stood there like a wooden post, trying to convey safe travels with his eyes. Inosuke spotted him instantly. Oh. He snapped his fan shut and pointed it at Giyu's mismatched Haori. You're here to see us off too, hey, half and half Haori. Giyu? Tanjiro, fut. Half and half Haori. Zenitsu, it's rude, but weirdly accurate. Giyu looked down at his clothes, then at Inosuke. A trace of confusion passed through his deep blue eyes. Half and half Haori? Is that praise for its design? Yes. That must be it. Be careful on the road. After holding it in for a long time, Giyu finally managed for words. Then he took 3 oil paper wrapped items from his robe and handed them over, salmon and daikon rice balls. Oh. Inosuke raised an eyebrow, accepted them without ceremony, and took a bite. Not bad. Looks like you finally learned how to be human, half and half Haori. He stood on tiptoe and patted Giyu's shoulder. This meal's on you. As for your previous debt, I'll waive the small change. Exclamation point. Giyu's eyes brightened slightly. He didn't know how much had been waived, but the feeling of being accepted wasn't bad at all. Let's go. Gonpachiro. Wenny. With a grand wave of his hand, Inosuke turned and strode toward the road leading to the station. Manjiro Paradise Cult time same time. At the same moment, the atmosphere in the Paradise Cult was strangely warm and unsettling. Kanaho-chan, look at this. Doma burst into the room excitedly, holding something extremely twisted, borderline horrifying. The object was translucent, carved from ice, and vaguely resembled a pig. This is... Kanaho paused her sewing, asking hesitantly. A talisman. Doma proudly placed the ice pig on the table, smiling like a child asking for praise. I thought Inosuke always charges around like a little wild boar, so I carved him a guardian deity. And I infused it with tons of cold energy. As long as he carries this, he won't need to buy popsicles in summer. Am I a genius or what? Kanaho stared at the pig, its facial features misaligned, looking like a horror movie prop. She wanted to complain, but when she saw the sparkle in Doma's rainbow-colored eyes, she smiled gently instead. You're very thoughtful, Lord Doma. But I think Inosuke is more like a little kitten. Eh? A kitten? Doma looked crestfallen, even the tall hat on his head drooping. But for some reason, I always think he's like a little wild boar. He really was like a little beast when he was young. His bites hurt a lot. He touched his cheek, as if he could still feel the bite marks left by baby Inosuke. That feeling, being needed, being depended on, even being bitten, for a demon who had lived hundreds of empty years, was the only thing that ever felt real. It's all right. Kanaho set aside her sewing and held Doma's icy hand. As long as it's from you, Inosuke will accept it. Yes, he'll accept it, even if he sells it later. Really? Doma squeezed her hand back. In his eyes, which lacked warmth, the candlelight flickered warmly. Kanaho, when that child comes back this time, shall we take a photo together? A human-style family portrait. I want to keep this moment forever. Kanaho froze for a moment, then nodded firmly, eyes reddening. Yes. Let's do it together. In the Paradise Cult, 2 of the most abnormal parents in the world were loving a distant child in the clumsiest, most twisted way possible. Train station times night. Night fell. The massive steam-powered station was packed with people. When the infinite train, like a black iron beast, rolled into the platform, belching white steam. Water? What is that? A monster? A land god? A completely uncultured scream rang out. This time, it wasn't Inosuke. It was Tanjiro. Is that the guardian deity of this land? Should we go pay respects? Tanjiro asked solemnly. Stop embarrassing yourself. Zenitsu covered his face. That's just a steam locomotive. You country bumpkin. TCH. Standing between them, Inosuke flicked his fan, eyes gleaming as he looked at the enormous engine. So big. He licked his lips, not from fear, but greed. Walking up to the engine, he knocked on the thick iron shell with the hilt of his serrated blade. Clang! 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 Solid. All iron. He turned back to the other two with a devilish grin. Hey, do you know how much scrap metal this whole car would sell for? If we dismantled it and shipped it back to the Paradise Cult, could we trade it for a golden Buddha? Don't think about illegal things, the conductor ran over, blowing his whistle. You there? Don't damage public property. Tickets. Tickets. Inusuke pulled 3 crumpled tickets from his robe and waved them in the conductor's face. Open your dog eyes and look carefully. This young master is a VIP on this train. Despite his bravado, Inusuke felt anything but relaxed. The moment he stepped onto the platform, his superhuman senses had gone wild. This train was alive. Beneath the floors, inside the walls, even in the air, there was a nauseating, cold, sticky demonic presence. Another lower rank. Inusuke touched the concealment charm in his robe, his eyes turning icy. Hiding something this disgusting inside something this valuable, what a waste. Inside the carriage. So good. So good. So good. A loud, energetic shout, so loud it rattled the windows, came from the front carriage. The 3 went in to look. A young man with flame-colored hair, yellow and red intertwined, wearing a flame-patterned cloak, was devouring bento boxes piled high on the table. With every bite, he widened his owl-like eyes and shouted delicious. Flame Hashare, Rengoku Kyojuro. Tanjiro cautiously stepped forward. Excuse me. Delicious. Rengoku didn't hear him at all, fully immersed in eating. This guy? Zenitsu shrank back. He feels like a weirdo. Only Inusuke's usual arrogance softened slightly. As a transmigrator, he knew exactly what would happen next. This man, shining like the sun, would burn out completely on this very night. Hey, Owl Eyes uncle. Inusuke strode over and plopped down across from Rengoku. For once, he didn't steal food. Instead, he slammed his twin blades onto the table. You've eaten 11 bento boxes. He stared straight into Rengoku's eyes, his tone provocatively calm. Are you full? Rengoku paused and looked at this beautifully dressed but ferocious-eyed boy. I am not full yet. But they're sold out. He laughed heartily, not offended in the least. Young man. Want some? Too bad, none left. I'm not here to eat. Inusuke took a deep breath. He knew the plot. He knew Akaza would come. He knew this man would die. But he touched the iron fan at his chest, then the spider silk-wrapped serrated blade at his waist. He was the young master of the Paradise Cult. A villain second generation meant to defy fate. If he couldn't even save one Hashare, how was he supposed to save his deranged father? Listen, uncle. Inusuke leaned in close, lowering his voice so only the 2 of them could hear. There's a stench I really hate on this train. Tonight. He bared his small, sharp fangs in a wildly arrogant grin. This young master will cover you. So your life is temporarily under my protection. If you dare die before me, I'll strip that nice cloak off you and sell it for money. Rengoku froze. He looked at this boy, clearly a child, who spoke of protecting a Hashare without fear or bluster. In those eyes, there was no terror, no bravado. Only an obsession called I will win. Ha 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 ha. Rengoku burst into laughter and slapped Inusuke hard on the shoulder. Interesting. What an interesting young man. Very well. If you're going to protect me, then show me what you can do. But before that, he pushed his last bento box toward Inusuke. Eat first. This one's on me. Inusuke twitched at the corner of his mouth. TCH. Who needs your treat? He grabbed the bento and took a savage bite. Damn, it's good. At that moment, the train let out a long whistle. Clack, clack. The infinite train officially departed. And in the shadow between the carriages, a pair of eyes marked with the character Dream gazed greedily at everything. Sleep, sleep. To die in sweet dreams is mercy. The whistle pierced the night once more. And in the darkness, eyes marked with one gleamed. Sleep, all of you. To die in dreams is a blessing. Medium White Star want to read the full book, all chapters? Visit Patreon https://www.patreon.com/canonbreaker Medium White Star. White Heavy checkmark. The book is now complete, all chapters are finished, what remains is unlocking bonus content. Wrapped present bonus chapter system. 10 reviews bonus chapter. 100 Power Stones bonus chapter. Fire your support still matters, the stronger it is, the more extra content and bonuses I can release. Thank you for being part of the journey. Chapter 38, Inesuke's Dream. 1511 words. Inside the train carriage. Tickets, please. A ticket inspector with a waxy yellow face and heavy dark circles drifted toward them like a ghost. His movements were stiff and mechanical, a pair of ticket clippers held loosely in his hand. Tickets. Inosuke was idly flipping a gold koban in his fingers. Hearing the voice, he lazily lifted his eyelids. His inborn keen senses immediately picked up something wrong. The aura on this man was muddy, foul. Not just unpleasant, but ominous. Here. Inosuke handed over the ticket naturally, but didn't let go. The instant the inspector reached for it, Inosuke's fingers snapped tight, pinching the corner of the ticket hard. Hey, Clipper boy! Inosuke stared straight into the inspector's cloudy eyes, bearing two small tiger fangs, his tone sharp. This ticket cost me a fortune. If you dare clip it crooked, or let the scraps fall on my clothes. He tapped the spider silk-wrapped twin blades at his waist. I'll stuff those clippers up your nose and help you trim your nose hair. The inspector shuddered, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Why yes. I'll be very careful. Snip. An extremely cautious cut. The moment the ticket was clipped, a strange ripple spread through the air. The scent of ink mixed with demon blood. Lower rank 1, Enmu's blood demon art, activated. Huh? Inosuke suddenly let out a huge yawn. His eyelids felt like they had weights hanging off them. Weird, why am I suddenly so sleepy? Must be from fighting that owl uncle over bentos. Zzzzz. Zenitsu beside him had already fallen dead asleep. Tanjiro swayed and leaned against the window, eyes closing. Even Rengoku Kyojuro, arms crossed and posture straight, sank into deep sleep. TCH and a bunch of idiots. Inosuke muttered. His body tilted, his head resting on his arms, and he too slipped into darkness. Even in the last second before losing consciousness, his hand still clutched the money pouch to his chest. The dream. This was Inosuke's dream. The world his subconscious desired most. Young Master! Young Master! Today's net profit has been tallied. A familiar voice rang out. Inosuke opened his eyes. He wasn't on that rattling old train anymore. He was seated in a dazzling, outrageously luxurious grand hall. The solemn Paradise Cult Hall had transformed into pools of flowing gold. What bloomed in them were not lotus flowers, but money trees carved from rubies and emeralds. He himself wore a hari woven entirely from pure gold thread. A red and gold crown rested on his head as he lounged lazily on a massive throne carved from white jade. Oh? How much? He waved a solid gold fan, asking casually. Below him, frantically clicking an abacus and reporting with utmost devotion, was Kibutsuji Musen. Only this Musen wore a butler's black suit, his face full of humility and obsequiousness. Reporting to young master. Today's revenue is 800 million gold koban. The Demon Slayer Corps sent over this month's protection fee again. Not bad. Inosuke nodded in satisfaction, casually scooping up a handful of gold pieces and tossing them at Musen like feeding a dog. Your reward. Go buy some pig blood to drink. Don't starve yourself skinny. Thank you for your great mercy. Butler Musen wept with gratitude as he knelt and gathered the gold. On both sides of the hall stood Inosuke's followers. On the left, a raccoon dog standing upright, carrying a huge box on its back. It held up a sign that read, "The young master is always right." On the right, a trembling yellow mouse massaging Inosuke's legs while crying. Boss! I want tempura too. I don't want cheese. So noisy, Chitaritsu. Inosuke kicked the mouse Zenitsu away. Go pour wine for my old man. In the corner of the hall, a man in flamboyant cult robes squatted with a wine cup, looking pitiful. It was Doma. But no longer the exalted upper rank too. Now just a smiling mascot. Did you finish your work today? Inosuke looked down at him. Did you dig the 100 jin of bamboo shoots in the back mountain? My mom wants bamboo shoots stir-fried with pork. I finished. Dreamed Doma cowered, utterly lacking his former sly presence. Baby. I kind of want to buy a new fan. No buying. Inosuke rejected him coldly. Your allowance has already been docked. Wara, Kanaho-chan, our son is bullying me. Doma turned and threw himself into the arms of a gentle woman nearby. Kanaho. Dressed in luxurious robes, beautiful like a goddess. She smiled, patted Doma's head, then looked toward Inosuke on the dais with pure indulgence in her eyes. Inosuke, don't be too hard on your dad. He's dumb, but he's still labor, you know. Got it, Mom. Inosuke instantly turned obedient. He jumped off the throne and burrowed into Kanaho's arms. As long as Mom's happy, I won't sell this old man to the circus. This was Inosuke's dream. He was the boss. He was the creditor. He was king of the world. Muzan or Doma, Hashira or demons. All of them were just his workers. His only job was to protect Kanaho's smile. And count money until his hands cramped. The intruder. While Inosuke basked in his fantasy of wealth in the real world, for children controlled by Enmu had already linked the sleeper's wrists with special cords and invaded their dreams. The one who entered Inosuke's dream was an ordinary-looking girl. She held an awl and stood dumbfounded in this absurd dreamscape. What is this place? She stared in shock. Other people's subconscious realms were grassy plains or warm homes. This place? The ground was paved with gold bricks. Trees were carved from jade. Even the clouds in the sky were winged gold coins flying around. So bright. It reeks of money. She shielded her eyes, nearly blinded by the glare. Whatever. As long as I find the spiritual core and destroy it, this demon slayer is finished. Gripping her awl, she carefully moved through this golden paradise cult. She saw Muzan fanning Inosuke. Saw Doma hauling bricks. Saw Raccoon Dog Tanjiro eating tempura. Finally. Deep within the hall, she spotted a massive safe plastered with seals. Written on it in huge characters. My lifeblood. Found it. She was ecstatic. Such an obvious weakness, it was practically 3 points. She rushed over, raised the awl, and aimed for the keyhole. As long as I destroy this, I can finally have a good dream. Just as the awl was about to touch. Beep! A shrill alarm echoed throughout the dream. The golden hall plunged into darkness. A bone-chilling cold surged up from the abyss. Hey! A lazy voice sounded. Which suicidal thief dares touch my vault? The girl stiffly turned around. Inosuke, who had been lounging on the throne, was now standing behind her. But he had changed. No longer a human boy in brocade. Massive boar tusks made of ice jutted from his cheeks. Behind him loomed a colossal ice Buddha with 7 colored eyes. Holding a gigantic abacus. This was Inosuke's subconscious defense system. A legacy inherited straight from his father. You didn't buy a ticket, did you? Dream Inosuke grinned, revealing rows of sharp teeth. His hand transformed into a massive beast claw, clamping down on the girl's shoulder. Unauthorized entry onto private property. Attempted destruction of private assets. Too ugly, damaging the city's appearance. With each charge, the ice Buddha snapped a bead on the abacus. Clack! Each sound shook the girl's body and soul. According to the rules of Inosuke. He leaned close to her deathly pale face, green eyes gleaming with calculating red light. You owe me 100 million gold koban. I don't have money. No money. Then stay here and wash dishes for the rest of your life. Ah! The girl screamed. She wasn't killed. She was driven insane by the suffocating pressure of capitalist terror. Reality. Inside the train carriage, Inosuke's sleeping brow suddenly furrowed. His hand clawed at the air, reaching for the thief who dared steal his vault. The cord connecting him to the girl began to tremble violently. Snap! It broke. The girl sitting opposite him snapped her eyes open, foaming at the mouth, convulsing. She babbled incoherently. I have no money. I don't want to wash dishes. Don't hit me with the abacus. Inosuke didn't wake up. But even in sleep, his keen senses caught a trace of something wrong. The aura of a demon. Another smell of fire? He rolled over, mumbling indistinctly. Third lackey, that's my tempura, don't eat it, go eat Blondie's, he doesn't like it. Let me sleep a bit more, sell that poker face guy's daikon. The boundary between dream and reality was slowly, steadily breaking. Medium White Star want to read the full book, all chapters? Visit Patreon https://www.patreon.com/canonbreaker Medium White Star. White heavy checkmark. The book is now complete, all chapters are finished, what remains is unlocking bonus content. Wrapped present bonus chapter system. 10 reviews bonus chapter. 100 power stones bonus chapter. Fire. Your support still matters, the stronger it is, the more extra content and bonuses I can release. Thank you for being part of the journey. Chapter 39, 1 billion gold Koban. 1,171 words. Dream. 800 million, 900 million, 1 billion. In the dream, Inosuke, dressed in a hari woven from golden threads, sat atop a mountain of gold Koban, grinning so hard his mouth nearly split. At his feet, the ever-humble butler Muzan diligently polished his shoes. Young master, today's profits are incredible. Muzan said obsequiously. Not bad. Inosuke grabbed a fistful of gold, about to throw it around. When suddenly, a scorching heat surged from his wrist. What the hell? It's hot. He looked down. The rope connecting dream and reality had suddenly ignited in pink flames. The fire raced along the cord, instantly setting the mountain of gold beneath him ablaze. Ah! It's on fire! My money! My 1 billion gold Koban! Inosuke let out a scream more agonized than death itself. Who did this? Which bastard dared burn my treasury? I'll sell you off to dig coal, for life. Reality, inside the Mugen train. Whoosh! Pink flames exploded inside the carriage, Nezuko's blood demon art. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't wake her brother, so she had no choice but to burn through the strange cords binding Inosuke. Ah! My money! With a heaven-shaking roar, the previously sleeping Inosuke snapped upright like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, launching straight up from his seat. Bang! His head slammed into the luggage rack above. Clang! Suitcases came crashing down in all directions. Oh. Inosuke clutched his head, emerald eyes bloodshot. He scanned the scene, the burning cords, Nezuko looking confused, and the girl opposite them foaming at the mouth, completely out of her mind. What happened? He shook his head. His innate keen perception instantly pieced it together. That had been a dream. And his 1 billion gold Koban were gone. A pressure so cold it felt like it could freeze the entire carriage erupted from Inosuke's body. Ah! Nearby, another child responsible for monitoring them, the sickler-looking boy holding an awl, trembled as he tried to stab the still unconscious Tanjiro. Don't move. I have to complete my mission. Hey! A hand colder than ice suddenly clamped around the boy's wrist. The boy turned and met Inosuke's gaze. That beautiful face now wore a smile more terrifying than any demon's. Just now. Inosuke's voice was squeezed out through clenched teeth. Was it you who burned my cord? Was it you who interrupted me while I was counting money? Was it you, you little rat, who turned my 1 billion into nothing? No. It wasn't me, it was that girl. The boy was so scared he dropped the awl. I don't care. Inosuke exploded. You're in my carriage, so you're an accomplice. An accessory. A criminal guilty of destroying private property. Pay up. Thud. A clean, precise chop to the back of the neck. The boy didn't even get a chance to scream before his eyes rolled back and he collapsed. HMPH'd poor trash. Inosuke brushed his hands off and turned to the girl who had already lost her mind. She was curled up in the corner, trembling, muttering. Abacus, such a huge abacus, all money, so scary. Looks like my defense system already educated her. Inosuke snorted, then turned to Nezuko. She looked a little guilty, after all, she was the one who had set the fire. Good job, number 3. Unexpectedly, Inosuke didn't get angry at all. Instead, he reached out and roughly ruffled Nezuko's hair. Sure, you burned my dream, but dreams aren't real anyway. And besides... He sniffed the lingering scent of her exploding blood. That fire burns nice and hot. Could be great for grilling squid in the future. Nezuko blinked, then happily squinted her eyes. The other side of the carriage. With this side handled, Inosuke looked over. Rengoku Kyojuro was still asleep, arms crossed. But beside him, the girl who had invaded his dream was currently being unconsciously strangled by Rengoku's hand, pinned to the seat and unable to move. Oh. Inosuke whistled. Not bad, owl uncle. Even asleep, your anti-theft awareness is impressive. Though. He tapped Rengoku's arm with his fan handle. You're squeezing a bit too hard. If she dies, nobody pays compensation. Though Rengoku didn't wake, it was as if he sensed Inosuke's presence, his grip loosened slightly. All right. Inosuke straightened and looked out the window. The train was still racing forward. But he could feel it, the heartbeat of the train was accelerating. A nauseating demon aura was seeping down from the roof. Finally can't hold back anymore, huh? Inosuke touched the jagged blade at his waist. Trying to trap me with dreams? That's low-level stuff. Compared to my idiot old man, who brainwashes people so hard they're dreaming even while awake. He curled his lip in disdain. You lower rank are barely at the level of a new cult recruit. Just then. Whoosh! Real flames burst out on Tanjiro's side. In his dream, he had smelled Nezuko's blood, realized it was an illusion, and decisively beheaded himself inside the dream. Ha! Ha! Tanjiro jolted awake, drenched in sweat, gripping his partially broken Nichirin blade. I'm awake! I'm awake! Everyone! He turned. And saw Inosuke casually sitting there with one leg crossed, fanning himself, while the intruders lay scattered on the floor. Inosuke-kun? Tanjiro was overwhelmed with relief. You're awake already. Are you okay? You're slow, fish cake Gonpachiro. Inosuke flicked Tanjiro's forehead with his fan. If you'd taken any longer, I'd have made Nezuko my #1 lackey. I'm sorry. Tanjiro apologized immediately, then his expression hardened. Inosuke-kun, this train is wrong. That demon it sent has fused with the train itself. We need to wake Rengoku-san and Zenitsu right away. You can't wake them. Inosuke shook his head, pointing at Rengoku and Zenitsu. Their dreams are too deep. Unless they do what you did and kill themselves. Or. He glanced at Nezuko. We let #3 burn them a bit. But before that. Inosuke stood up. His twin blades flashed out, frost spilling into the air. We're paying a visit to the conductor. That familiar, terrifying pressure erupted from him once more. If I don't collect this debt from him, his skin and flesh included. Then my name isn't Hashibira Inosuke. Let's go, Gonpachiro. Inosuke kicked open the door between carriages. Wind roared in, his hari snapping violently. Let's saw that daydreaming bastard in half. Watching his back, Tanjiro felt his panic melt away. Inosuke-kun was loud. Greedy. And absolutely insufferable. But as long as he was here. It felt like they couldn't possibly lose. Yes, Inosuke-kun. Tanjiro gripped his sword and followed. Nezuko, stay here and protect everyone. If there's danger, wake Zenitsu. Nezuko nodded hard. Medium White Star want to read the full book, all chapters? Visit Patreon https://www.patreon.com/Cannonbreaker Medium White Star. White Heather checkmark. The book is now complete, all chapters are finished, what remains is unlocking bonus content. Wrapped present bonus chapter system. 10 reviews bonus chapter. 100 Power Stones bonus chapter. Fire your support still matters, the stronger it is, the more extra content and bonuses I can release. Thank you for being part of the journey. Chapter 40, Lower Rank 1. 1,449 words. On the roof of the train. The wind howled. The train tore through the night, steam mixed with coal smoke billowing like grey dragons into the sky. Up there. Tanjiro flipped nimbly onto the roof, Nichirin blade clenched tight. His gaze locked forward. That nauseating stench, it's coming from the engine. Whoosh! A figure moved even faster than him. Inosuke landed lightly ahead of Tanjiro like a great cat, graceful despite the gale. His hari snapped violently in the wind as he flicked his iron fan open, blocking the coal ash blasting toward his face. Hey, Gonpachiro! Inosuke said, hiding behind the fan as he looked down at the iron roof in disgust. This place is filthy. All coal dust. When we're done, I'm billing the conductor for dry cleaning. Just then. Good night. A soft, syrupy, sickle-sweet voice drifted from the front of the train. Lower rank 1 times Enmu. He stood at the very edge of the engine, arms spread wide, backlit by moonlight as if embracing the rushing night wind. What a lovely night, he sighed. Perfect for having a beautiful dream. He turned around. The eyes engraved with the mark of 1 curved into a smile as they fixed on the two boys. Especially you, Enmu said, gazing at Inosuke with clear interest. The one dressed so beautifully, yet whose dreams are filled with nothing but money. He licked his lips, savoring the memory. Such a fascinating dream. Your desire for wealth is purer than a demon's hunger for humans. Why wake up at all? Wouldn't it be better to keep dreaming? Shut up, inferior life form. Inosuke snapped his fan shut. Frost gathered in his emerald eyes. You've got some nerve saying that. He pointed straight at Enmu's nose, teeth clenched. You were the one who ordered that idiot woman to burn down my treasury just now, weren't you? 1 billion gold koban. Do you have any idea how much that is? Do you know how many hash IRA I'd have to sell to earn that back? Enmu froze. Hey. That's what you're angry about? Shouldn't a normal person be worried about their companions first? Since you're admitting it. Inosuke slowly drew his twin blades. The serrated edges shimmered under the moonlight, glowing with icy blue and blood-red brilliance. Then you'll pay with your life. I'll skin you, dig out those eyeballs of yours, whatever blood demon art junk they are. They should fetch a decent price. Hee hee? Enmu covered his mouth as he laughed. The mouth in the palm of his hand split open as well, emitting a skin-crawling echo. How crude. If you dislike pleasant dreams so much, then have a nightmare. Blood demon art, force sleep times eyes. The mouth on Enmu's hand opened wide. An invisible wave surged out, engulfing both boys. Meet his gaze, and fall asleep instantly. Ooh! Tanjiro staggered, his eyes glazing over. In his dream, his family surrounded him, shouting accusations. Why were you the only one who survived? I'm sorry. In the dream, Tanjiro raised his blade and slit his own throat without hesitation. Wake up! Slash! In reality, Tanjiro's eyes flew open. He gasped for air. Inosuke! Don't look at his eyes, that's his blood demon art. But Inosuke wasn't struggling. In fact, he looked irritated. SNRRK. Standing upright, Inosuke fell asleep on the spot. A snot bubble inflating lazily from his nose. Inosuke's dream. A ruined, drafty temple. The once glorious Eternal Paradise cult had gone bankrupt. Doma wore tattered rags, begging on the street. Please, spare some change, my son needs a steamed bun. Kotoha, dressed in patched clothing, sewed garments for others to earn a few coins. And Inosuke himself held a crack bowl containing half a moldy corn bun. Young master, we're broke. The treasury is empty. Butler Musen wailed beside him. Outrageous. Dream Inosuke exploded with rage, kicking the temple apart. I'm the young master of the Eternal Paradise cult. How could I go bankrupt? This is fake. This is a scam. Wake up. Reality. Pop. The snot bubble burst. Inosuke's eyes snapped open, veins bulging on his forehead, bloodshot with fury. He had awakened, from poverty. You bastard! He glared at Enmu with such hatred that even a lower rank one felt a chill. You actually dared to make me dream that? Making our family of 3 beg on the streets? That's the greatest insult to my household. Die, you poor trash. Inosuke stomped forward, agility surging. Ice breathing times second form times shattered frost fangs. His twin blades became a storm, wild, unrestrained, driven by pure instinct and rage. Enmu recoiled in shock, retreating rapidly. Impossible. He woke up without killing himself. What kind of mind structure does this kid have? Is money his only weakness? Then so be it. Enmu activated his art again. Sleep. Sleep. This time, dream of all your money turning into stone. I won't look. Inosuke suddenly shut his eyes. He kept swinging, eyes completely closed. Ha ha ha. Closing your eyes won't help. Enmu sneered. You can't see me, so you can't hit me. Who says I can't? Inosuke grinned mockingly, eyes shut tight. The hairs on his body stood on end. Every ripple of air, every vibration, painted a clear image on his skin. Omnidirectional radar. Your heartbeat is too loud. Your blood stinks. And that disgusting gaze of yours. Even with my eyes closed, it feels like snot stuck on my face. There. Still blind, Inosuke slashed to the right. Re-yip. The serrated blade bit deep into Enmu's neck. Though Enmu barely managed to block with his tendrils, the ice-infused edge still tore away half his shoulder. Aah! Enmu screamed and stumbled back. Is this kid a monster? Fighting without eyes? Gonpachiro! Now! Inosuke roared. Cut his neck. Yes! Tanjiro seized the opening. Water breathing times 10th form times constant flux. A roaring water dragon surged forth, crashing toward Enmu's neck. Slash! Enmu's head flew off and rolled across the roof. We won. Tanjiro froze. That was easy. No. Inosuke frowned, eyes still closed. The feeling was wrong. No crunchy sound of bone snapping. It felt like cutting rotten mud. Sure enough. Enmu's severed head did not disintegrate. Instead, it laughed. He, very impressive. Unfortunately, I'm no longer here. Rumble. The entire train shook violently. Countless dark red masses of flesh burst from the metal walls, crawling across the roof like blood vessels. Eyes. Eyes opened everywhere, lining the train's surface, staring at them. This train has become my body. Enmu's voice echoed from all directions, merging with the roar of steel. The 200 passengers aboard are nothing but nutrients. How many do you think you can protect? TCH. Inosuke opened his eyes, staring down at the writhing flesh with disgust. Disgusting. A perfectly good iron train. You turned it into pig offal. He looked at Tanjiro. Gonpachiro, situations changed. This freak fused with the train. Which means... He tapped the eye-covered roof with his iron fan. This train is alive now. Then what do we do? Tanjiro panicked. If the whole train is the demon, where's its neck? Idiot. Inosuke grinned shrewdly. If it's alive, then it's simple. All living things feel pain. All living things fear cold. He drew a deep breath. His ice spirit physique surged to life. The temperature plummeted. Moisture in the air crystallized into frost. Listen, Gonpachiro. You go find the neck. I'll go the other way. Inosuke plunged both serrated blades into the fleshy roof. And cool this train down a bit. I'm freezing this whole thing into a popsicle. Let's see how it digests passengers then. Total concentration times ice breathing times third form. Avalanche saw fangs times absolute zero. A terrifying wave of cold surged through the Nichiren blades, flooding into the train's vein-like walls. The writhing red flesh instantly frosted over, movement slowing, stiffening. Air. So cold. So cold. The entire train let out a wail. Inosuke stood atop the roof like a tyrant. Freeze, you stinking piece of shit. On my turf, without my permission. No one gets to eat people. Inside the carriages. Tendrils that had been reaching for passengers froze solid midair. Nezuko, who had been about to save people, blinked and poked one. Crack. It shattered into pieces. HM. She tilted her head. She didn't know what was happening, but it felt amazing. Medium White Star want to read the full book, all chapters? Visit Patreon https://www.patreon.com/Cannonbreaker Medium White Star. White Heather checkmark. The book is now complete, all chapters are finished, what remains is unlocking bonus content. Wrapped present bonus chapter system. 10 reviews bonus chapter. 100 Power Stones bonus chapter. Fire, your support still matters, the stronger it is, the more extra content and bonuses I can release. Thank you for being part of the journey. Chapter 41, The Flame #IRA. 1083 words. Inside the train cars. Crack, crack. The skin-crawling sound of freezing spread slowly across the carriage walls. The dark red flesh that had been baring its fangs, trying to devour the passengers, was now covered in a thick layer of white frost, its movement sluggish and stiff. So cold. Asleep, Zenitsu curled into a ball, a snot bubble inflating and shrinking rhythmically. Grandpa, don't leave the eel rice outside, it'll freeze. My teeth will crack. Another carriage. Rengoku Kyojuro, who should have been trapped in a dream, suddenly twitched. His subconscious sensed something terribly wrong. The nauseating demonic aura was violently clashing with Inosuke's presence. Rengoku frowned in his dream. Young people these days, they're far too noisy. Boom! In reality, Rengoku's eyes snapped open. Those owl-like eyes burned fiercely, without a trace of grogginess, only blazing flames. I don't know what's happening. In a flash, he drew his blade, so fast only an afterimage remained. But allowing demons to run wild under my watch. Even in a dream. That is my failure. Flame-breathing times first form times unknowing fire. Boom! A roaring arc of flame erupted. With astonishing precision, it instantly erased every tendril in the carriage that was reaching for passengers. Fire and ice collided, hissing violently as steam burst into the air. Rengoku laughed heartily, then launched himself upward like a rocket, smashing straight through the roof and onto the top of the train. On the roof, Inosuke was half kneeling, both hands gripping his serrated blades embedded deep into the train's body. He was continuously forcing cold into the carriages below. His face was pale, beads of sweat covering his forehead. His ice spirit physique was powerful, but the train was simply too massive. Freezing something this large was pure overexertion, bordering on life-draining. Damn it, why is this stupid train so long? Inosuke gritted his teeth. I'm starving. After this fight, I'm stealing all of Blondie's food. Just then. Young man. Excellent work. A booming voice exploded behind him. Inosuke jumped, nearly swinging his blades backward in reflex. He turned, and saw Rengoku Kyojuro standing proudly in the wind, flame-patterned cloak billowing, hands on his hips, eyes full of praise. Allied old man. Inosuke froze for a second, then relaxed and sheathed his blades. You're way too slow. I was about to turn this whole train into a popsicle before you woke up. Ha ha ha. My apologies. Rengoku laughed and clapped Inosuke on the shoulder. The bento in my dream was simply too delicious. I was delayed a little. But Rengoku's gaze swept across the frozen roof, his smile turning into genuine approval. Well done. If you hadn't frozen the demon's movements, the passengers in the rear cars would likely already be dead. Your judgment was spot on. You talk like a greedy brat, but your body is honestly protecting everyone. Shut up. Inosuke turned his head away, hiding the faint redness on his cheeks. Who's protecting anyone? I'm protecting my underlings. They still owe me money. Ha ha ha. A classic Tsundere youth. Rengoku didn't expose him and immediately analyzed the situation. Since the train itself has become the demon's body, its weak point must be at the front. The Kamado boy has already gone ahead, correct? That hard-headed idiot went to cut the neck. Inosuke pointed toward the engine. Excellent. Rengoku instantly issued orders, the absolute command of a Hashira. Then I will guard all the carriages. You and Kamado will go to the front. Find the neck and sever it. Ha! Inosuke scowled. Why should I listen to you? I'm the boss. Because I said I'd treat you to a meal. Rengoku cut him off, completely serious. If we fail to protect this train, the bento will be gone. The lady who sells it will die. And you'll never eat delicious beef pot bento again. Inosuke? This was an argument that could not be refuted. For the young master of the Eternal Paradise cult, cutting off food was worse than killing one's parents. I'll listen. Inosuke tightened his grip on his Nichirin blade, eyes sharpening. But, old man. Just as Rengoku turned to head for the rear cars, Inosuke suddenly called out. HM. Rengoku looked back. Inosuke stared at this man, still bursting with life now, yet destined in the original story to become a cold corpse in just a few hours. He thought of Doma. Of that foolish father. He thought of Kotoha. Of that gentle mother. He hated farewells. Truly hated them. Hey, owl. Inosuke's voice was unusually serious, almost threatening. I said it earlier. Your life is under my custody for now. In a bit, a stronger guy might show up. That one is my prey. He pointed at himself, then at Rengoku. Before I strip that bastard of every last coin, you're not allowed to die. From now on, I'm your bodyguard. Bodyguard fee, 100 billion gold koban. If you die, I'll put that debt on your whole family. Rengoku froze. He looked into the boy's emerald eyes, gleaming in the moonlight. He didn't know who would come. He didn't know what the future held. But he understood the boy's clumsy concern. A foolish, awkward kindness. A refusal to lose another companion. Rengoku broke into a smile as radiant as the sun. 100 billion? That's expensive indeed. Rest assured. I am the Flame Hashira. As long as I stand, no one will die here. Not the passengers. And not you youngsters either. I'll be right back. Boom. Rengoku kicked off the roof, turning into a blazing meteor as he shot toward the rear of the train. That speed. That presence. Made even Inosuke narrow his eyes. TCH, showing off. Inosuke muttered, though the corner of his mouth lifted unconsciously. He turned toward the engine. There, the flesh still writhed, Enmu's tendrils regenerating madly, desperately blocking Tanjiro's advance. All right. Inosuke rolled his neck, bones cracking. Gonpachiro. Hold on. Your boss is coming to back you up. Dragging his twin blades across the roof, carving two deep scars into the iron. Inosuke roared and charged toward the final battlefield. Medium White Star want to read the full book, all chapters? Visit Patreon https://www.patreon.com/Cannonbreaker Medium White Star. White heavy check mark. The book is now complete. All chapters are finished, what remains is unlocking bonus content. Wrapped present bonus chapter system. 10 reviews bonus chapter. 100 Power Stones bonus chapter. Fire your support still matters, the stronger it is, the more extra content and bonuses I can release. Thank you for being part of the journey. Chapter 42, The Real Body. 1,476 words. Locomotive head. The gale howled like blades, cutting into the faces of the two boys until it hurt. Tanjiro and Inosuke, one after the other, stepped over the constantly writhing, nauseating mass of flesh and finally reached the very front of the train. It's here. Tanjiro stopped, his Nichirin blade pointing at the thick layer of rotten meat beneath his feet. This is where the stench is strongest. That demon's neck bone is right under here. Ugh. Inosuke covered his mouth and nose, staring at the pile that looked like decayed internal organs, rolling his eyes in pure disgust. This demon's a total idiot. Hiding his weakness in a pile of rotten meat, what, is he trying to stink us to death? He. The flesh beneath their feet suddenly split open, countless mouths opening at once, emitting Enmu's soft, sinister voice. What rude children. Since you're so eager to see my neck, Tilda, then look at it in your dreams. Blood demon art times 4 slumber times 100 eyes rage open. Swish! 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 Without warning, countless bloodshot eyeballs snapped open along the fleshy walls. Each eye carried an intense hypnotic wave, locking tightly onto the two of them. Danger! Inosuke! Don't look! Tanjiro shouted, already preparing to close his eyes, or even cut himself to stay awake. But Inosuke was faster. Or rather, far more unreasonable. Look at my ass, you big-headed ghost! Inosuke neither closed his eyes nor dodged. He snapped open the cyan iron fan in his hand, like a magician, tracing a perfect arc through the air. Total concentration times breath of ice times fourth form times repeating shattered ice fangs times mirror refraction. Who? Countless ice crystals with reflective surfaces instantly floated in front of Inosuke and Tanjiro. Enmu's hypnotic gaze struck the ice mirrors and was immediately reflected straight back. What? All the eyes embedded in the flesh froze for a split second when they saw their own reflections. Though Enmu wouldn't fall asleep from his own blood demon art, that instant of visual interference was enough. Now! Gonpachiro! Inosuke kicked the ice mirror apart, drew his twin blades, and, carrying a piercing chill, stabbed them viciously into the flesh wall. Freeze this pile of rotten meat solid. Breath of ice times total concentration times absolute freeze. Crack, 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 crack. An overwhelming cold surged wildly along the blades. The once soft flesh wall, renowned for its regenerative power, instantly turned grey-white and frozen solid, forcibly suppressing Enmu's regeneration. Air! It hurts! So cold! Enmu screamed miserably, as if his flesh had been frozen into ice and then smashed apart. Perfect chance! Tanjiro's eyes lit up as he stared at the frozen flesh. He took a deep breath, his lungs burning hot. Total concentration times Hinokami Kagura times clear blue sky. Boom! The Nichirin blade, wreathed in raging flames, crashed down onto the rock-hard frozen flesh. Brittle from extreme cold, it shattered like glass when struck by the ultimate heat. This was exactly the effect Inosuke had anticipated, forcing Tanjiro to use sun breathing early, alternating between extreme cold and extreme heat. Maybe someday, once he resolved the conflict between ice breathing and sun breathing himself, Tanjiro wouldn't even need to take the risk. Crackle, pop. With sounds like exploding popcorn, the thick defensive flesh wall collapsed instantly under the torment of ice and fire, shattering into debris. Beneath it was revealed a ghastly white cervical spine thicker than a man's thigh. "We found it!" Tanjiro exclaimed in delight. "Don't celebrate yet." Inosuke pulled out his blades, shaking off the ice fragments. "That bone looks thicker than my old man's face. That strike didn't cut it." Sure enough, though the flesh wall was destroyed, the cervical spine itself was completely unharmed. Enyu's voice grew hysterical. "Useless. Useless. Even if you see it, you can't cut it. I fused with the train. This bone has the hardness of hundreds of tons of steel. And die. Rumble." The train shook violently. The air suddenly grew heavy as countless black tentacles surged in from all directions, trying to drown the two of them. TCH. What a pain. Inosuke frowned and glanced at Tanjiro. "Hey, Gonpachiro. Work with me, just once." "Who?" Tanjiro froze. "How do we do that?" Inosuke raised his twin blades. In those emerald green eyes flashed a glint of unfathomable, instinctive wisdom. "Like before. I'll freeze this bone until it's brittle." He pointed at Tanjiro's sword. "You use that dancing fire of yours and saw it apart for me." "But?" Tanjiro hesitated. "Our breathing styles are opposites. Cutting flesh is fine, but against something this hard, won't the elements cancel each other out if it takes too long?" "Cancel my ass." Inosuke smacked Tanjiro on the head. "This is called alternating hot and cold. Like forging steel. Get it? Trust my instincts, damn it." "All right." Looking into Inosuke's striking eyes, Tanjiro's hesitation vanished. "I trust you, Inosuke. Let's go." They moved at the same time. Inosuke leapt high into the air, his hair whipping wildly in a gale, like a god descending. He gathered every ounce of cold within him onto the serrated edges of his blades. Total concentration times breath of ice. Tanjiro lowered his stance. His blood burned as unprecedented flame surged from his Nichirin blade. Total concentration times Hinokami Kagura times blazing crimson mirror. Break already! Clang! Scree! Inosuke's blade struck the cervical spine first, extreme cold instantly rendering it rigid and brittle. An instant later, Tanjiro's blade slammed down on the exact same spot. Extreme cold and extreme heat collided violently, not cancelling each other out as Tanjiro feared, but producing a terrifying tearing force. Crack! A crisp sound like an eggshell breaking rang out. Enyu's scream cut off abruptly. The cervical spine he prided himself on, boasting it was harder than steel, split open with a visible crack. CRK. The fissure rapidly spread. How? Is this possible? Enyu was in disbelief. How can humans possess this kind of power? That boy who uses ice, he's not human at all. Squish! With a final dull sound, the massive cervical spine was completely severed. As it snapped, the enormous locomotive lost its support, metal twisting with a deafening shriek. Rumble! The train derailed. Driven by immense inertia, the entire train flipped like a dying giant serpent, plowing a deep trench across the wilderness. Wah! We're flying! Tanjiro and Inosuke were flung into the air. Protect the passengers! Tanjiro shouted midair, desperately adjusting his posture to brace for impact. Inosuke, meanwhile, twisted through the air like a cat, flipped twice, and landed firmly on the rolling carriage wall. My scrap metal! My money! Watching the train fall apart, Inosuke let out a heartbroken wail. Boom! Dust filled the air. The Mugen train finally came to a stop. As the smoke cleared, Tanjiro struggled up from the ground beside the overturned train. Cough, cough. Inosuke? Everyone? Are you all okay? Not dead yet. Inosuke's voice came from atop a pile of scrap metal. He was sitting on a broken steel plate, painfully inspecting his serrated blades. The blade chipped. Gonpachiro. Remember to pay me back. Thank goodness. Tanjiro sighed in relief and slumped to the ground. Just then, a chilling presence, far more terrifying than Enmu, suddenly descended. Boom! The ground trembled. Inosuke snapped his head up. His emerald eyes shrank to needle points as his instinct screamed. He's here. That guy is here. In the distance, within the dust cloud, 2 golden lights flickered on. Then a powerfully built man with pink short hair and deep blue tattoos etched across his body slowly stepped out. In his eyes were engraved the words, Upper Rank 3. Akaza. He glanced at the overturned train, then at the 2 boys on the ground. Finally, his gaze settled on Inosuke, more precisely, on the cyan iron fan at Inosuke's chest. That is. Akaza's eyes grew complicated, even carrying a hint of scrutiny. Hey, brat. He pointed at Inosuke. There was no strong killing intent in his tone, only irritation. You wouldn't happen to be that bastard Doma's kid, would you? Akaza's impression of him was still stuck on a small child from more than a decade ago. Third uncle, hello. Tanjiro. Inosuke took a deep breath, stood up, and dusted off his pants. He said to Tanjiro beside him. Gonpachiro, take a good look. This is a big job worth 10 billion gold marks. But this time, I won't let him take a single person away. Chapter 43, Shackles. 1,203 words. Akaza stared fixedly at the boy's delicate face, so refined it almost looked feminine. Not long ago, Akaza had met Doma once. That meeting had gone poorly, though, to be fair, every meeting with Doma was unpleasant. Several days earlier, the Grand Hall of the Eternal Paradise Cult. Late at night, the Grand Hall of the Eternal Paradise Cult was brightly lit with candles, yet an eerie, bone-chilling cold permeated the air. Doma sat cross-legged atop a lotus throne, holding an exquisitely crafted hairpin as he carefully combed the hair of Kotoha, who sat before him. Kotoha-chan's hair is so smooth, Doma said with a smile. Just like silk. Inosuke's hair takes after yours too, feels wonderful to the touch. It's a pity he's not here right now, so I can only play with yours instead. Kotoha sat obediently, sewing a half-finished garment in her hands, softly humming that off-key raccoon song. Cult leader, please be gentle. Don't pull it out. Don't worry, don't worry. I'm very deft with my hands. Amid this bizarre yet oddly warm atmosphere. Boom! The massive vermilion doors of the hall were suddenly blasted apart by a terrifying force. Dust billowed everywhere as a powerfully built man covered in deep blue tattoos, with short pink hair, strode in, murderous intent surging around him like a tidal wave. Upper Rank 3, Akaza. Doma. Akaza roared, his body flashing like lightning as he instantly charged up the dais. Destructive death times disorder. Without a single word of warning, Akaza drove a brutal punch straight into Doma's smiling face. Splatter! Blood sprayed everywhere. Doma's head exploded like a rotten melon, half of it flying off and smashing against the wall before sliding down. Ah! Kotoha cried out in shock, the needle in her hand pricking her finger. Oh my, Lord Akaza, Doma's remaining half-mouth was still talking. There was no pain in his voice, only delight. Why come to play so late at night? You didn't even say hello. I could have had Soto prepare some tea and snacks. Flesh buds wriggled. In barely a second, Doma's head fully regenerated. He even casually lifted Kotoha's injured finger, gently placing it in his mouth as he soothed her. It's all right, Kotoha-chan. Don't be scared. This is my best friend, his way of greeting people is just a bit enthusiastic. Akaza looked at him, veins bulging on his forehead. Shut up. Who the hell is your friend? Lord Muzan summoned the upper ranks for a meeting. Why have you been blocking it the whole time? Are you trying to die? A meeting? Doma blinked his rainbow-colored eyes, looking utterly innocent. Ah, right, that does sound familiar. But I was combing Kotoha-chan's hair, you see. How could such an important family moment be interrupted? F.A. Millie. Akaza froze for a moment, then his face twisted into deep disgust. You bastard! You're still playing this pathetic house game. Keeping a human woman, playing father to some meaningless human brat. This is a disgrace. Don't say that, Doma replied, the smile on his face fading slightly. He gently fanned himself with his golden fan, his tone turning serious. Inosuke is my pride. You know that, Lord Akaza. Like a foolish father bragging about his child, Doma pulled out a stack of crumpled letters. Look! These are letters Inosuke sent back. He's done great things out there, learned how to slay demons, even figured out how to earn money to support the family. He says I'm his favorite dad, and that he'll turn everyone who bullies him into money. Doma pointed at a drawing of Inosuke stepping on a boar-headed man, smiling with blissful happiness. Sure, the kid's got a bad temper, and he's a bit greedy, but in his heart, he has this family. Family! Akaza stared at the drawing, then at Kotoha beside him, gazing at Doma with gentle eyes. The scene made him feel an inexplicable, visceral nausea. Yet beneath that nausea, there was also a sharp, needle-like pain pricking deep within his mind. And also, Lord Akaza. Doma continued chatting away, oblivious to Akaza's turmoil. Having a family really feels wonderful. I used to think immortality was boring, but now, just to protect Kotoha-chan smile, just to give Inosuke a place to come back and run wild. I feel that as a father, as a husband, even if I had to destroy the entire world, it would be worth it. Boom! Those words struck like twin thunderbolts, crashing violently into the long-sealed depths of Akaza's memories. Father. Husband. Protect. Fragments of images flashed before his eyes. A sickly yet gentle girl smiling at him beneath fireworks. Mr. Hakuji? A dojo master, strict, yet treating him like a son. To protect the ones who matter? And then? A well poisoned with deadly toxins. Blood covering the ground. And his own helpless despair. Shut up. Shut up. Akaza clutched his head, his body trembling violently. The killing intent that had been directed at Doma vanished in an instant, replaced by a chaotic, agonized aura, as if his soul were being torn apart. What's wrong, Lord Akaza? Doma leaned his head closer, curiously. Headache? Want me to have Kotoha-chan sing you a lullaby? It works wonders. Inosuke used to fall asleep the moment he heard it. He even sounded proud. Get away from me. Akaza let out a beast-like roar and shoved Doma away. He didn't dare look at that warm scene again. Even if it was fake. Even if it was just an act performed by a heartless monster like Doma. Something within that scene he stabbed painfully at something he had long forgotten, or that someone had deliberately buried. I'm not listening to your nonsense. If you won't go, then just wait for Lord Musen's punishment. Leaving behind those harsh words, Akaza flashed away, smashing through another wall as he fled into the night. Oh? Leaving already? Doma looked at the two gaping holes in the walls and shook his head regretfully. What a short temper. I was planning to share some of Inosuke's local specialties with him. He turned back to Kotoha, smiling once more. It's all right now, Kotoha-chan. Let's keep combing your hair. Where were we? Ah, right, Inosuke will probably be even taller the next time he comes back. Kotoha glanced at the broken wall, nodded softly, and continued humming that imperfect little song. Deep in the forest. Akaza stopped beneath a tree, gasping for breath. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, dripping onto the ground. Why? He clutched his chest, the hollow pain making it hard to breathe. Why is it that when that bastard talks about protecting, I feel like vomiting? And yet, like I want to cry. In the darkness of his mind, the name Hakuji glimmered faintly but stubbornly. Trying to break free from the shackles called Akaza. Medium White Star want to read the full book, all chapters? Visit Patreon https://www.patreon.com/Cannonbreaker Medium White Star. White heavy check mark. The book is now complete. All chapters are finished. What remains is unlocking bonus content. Wrapped present bonus chapter system. 10 reviews bonus chapter. 100 power stones bonus chapter. Fire your support still matters. The stronger it is, the more extra content and bonuses I can release. Thank you for being part of the journey. Chapter 44, Petty Tricks. 1,283 words. The overturned train was still belching black smoke, the acrid stench of burning metal mingling with the smell of blood. As the dust settled, Tanjiro gripped his Nichirin blade and stood vigilantly at Inosuke's side. Although his stamina had been heavily drained, he'd reacted quickly enough when the train derailed, adjusting his landing at the last moment. He hadn't been injured, and his eyes were still clear and resolute. Across from them, however, the tattoo-covered man was clearly not in a normal state. Akaza stared fixedly at the cyan iron fan on Inosuke's chest. His golden pupils trembled violently. That fan, and that nauseating, hypocritical stench of Doma. Uncontrollably, a scene that made his stomach churn resurfaced in his mind. Inside the Grand Hall of the Eternal Paradise Cult, that bastard Doma smiling blissfully as he combed a woman's hair, holding up a drawing as he bragged. Look! This is what Inosuke sent back. He says I'm his favorite dad. Ugh. Akaza suddenly clamped a hand over his mouth. Veins bulged at his temples as his stomach twisted violently. The warmth in that memory was like a poisoned needle, stabbing deep into a part of his mind he had sealed away long ago. There seemed to be another vague silhouette there as well, smiling at him. Two completely different memories collided head-on. Ah! Inosuke, completely oblivious to Akaza's mental breakdown, slapped his thigh and pointed at him, shouting loudly. You stingy striped basketball uncle who wouldn't give me a hug and got chased off by my dad. What are you doing here? Shut up! Boom! Akaza snapped. Unlike in the original story, there was no calm probing, no measured testing, only hysterical rage, a desperate attempt to silence the noise in his head. Technique expansion times destructive death times compass needle. At his feet, a snowflake-shaped 12-pointed formation instantly spread out, covering a full 100-meter radius. Blue fighting spirit erupted like a tangible substance. This was Akaza's full power, unleashed without restraint. Since you're that bastard son, and you've grown up. Bloodshot eyes locked onto Inosuke, killing intent condensing to a razor edge. Then disappear for me. Along with that disgusting memory. Destructive death times disorder. Akaza vanished. In the next instant, countless fist shadows, each powerful enough to shatter steel, poured down like a torrential storm, completely engulfing Inosuke. Danger! Tanjiro didn't have time to think. His body moved on instinct. Hinokami Kagura times blazing crimson mirror. He slashed in a wide arc, trying to intercept the sideward shockwaves. Flame breathing times fourth form times blooming flame undulation. But someone was even faster. Rengoku Kyojuro. A massive vortex of flames erupted from the ground, forcefully interposing itself in front of Inosuke and swallowing the rain of punches whole. Boom! 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 Heavy impacts thundered out. Rengoku managed to block the attack, but his boot sank deep into the earth, his body sliding back several meters. What heavy punches! A flash of shock crossed Rengoku's eyes. He's going all out from the very start. Get out of my way! Akaza was completely unhinged. Ignoring Rengoku, he stamped the ground and, guided by Compass Needle's perception, bypassed him entirely, charging straight for Inosuke again. I'm going to kill you. Kill you, you hypocritical product. Hey, striped face. Though shaken by the onslaught, Inosuke, young lord of the Eternal Paradise cult, refused to lose in spirit. He flipped backward onto a pile of scrap metal, crossing his twin blades. Wanna kill me? You still owe my dad money for meals. Gonpachiro. Owl. Let's go together. This guy's worth tens of billions in guard fees. You really gonna stop me from earning that? I was thinking the same thing. Rengoku laughed loudly, his fighting spirit flaring to its peak. Kamadu boy. Cover me. Inosuke boy. Hit and run. A three-pronged assault, begin. Flame breathing times fifth form times flame tiger. Rengoku attacked head-on, a roaring tiger of fire lunging forward and locking Akaza in place. Hinokami Kagura times circular dance. Tanjiro cut in from the flank, his Nichirin blade burning hot as it slashed toward Akaza's neck. He couldn't match Akaza's speed, but his keen sense of smell always caught that fleeting thread of opportunity. Get lost. Weaklings. Akaza spun and kicked Tanjiro away. Tanjiro blocked with the hilt of his sword, skidding several meters back. At the same time, Akaza smashed the flame tiger apart with a single blow. Destructive death times leg technique times flowing flash swarm. His kicks flashed like lightning, forcing Rengoku into defense as the compass needle spun wildly. In Akaza's perception, the intense fighting spirit of Rengoku and Tanjiro burned like bonfires in the night. Every hint of killing intent was laid bare before him. It's useless. Every move you make is within my grasp. Akaza laughed madly. His mind was in chaos, but his body, driven by instinct, was at its absolute peak. However, just as he was about to unleash a devastating punch on Rengoku, a chill with no fighting spirit at all suddenly pressed against his back. It was Inosuke. A monster who had lowered his body temperature to near freezing, suppressing even his heartbeat to the limit. The concealment incense pouch worked its magic once again, not only hiding his presence, but even masking his fighting spirit. Using Rengoku's blazing flames as cover, Inosuke had slipped behind Akaza like a lifeless shadow. Your compass needle. Inosuke's voice murmured softly by his ear. It's basically a compass, right? If it's a compass, it uses magnetism. So what happens when a magnet is disturbed by extreme cold? Total concentration times breath of ice times absolute zero. Inosuke plunged both blades straight into the compass needle formation beneath Akaza's feet. Terrifying cold surged across the ground, instantly corroding the blue technique array. SZZZZ. With the physical properties of the ground altered, and combined with Inosuke's spiritless interference, the once precise compass needle stuttered, just for an instant. WH. Akaza's pupils shrank violently. In his perception, a blind spot suddenly appeared in what had been a perfectly clear world. Like dumping liquid nitrogen over a precision radar. Now! Owl! Inosuke roared. Roger! Rengoku Kyojuro seized that once-in-a-lifetime opening. His fighting spirit burned beyond its limits, even his eyebrows seemed to catch fire. Flame breathing times esoteric art times ninth form times Rengoku. Boom! The night was completely illuminated. A colossal, roaring fire dragon, empowered by the perceptual blind spot Inosuke had created, slammed straight into Akaza's chest with world-destroying force. Gah! Akaza's chest was pierced. Half his body was engulfed in flames as the immense impact hurled him backward, smashing through countless heaps of scrap metal. It's not over yet. Tanjiro burst out of the smoke, following the path Rengoku had carved, leaping high into the air. Hinokami Kagura. Drop some loot for me. Inosuke followed close behind, his serrated twin blades trailing frost as he slashed viciously at Akaza's legs, trying to lock down his movement. Within the swirling smoke, Akaza's body was shattered, but his golden eyes burned even more madly. Pain. Not just physical pain, but rage at their coordinated cunning, at Inosuke's shameless tricks. And the memory of that family. Growing clearer under agony and fury, driving him to the brink of madness. You damn. Insects. Akaza's roar shook heaven and earth as his severed limbs regenerated at a visible speed. I'll kill you all. Medium White Star want to read the full book, all chapters? Visit Patreon. patreon.com/canonbreaker Medium White Star. White Heavy checkmark. The book is now complete. All chapters are finished, what remains is unlocking bonus content. Wrapped present bonus chapter system. 10 reviews bonus chapter. 100 Power Stones bonus chapter. Fire your support still matters, the stronger it is, the more extra content and bonuses I can release. Thank you for being part of the journey. Chapter 45, Losing 5 Times. 2,239 words. Flame breathing times esoteric art times ninth form times Rengoku. Destructive death times annihilation style. Fueled by extreme fury, Akaza's shattered body regenerated almost instantly. Faced with the three of them closing in, he didn't waste a single thought, he charged straight at the strongest among them, Rengoku Kyojuro. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted across the wasteland as Rengoku and Akaza collided head-on. The immense shockwave blasted the two boys who tried to assist straight off their feet, sending them flying several meters away. Everything they had just accomplished was rendered meaningless in the face of this overwhelming clash. A rain of blood. At this level, Inosuke and Tanjiro were utterly powerless to intervene. Ha 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 ha. Not bad. That fighting spirit is impressive. Akaza laughed widely, his fists drenched in blood, Rengoku's blood. Yet behind that laughter, his golden eyes were filled with chaos and brutality. But it's still not enough. Kyojuro. Your human body can't withstand this kind of impact. Become a demon. Only by becoming a demon can you gain endless time to hone your martial arts. I refuse. Rengoku roared, swinging his Nichiren blade again and severing the arm reaching for his chest. So stubborn. Akaza's arm regenerated in an instant. As he stared at the man before him, gravely injured, yet still standing firm like an unyielding mountain, Doma's smiling face suddenly flashed through Akaza's mind. And that little brat named Inosuke. Whether it's you, or that nauseating Eternal Paradise cult brat. They both irritate me beyond measure. Flame breathing times fifth form times flame tiger. With another earth-shaking roar, a massive flaming tiger lunged forward, snapping viciously at Akaza's throat. This time, Akaza didn't dodge. Even the faint enjoyment he once took in battle vanished, replaced by suffocating, murderous savagery. Too weak, Kyojuro! Is this your limit without a demon's body? Akaza bellowed as destructive death times annihilation style erupted in full. The punch carried pressure powerful enough to shatter the air itself, smashing the flame tiger's head apart before slamming, without restraint, into Rengoku's chest. Crack! A bone-chilling fracture rang out. Rengoku was sent flying like a kite with snapped strings, crashing heavily into the train wreckage. Blood and flesh carved a tragic arc through the air. Blood streamed from his left eye socket from the collision. The agony of broken ribs made every breath feel like swallowing red-hot coals. Yet the fingers gripping his sword were still dug into the hilt, he didn't even notice his nails cracking. It's useless, useless. A human body is as fragile as paper before a demon. Akaza laughed madly as he emerged from the smoke. The half of his face that had been scorched by the flame tiger was already fully restored, without even a scar. In contrast, Rengoku Kyojuro still stood tall before the two boys, but his white hari was soaked completely crimson. The earth beneath his feet had turned dark red with blood. Rengoku-san! Tanjiro cried, trying to rush forward, only to be stopped by Rengoku's firm hand. This was absolute despair, a chasm between human and demon that could not be crossed. The compass needle beneath Akaza spun wildly. Blue fighting spirit poured down like a crushing tide as he raised his fist, voice cold and final. Since you refuse to become the perfect demon, then take your so-called protection and die with it. Akaza stomped down hard. Destructive death times annihilation style. Another annihilation style, no probing, no restraint. A true killing blow. The terrifying shockwave blasted out like a compressed air cannon. Rengoku crossed his blade to block, but was still hurled backward, slamming into the train wreckage and coughing up a mouthful of blood. Rengoku-san! Tanjiro tried to move, only to realize his legs had gone completely limp. Don't come closer. Rengoku propped himself up with his sword, staggering back to his feet. As a Hashira, if I can't even protect my juniors, what right do I have to wield a blade? Die! Akaza had lost all patience. He wanted to end this fight, then crush that brat who kept calling him basketball, and finally silence the noise in his head. Technique expansion times destructive death times final style times azure silver chaotic shards. Hundreds of light bullets, each capable of pulverizing diamond, poured down like a meteor shower, blanketing the entire area. An indiscriminate massacre, meant to erase Rengoku Kyojuro and the two boys behind him in one stroke. It's over? Nezuko? Tanjiro stared blankly at the rain of light, instinctively raising his sword in front of him. Inosuke froze as well. His serrated blades were already chipped, and the ice within his body had been completely drained when he froze the compass needle. So this is it? Inosuke looked at the falling lights. My money's not spent yet, my underlings haven't paid back their debts. I haven't changed yet. At that very instant. Bzzzzz. A sound like 1,000 birds crying rang through the air. A golden bolt of lightning, moving faster than the eye could follow, forcibly cut into this dead end. Thunder breathing times first form times thunderclap and flash times sixfold. The blond boy who had been cowering in the back, crying at every turn, now had his eyes closed, golden lightning wrapping around his body. Asleep, guided purely by instinct, he became a streak of lightning, weaving through the storm of light bullets. Clang! 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 A rapid series of metallic impacts rang out as Zenitsu forcibly deflected several fatal projectiles meant for Rengoku. The next second, he was blasted away, foam spilling from his mouth, but that single, crucial second gave Rengoku a chance to breathe. Bwah! Zenitsu crashed beside Inosuke, eyes rolled back as he muttered in his sleep. Grandpa! I didn't run away. I protected the pretty lady. Inosuke stared at the useless crybaby who usually clung to others' legs, now someone who had risked his life without hesitation. His heart clenched violently. Damn it! Damn it! What kind of big brother gets protected by his little brother? Inosuke forced himself up with his serrated blade. Blood ran from his forehead into his eyes, turning the world crimson. He looked at Rengoku, still trying to swing his sword in a pool of blood. At Zenitsu, unconscious. At Tanjiro, completely spent. And then at Akaza, still roaring, preparing another assault. A fear and fury he had never known before grew wildly inside him. Fear? Yes, fear. Not of death. But of loss. Of losing everything. His memories suddenly replayed like a spinning lantern. The memories of the original timeline flooded in. The first time, his biological mother, Kotoha, throwing him off a cliff to save him, only to be devoured by Doma. Inosuke, live? The second time, the wild boar mother who raised him, dying from hunters' arrows to protect him. She couldn't speak, but that warm embrace before death was his entire childhood. The third time, the old man who taught him to speak, who loved him silently, and then vanished without a word. The fourth time, Shinobu Kocho, always wearing a fake smile, quick to anger, yet gentle when bandaging his wounds. She turned herself into poison in the Infinity Castle to kill Doma, the human who felt most like a mother to him. The fifth time? This life. The life where he had finally made it this far. Finally kept Kotoha alive. Finally made friends. Finally made that deranged bastard Doma feel even a shred of emotion. And now, it was happening again. Rengoku, this big idiot, was about to die. He hadn't even treated him to a meal yet. The 100 billion gold guard fee would be gone. Tanjiro, that bleeding heartful, would die, the most obedient little brother he had. Zenitsu, that coward, would die, his free labor. What kind of joke is this? How is this allowed? How is this allowed to be worse than before? Inosuke lowered his head. His voice was hoarse, tinged with sobs, and a madness that chilled the soul. I've already lost 4 times. He raised his head sharply. The shrewdness and greed in his emerald eyes vanished, replaced by a resolve called protection. This time, I don't want to lose anything anymore. You want to kill my money trees? My underlings? Ask me first if I allow it. Inhale, exhale. Inosuke's chest heaved violently. Lung capacity enhancement was driven beyond its limit, past what his alveoli could withstand. His blood began to boil, the Demon King's blood igniting. The cold within him condensed, the ice spirit physique roaring. Ah! Inosuke let out a shrill, furious roar. He reversed his grip on the serrated blade in his left hand. The edge was instantly coated in thick, ancient frost, white as eternal ice. Breath of ice, full output. And his right hand. He remembered the dance Tanjiro performed in the snowy night. That warm firelight, as if it could drive away all cold. Burn for me. Burn. He forcibly drew out a faint frequency of sun breathing within his body, using the rampaging demon blood to ignite it. Boom. No orthodox flame appeared on the blade, instead, an eerie crimson-black bloodfire erupted. Left hand, extreme cold. Right hand, extreme heat. The opposing forces tore through his body, pain so intense it felt like he was splitting apart, but he didn't care. Owl! Can you still move? Inosuke roared, not caring if Rengoku heard him, as he shot forward like a red and white meteor, charging Akaza without hesitation. Akaza was about to deliver the final blow to Rengoku when an extremely bizarre presence surged behind him, half freezing, half scorching. What is that? Akaza turned and threw a punch. Bang! Fist and twin blades collided. No technique, only sheer desperation. Get the hell back! Inosuke's eyes were bloodshot. His left ice blade locked Akaza's wrist in place, freezing cold pouring in violently, while his right blood flame blade hacked widely at Akaza's neck like a rabid dog. Hiss! Steam exploded from the clash of ice and fire. Akaza was shocked, the boy's wild, unstructured strikes carried a red flame that burned like the sun. This brat, why is his technique so disgusting? Akaza tried to break free, but Inosuke clung to him like a leech. Even with broken ribs, even coughing blood, he refused to let go. Rengoku! Move! Inosuke roared through a mouthful of blood. Rengoku Kyojuro looked at the boy fighting desperately to protect everyone. The flame in his heart reignited. Understood, Inosuke boy. Flame breathing times esoteric art times ninth form times Rengoku. Burning away the last of his strength, Rengoku became a roaring fire dragon. With Inosuke holding Akaza in place, he slammed forward with everything he had. Boom! The ground was torn apart. Half of Akaza's body was obliterated. Ah! Akaza screamed as he was blasted backward. At that moment, the first ray of sunlight finally pierced through the clouds, illuminating his face. Sunlight. Akaza's pupils shrank. Damn it, damn you, Demon Slayer Core, damn you, brat. Doma. Clutching his burning wounds, Akaza shot Inosuke one last venomous look. That brat, that gaze, why did it look so familiar? For an instant, the vague silhouette in Akaza's mind overlapped with the boy before him, desperately protecting his companions. Protection, huh? Akaza clutched his head and let out a pained growl. He didn't dare linger. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only turn and flee into the shadowed forest. Huff, huff. Inosuke stood still. His twin blades clattered to the ground. His brocade hari was reduced to rags. His hands were charred black from enduring the extreme clash. He looked toward where Akaza had fled, tried to curse him, only to make a strangled, goose-like sound. His body went limp, falling backward. Inosuke boy. A pair of warm hands caught him. It was Rengoku. Well? Dead or not? Inosuke weakly opened his eyes, staring at Rengoku's blood-covered yet energetic face. If I'm dead, remember to give me the inheritance, and that cloak too. If I'm not dead, you still owe me 100 billion gold guard fee. Ha 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 ha. Rengoku burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. Don't worry. Thanks to you, we survived. And? I didn't lose anything either. Rengoku held the awkward boy tightly, looking at Tanjiro and Zenitsu crying as they crawled over. The sun rose, golden light bathing all four of them. This time. No regrets. Only 4 living, noisy, painfully vivid lives. Deep in the forest, the fleeing Akaza leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. His mind was in chaos. Why, when I saw that brat risking his life for his companions, did my heart hurt so much? A single tear slipped inexplicably from the corner of Upper Rank 3's eye. The memory chains named Hakuji finally cracked open, just a little. Ding! Detected, host has successfully altered Rengoku Kyojuro's fate and pioneered a new breathing style prototype. Style classification, Rhyme Sun breathing. Notice, this style is original to the host. Risks unknown. Upper limit unknown. Use with caution. System reward, 2 minutes of demonization per day, ignoring sunlight. Evaluation, humanity's hymn is a hymn of courage. Keep training, this is only the beginning. In the depths of sleep, the long unheard system notification sounded once more. Medium White Star want to read the full book, all chapters? Visit Patreon. patreon.com/canonbreaker Medium White Star. White Heavy checkmark the book is now complete. All chapters are finished, what remains is unlocking bonus content. Wrapped present bonus chapter system. 10 reviews bonus chapter. 100 power stones bonus chapter. Fire your support still matters, the stronger it is, the more extra content and bonuses I can release. Thank you for being part of the journey. Chapter 46, Return to the Butterfly Estate. 1,600 words. Can I walk in the sunlight now? Then will future rewards let that grinder-headed guy live in the sun too? In his sleep, the delicate-looking boy suddenly murmured. Inside the Butterfly Estate's infirmary, that familiar, nose-tingling scent of disinfectant filled every corner. My money! A shrill, heart-rending scream instantly shattered the morning calm, startling the sparrows outside into flapping straight into the window. On one of the beds, Inosuke, wrapped head to toe in bandages like a silkworm cocoon, shot upright without warning. Oh oh oh! The sudden movement tugged violently at his broken ribs, as well as his badly burned arms, injuries left by forcibly using both ice breathing and sun breathing at the same time. The pain shot through him like electricity, but Inosuke didn't care. Panicked, he fumbled at his waist. That was where his most beloved possession had been, the money pouch embroidered with gold thread. Gone. Not only was the pouch missing, even the priceless brocade hari he'd custom-made in the Eternal Paradise cult was gone. Instead, he was wearing an unbearably plain patient's robe. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Inosuke's face went deathly pale, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Did that poison scorpion woman take it again? I'm ruined. Completely ruined. Who touched my treasury? That was my burial money. So early in the morning, and you're already wailing like a dying ghost. A voice drifted in from the doorway, gentle enough to melt bones, yet instantly making Inosuke's scalp tingle. Like a duck grabbed by the throat, Inosuke's scream cut off mid-sound. He stiffly turned his head. Standing at the door was the insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho, holding a tray and smiling sweetly. Backlit by the light, her smile looked, uncannily like death itself, scythe in hand. Poison scorpion woman. Inosuke swallowed and instinctively shrank under the blanket. I'm warning you, don't come any closer. I may be injured, but my breathing is still really strong. Oh my, you seem quite energetic. Shinobu walked in and placed the tray down hard on the bedside table with a crisp clank. If you're feeling that lively, then drink this medicine. She lifted a beaker filled with a thick, ominous liquid, so green it was bubbling. A nauseatingly bitter stench wafted out. This is specially prepared to treat the arms you nearly ruined. Not just your arms, your internal organs were on the verge of failing too. Her smile only grew brighter. The taste might be a little distinctive, but the results are immediate. I'm not drinking that. Inosuke shook his head violently. That's definitely poison. You're trying to assassinate the soul heir of the Eternal Paradise cult. I'm telling my dad. A cheerful vein popped on Shinobu's forehead. Somehow, she produced a massive syringe, thicker than Inosuke's arm. Then which will it be? She asked pleasantly. Drink the medicine, or take the injection. One look at the syringe and Inosuke instantly caved. I'll drink it. Tears in his eyes, nose pinched shut, he downed the green liquid with the resolve of a man marching to execution. GHH. Bitter. Too bitter. Bitter enough to eject his soul. Just as Inosuke felt he was about to meet his ancestors on the river Sanzu, a thunderous laugh erupted from the neighboring bed. Though it is bitter. A good medicine is bitter. But delicious. Another cup. Though it is bitter. A good medicine is bitter. But delicious. Another cup. Though it is bitter. A good medicine is bitter. But delicious. Another cup. Inosuke snapped his head around. On the bed beside him, the flame Hashira, Rengoku Kyojuro, who'd nearly been turned into a sieve the night before, was cheerfully downing the same potion like a victory drink. One eye was wrapped in thick bandages, and his body was immobilized, yet his vitality made it hard to believe he'd nearly died. Owl. You're alive? Inosuke stared wide-eyed. Only then did it truly sink in. Hava hava. I am alive. Rengoku set down the beaker and looked at Inosuke with his remaining eye, flashing that trademark, sun-bright smile. Thanks to you, Inosuke boy. And Kamadu boy, and the blonde boy as well. You all created a miracle. At the words alive, the tension in Inosuke's body finally drained away. But instead of being moved, his expression instantly shifted to that of a debt-collecting landlord. Since you didn't die. He stretched out his still-bandaged hand, palm up, utterly shameless. Pay up. Rengoku tilted his head. Pay what? Don't play dumb. Inosuke jabbed at his own injuries. Last night we agreed. Bodyguard fee. Life-saving fee. And weapon wear and tear fee. I risked my life to snatch you back from that striped basketball freak. Do you know how much my blades are worth? They're Nichiren blades, sure, but after I use them, they're priceless. Rengoku blinked, then burst into hearty laughter. Hava hava. I see. So you're worried about compensation? He nodded solemnly. Indeed. Without you last night, I might have already gone to see my mother. Obviously. I never do business at a loss. Inosuke declared. Rest assured. Rengoku tried to pat his chest, only to realize he couldn't move. He laughed and raised his voice instead. I, Rengoku Kyojuro, never default on debts. Though I don't have money on me now, once I recover, I'll pay you in installments from my salary, until it's fully repaid. TCH, salary. Inosuke clicked his tongue. How much can a Hashira even earn? Fine. Since you seem honest enough, I'll say you owe me 100 million gold marks. 100 million. Tanjiro, who had just pushed the door open, nearly dropped the wash basin in his hands. Clang. Inosuke. That's extortion. That's absolutely extortion. 100 million gold marks could buy a country. Rengoku-san would never finish paying that in his lifetime. Shut it, Gonpachiro. Inosuke snarled. What do you know? Is the Flame Hashira's life not worth 100 million? Or are you saying he's worthless? It is very expensive. Rengoku nodded seriously. Looks like I'll have to work even harder to repay 100 million gold marks. Rengoku-san, please don't indulge him. Tanjiro wailed. As the room descended into chaos, someone who'd been lying stiffly in the corner finally stirred. Grandpa. Zenitsu groggily opened his eyes. Through blurry vision, he saw a white ceiling, and that fierce-looking big brother. Memory came flooding back. The terrifying Mugen train. The Rain of Light. That monster of an upper rank. Wah! A scream tore through the butterfly estate. A demon! There's a demon! Help! Am I dead? Is this hell? Why is there a gangster in hell? I don't want to die. I'm not married yet. I haven't even held a girl's hand. Zenitsu sprang out of bed trying to flee, only to discover his leg was in a cast. He immediately face-planted onto the floor. Oh. My leg. My leg's broken. Shut up, Stripeitsu. Irritated to the core, Inosuke grabbed an apple from beside the pillow and hurled it with pinpoint accuracy. Smack! The apple hit Zenitsu square on the forehead. Keep screaming and I'll throw you out to be fed to the poison scorpion woman. Inosuke threatened. Clutching the swelling bump, Zenitsu looked up tearfully. When he saw Tanjiro, Rengoku, and Inosuke, grumpy but undeniably alive, he froze. Everyone's alive. Sniffling, Zenitsu suddenly hugged Tanjiro's leg and burst into tears. Water? Thank goodness. Tanjiro! I thought we were all going to die. That upper rank was terrifying. I was so scared I nearly wet myself. No, I passed out. How did I survive? You saved everyone, Zenitsu, Tanjiro said gently, helping him up. If you hadn't blocked those final attacks, Rengoku-san might have. Really? Zenitsu instantly stopped crying, his face lighting up dreamily as a snot bubble inflated and deflated. So I'm that strong. Then Nezuko-chan will definitely see me differently now. I'll go tell her. I'm a hero. Keep dreaming, Inosuke snorted. She's my third underling. My private property. Don't even think about it. Leaning back against the headboard, Inosuke looked at the sunlight streaming through the window, then at the noisy, battered group filling the room. Rengoku was loudly teaching Tanjiro some bizarre theory about stopping bleeding through sheer willpower. Zenitsu was drooling while fantasizing about married life with Nezuko. Tanjiro was helplessly wiping Zenitsu's nose. Hey, Gonpachiro, Inosuke suddenly said. HM? What is it, Inosuke? Tanjiro turned, eyes clear. My blade's chipped. Inosuke pointed at the Nichiren sword in the corner, now little more than jagged scrap. You're paying half the repair fee. Who? Why me again? Tanjiro looked stunned. Because it chipped saving you. Inosuke said shamelessly. And when I'm healed, we're going out for a good meal. The kind that's stupidly expensive. Tempura. You're treating. Tanjiro looked into Inosuke's tired emerald eyes and sighed, smiling. He understood, this was Inosuke's way of saying we're all okay. All right, Tanjiro nodded with a smile. My treat. All of us. Sunlight fell across Inosuke's face. He snorted softly and pulled the blanket over his head, hiding the faint, barely noticeable smile at the corner of his mouth. He hadn't managed to sell that striped basketball guy for cash. And he hadn't gotten Rengoku's 100 million IOU. But this sleep? He should finally be able to rest in peace. Medium White Star want to read the full book, all chapters? Visit Patreon. patreon.com/Canonbreaker Medium White Star. White Heather checkmark the book is now complete. All chapters are finished, what remains is unlocking bonus content. Wrapped present bonus chapter system. 10 reviews bonus chapter. 100 Power Stones bonus chapter. Fire your support still matters, the stronger it is, the more extra content and bonuses I can release. Thank you for being part of the journey. Chapter 47, Pig Feed. 1,659 words. This battle had inflicted severe damage. The three of them would need to recuperate at the butterfly estate for quite some time. Clang! A delicate porcelain bowl was slammed heavily onto the bedside table. The plain white porridge inside rippled outward in circles, a few pitiful grains of rice bobbing up and down in the watery soup. What is this supposed to be? Inosuke pointed at the bowl, veins bulging on his forehead, his handsome blue hair practically standing on end with rage. If you're short on money, you can borrow from me, why are you feeding me pig slop? Even Gonpachiro wouldn't eat this. After I nearly died chasing off that striped basketball, saved your hash IRA, and saved so many people, this is what you give me. No tempura, fine, but not even a single piece of meat. Tanjiro, sitting beside him and obediently sipping his porridge, looked up with a grain of rice still stuck to his lips and tried to reason gently. Inosuke, Shinobu said our internal organs were badly damaged, so we can only have liquids for now. And this porridge is cooked with medicinal herbs, it's good for the body. Shut up, Gonpachiro! Inosuke snapped, cutting off the peacemaker mid-sentence. This dishwater taste is an insult to me. Back at the Eternal Paradise cult, even the dogs guarding the gate eat better than this. He turned his head toward the next bed. There, the flame Hashirei, Rengoku Kyojuro, was holding the same bowl of plain porridge. Despite having one eye wrapped in bandages and being unable to move at all, he still radiated that blazing enthusiasm, loudly praising it. Delicious. Though it's light, you can taste the natural sweetness of the rice. Delicious. Another bowl, please. Inosuke rolled his eyes. He decided there was no point communicating with an owl whose taste buds were clearly broken. No. This won't do. He rubbed his flat stomach. The wound there still ached faintly, but what hurt more was the sense of loss. After fighting so hard, he had to make up for it. Stripeitsu! Inosuke suddenly shouted. Zenitsu, who was cowering in the corner checking in the mirror to see if his face had been ruined, jumped so hard he nearly dropped it. It's Zenitsu! Be big bro, what do you want? Go get me some ingredients, Inosuke ordered imperiously. There should be fish, shrimp, and oil in the kitchen. Swipe all of it. Who? Zenitsu's eyes bulged as he screamed. Are you insane? This is the butterfly estate. If Kanzaki Aoi or worse, the terrifying insect Hashirei finds out, we'll die. We'll absolutely be turned into anatomical specimens. What's there to be afraid of? Inosuke pulled out his slightly chipped serrated blade from under the pillow, twirling it casually and flashing two sharp little canine teeth. If something goes wrong, just say the owl told us to do it. He's a Hashirei, he definitely has privileges. Rengoku, who was mid-sip, paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. How clever. While I don't recommend stealing, if it's for recovering one's strength, I can close one eye. Just remember to fry me a few extra shrimp. See? Even the Hashirei agrees, Inosuke said righteously. That's called being accomplices. Totally. Zenitsu wailed. Half an hour later. The Butterfly Estate's back kitchen was at its quietest of the day. Kanzaki Aoi and the three little girls had gone to the back mountain to dry sheets, leaving the place unguarded. Three sneaky figures slipped inside. Or rather, one swaggering figure with two sneaky lackeys trailing behind. Wow, so much good food. Inosuke stared at the fresh river fish laid out for dinner prep and the large barrel of cooking oil. His emerald green eyes turned into shining stars, he could practically sense the protein and fat within the fish. Move out! At his command, Inosuke leapt straight onto the stove. Wait! Inosuke! Dragged along against his will, Tanjiro still tried to salvage the situation. You don't know how to cook. What if you burn the kitchen down? If we really have to do this, I should. What's so hard about cooking? Inosuke snorted. He grabbed a fish and tossed it into the air. Clang! Twin blades flashed. Watch closely, Gonpachiro. Cooking is just like fighting. Total concentration times breath of ice times chaotic stew slicing. Slash slash slash. Cold flashes filled the air, not with delicate slicing sounds, but brutal tearing noises. The poor fish hadn't even hit the ground before it was violently descaled, gutted, and its bones severed by the serrated blades. The cuts were uneven, like something chewed by a wild beast, but the efficiency was terrifying. Amazing. Tanjiro stared in awe. It looks brutal, but it's actually very cleanly processed. Of course. Inosuke kicked the fish chunks into the pot. Stripeitsu. Light the fire. Pour all the oil in. All of it? That's 3 days' worth. Zenitsu screamed, but his body obeyed anyway as he twisted open the oil barrel. After all, if he didn't comply, Inosuke might process him next. Whoom! The flames roared to life. Inosuke had no idea what heat control was. He only believed that big fire made miracles. Using his Nichirin blades as spatulas, he stirred the pot like a madman. Salt. Sugar. And pour in that sauce that looks expensive too. Inosuke. That's black vinegar. Doesn't matter. Black is black. Pour it. The kitchen instantly filled with smoke, a bizarre stench spreading, burnt aroma, fishy odor, and excessive seasoning blended into something indescribable. Just then, soft footsteps stopped at the doorway. The three froze. Kanao Tsuyuri stood there, wearing the Butterfly Estate uniform, holding a basket of freshly washed radishes. Her pale violet eyes quietly took in the disaster zone kitchen, her face still wearing that unchanged, doll-like smile. She didn't speak. She didn't change expression. We're done for. Zenitsu went pale, already mentally preparing for ritual seppuku. Tanjiro panicked too, his face flushing. Kanao-san, we. But Inosuke wasn't panicked at all. He picked up the large basin of dark cuisine, walked up to Kanao, speared the biggest, blackest piece of fried fish with his oil-smeared blade tip, and shoved it toward her. Hey, smiley girl. He lifted his chin, looking like he was bestowing a favor. This is the supreme golden fried fish made by yours truly. Since you didn't go tattling just now, I'll reward you with this piece. Free of charge. Kanao blinked. She said nothing. She pulled out a coin, flicked it lightly with her thumb. Ding. The coin flipped through the air and landed on the back of her hand. Heads. She put the coin away. Her smile seemed, just a little, more real. She opened her mouth and obediently bit into the fish. Is it good? Tanjiro asked nervously, terrified that Inosuke's cooking might poison her. Kanao chewed twice. She didn't answer, only looked at Tanjiro, blinked again, and then nodded gently. See? I told you it was good. Inosuke snorted smugly. Even a mute can be conquered by my cooking. Inosuke! Don't call her that. Tanjiro sighed helplessly, though seeing that Kanao wasn't angry did calm him down. Back in the infirmary. Delicious. This is truly delicious. Rengoku held the large basin, completely unconcerned with the appearance of the food, eating with gusto, oil all over his mouth. This wild, powerful flavor. It makes even my wounds rejoice. Inosuke boy, if you ever stop slaying demons, you could open a restaurant. I would dine there every day. Really? Tanjiro tried a bite too, his eyes lighting up. It looks dark, but the flavor is rich. It goes great with rice. Wara, as long as it's meat, it's good. Zenitsu cried while stuffing his mouth. Even if it's poison, I'll accept it. Inosuke sat cross-legged on the bed, gnawing on a giant over-fried shrimp, looking at these uncultured fools. HMPH. A bunch of country bumpkins. He sneered outwardly, but inside he was already calculating. This meal used about 500 mon worth of ingredients. Sell one portion to Rengoku, charge 1,000. Sell one to Gonpachiro, put it on tab for 500. As for Stripitsu, he counted as free labor, and if they got caught, it would all be Stripitsu's idea anyway. Profit. Inosuke licked the oil from his fingers, utterly satisfied. Just as the impromptu infirmary feast reached its peak. Creak. The door slowly, very gently, opened. A chill colder than winter snow instantly froze the lively atmosphere. Rengoku's basin stopped mid-air. Tanjiro forgot to chew the fish in his mouth. Zenitsu rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. Only Inosuke, still holding his fried shrimp, remained clueless, his back to the door, completely unaware of the murderous aura behind him. Hey, why did you all stop eating? Inosuke asked, puzzled. If there's leftovers, Stripitsu and Gonpachiro have to finish them. Oh my, it seems everyone has quite the appetite. That gentle voice, sweet enough to drip poison, echoed behind him. Seriously injured, yet secretly gathering in the infirmary to eat oily, unhygienic food that can easily cause inflammation. That voice felt familiar. Inosuke's neck stiffened as he slowly turned around. Standing there was Shinobu Kocho, smiling like a spring breeze, while holding a snapped syringe in her hand. Behind her stood Kanao, who had eaten the fish earlier, still wearing that unreadable smile, calmly enjoying the show. Since you're all so energetic? Shinobu raised a massive syringe filled with yellow liquid, still dripping. How about, we add another course? This medicine is 3 times more bitter than the last one. Wara! Help! The poisoned woman is killing people. I want to go home. I want my dad. Medium White Star want to read the full book, all chapters? Visit Patreon. Patreon.com/Cannonbreaker medium white star. White heavy check mark. The book is now complete. All chapters are finished. What remains is unlocking bonus content. Wrapped present bonus chapter system. 10 reviews bonus chapter. 100 power stones bonus chapter. Fire. Your support still matters. The stronger it is, the more extra content and bonuses I can release. Thank you for being part of the journey. Chapter 48. Come home more often. 1,513 words. Inusuke wasn't joking, he really was going home. After several consecutive days of surviving on watery porridge with only a few grains of rice, plus boiled radishes without even a hint of oil, he had finally reached his limit. I quit. Inusuke flung off his blanket and hurled his pillow hard onto the floor. This is abuse. An outrageous insult to my noble digestive system. I'm going home. I want meat. I want to eat Mom's tempura and Dad's sashimi. Tanjiro, who had been obediently drinking his medicine nearby, jumped in fright and quickly set the cup down. Inusuke, calm down. Shinobu said, our injuries aren't fully healed yet, we can't. Shut up, Gonpachiro. Inusuke stood on the bed with his hands on his hips. Though he was wearing a tacky hospital gown, his presence still dominated the two boys completely. The air here is too dry, the bed's too hard, and most importantly, this place isn't run by me. He took a deep breath, as if remembering something, and a nostalgic look appeared on his face. I miss that cold, empty great hall back home. I miss those idiots who happily bring me money. And? His voice dropped slightly. In his mind surfaced the image of that foolish mom who always hummed off-key songs while sewing him nice clothes, and that annoying but slowly learning to love Dad. In short, I'm getting discharged. Now. Immediately. This instant. Zenitsu, who had been playing dead in the corner, sprang up like a reanimated corpse when he heard the word discharge. Discharged? I want out too. This place is terrifying. Every day I have to drink medicine that's more bitter than poison. I'm going home to Grandpa. HMPH. I forbid it. Inusuke shot Zenitsu a sideways glance. Dream on. You're my third underling. Without my permission, you're not going anywhere. That's not fair. Zenitsu wailed. Ignoring his crying, Inusuke jumped down neatly from the bed and began packing, though there wasn't much to pack. His twin blades, his iron fan, and his tattered core uniform. Inusuke, are you going back home? Tanjiro asked, watching his busy back, a hint of envy in his eyes. Since losing his family, the word home had become painfully distant. That's right. Inusuke didn't turn around. Back to the Eternal Paradise cult. Sure, there's a perverted old dad there, but at least the food's filling and the beds are soft. Eternal Paradise cult. Tanjiro repeated the name. It sounds like a religious group. It's a very rich place, Inusuke replied concisely. Tanjiro thought for a moment, then suddenly stood up, his expression serious. If it's Inusuke's home, then I'd like to visit as well. Who? Inusuke paused and turned around, looking at Tanjiro like he was an idiot. What for? To beg for food? No, Tanjiro shook his head earnestly. On the Mugen train, everyone survived because you fought so desperately. And you said your father, the cult leader, has always supported you behind the scenes. I want to thank him in person for raising someone as unique as you. Inusuke froze. Thank Doma? Thank that idiot? Just imagining Doma putting on that fake "oh my, I'm so shy" being praised expression made Inusuke's stomach churn. But? His eyes rolled. He glanced at Tanjiro's sturdy back, then at Zenitsu, crybaby though he was, surprisingly tough. The road home was long, 2 porters would come in handy. And if he brought these 2 along, that old geezer might find it amusing, and if he was happy, maybe he'd hand out a fat allowance. It's not impossible. Inusuke stroked his chin and put on a very friendly smile. But the Eternal Paradise cult isn't open to just anyone. Entrance fee, 500. Lodging and food self-paid. And you carry my blades. No problem. Tanjiro agreed instantly. I want to go too. Zenitsu suddenly stopped crying and scooted closer, cheeks slightly flushed. Eternal Paradise cult sounds very blissful. Are there lots of cute girls there? Inusuke thought of the female believers who were utterly obsessed with Doma, and of the beautiful attendant Yume. Plenty. And every single one's gentler than the vicious old hag at the butterfly estate. I'm in. I'm going. Big bro, take me with you. Please? I've always wanted to join your cult. I'll carry your blades. I'll carry you if I have to. Just take me. Zenitsu latched shamelessly onto Inosuke's leg. Just like that, the three finalized their jailbreak plan in under a minute. However, just as they tiptoed to the infirmary door. Creak! The door opened. Shinobu Kocho stood there, still holding that spotless tray, her smile unfathomable. Oh my Tilda, where are you three heading off to? Zenitsu collapsed straight to his knees. Tanjiro stiffened nervously. Only Inosuke, though inwardly uneasy, forced himself to stand tall, arms crossed, putting on a righteous front. We're taking leave. Long-term medical leave. The food here is bad for recovery. I'm taking them back to the Eternal Paradise cult to recuperate. Though his chin was raised, there was a trace of guilt in Inosuke's voice. He knew better than anyone the history between his cult and the woman before him. Every time he healed at the Butterfly Estate, it hurt, emotionally. He didn't know how to make his father atone to Shinobu. A life for a life, he couldn't bear that. A simple apology felt too cheap. He complained about this place, but he was grateful for how carefully she had treated them. Maybe only if that grinder-headed idiot became human, spending his long life repaying his guilt, would it count as sincerity. But right now, he couldn't do that. So he would run. Escapism might be shameful, but it worked. Eternal Paradise cult. Shinobu's gaze flickered slightly. In the past, she would have stopped them without hesitation. But now, looking at this strange boy who had truly saved everyone, her feelings were complicated. He was raised by a demon, yet he lacked that nauseating stench of corruption. Instead, he carried a genuine sense of responsibility to protect others. Do you want to go back and see your family? Shinobu suddenly asked, her tone oddly gentle. Inosuke shuddered, goosebumps breaking out. Who wants to see that old pervert? I'm going back to see my mom. My mom's kind of dumb, she'll miss me. It's not like I miss her that much, but I have to go back. Just one look. Seeing his awkward bluster, Shinobu's smile seemed a little more real. All right. Who? All three froze. That easy? But there's a condition. Shinobu took 3 large paper packets from the tray and shoved them into their arms. These medicines. 3 times a day. Not a single dose missed. And if next time I see you, your injuries have worsened. She raised a finger and gently tapped the air. I'll drag all of you back and make you take 10 times the dosage every day. Yes. We'll absolutely take our medicine on time. The 3 shouted in unison and fled in panic. Only Inosuke snuck one last glance back. She really is a very good person. Half an hour later, outside the Butterfly Estate gates. No grand carriage. No farewell party. Yet their moods were inexplicably light. Inosuke walked in front, wearing an ill-fitting uniform but strutting like he owned the world. Listen up, underlings. He flicked open his iron fan and pointed north. That way is my territory. Once we're there, there are only 3 rules. First, don't stare at my mom. She's very pretty, and if you stare too long, my dad will lose his mind. Second, don't stare at my dad. That guy's brain is broken, stare too long and it might be contagious. Third, and most important. Inosuke stopped and turned back, emerald eyes glinting. No matter what you see or hear, remember this, I'm the boss. If you embarrass me, I'll sell you to Shinobu as medicinal ingredients. Got it? Got it. Boss Inosuke. Zenitsu answered enthusiastically, for girls, he had no bottom line. Got it. Inosuke. Tanjiro replied earnestly. Satisfied with these 2 unfortunate underlings, Inosuke nodded. Move out. Destination, Eternal Paradise cult. At the same time. At the Eternal Paradise cult. Doma, in the middle of preaching to believers, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and smiled in delight. Oh my, this familiar chill, could it be that my little Inosuke is coming back? He turned to look at Kotoha, who was sewing behind a screen, his smile innocent and bright. Kotoha-chan, hurry and get ready. Our child seems to be bringing new friends home. How exciting, Tilda. Kotoha gently set aside her needle. He's finally coming back. Did he do well out there? Was he hungry? Did he get thinner? Was he hurt? Please be safe, Inosuke. Medium White Star want to read the full book, all chapters? Visit Patreon. patreon.com/canonbreaker Medium White Star. White Heavy checkmark. The book is now complete. All chapters are finished. What remains is unlocking bonus content. Wrapped present bonus chapter system. 10 reviews bonus chapter. 100 Power Stones bonus chapter. Fire. Your support still matters. The stronger it is, the more extra content and bonuses I can release. Thank you for being part of the journey. Chapter 49, My Good Friend. 1,774 words. Inosuke, is your father really a demon? Though he felt awkward asking, Tanjiro finally voiced the question that had troubled him for a long time. He had heard every word of that conversation between Shinobu and Inosuke that day. Big brother, will your dad eat us to make you repay your debt? Or is he a good demon, like Nezuko? Zenitsu glanced at Inosuke nervously. He's changing. I can feel it. Please trust me. And trust him too. In the future, I'll give everyone an explanation. Inosuke's expression was heavy, his thoughts unreadable. After several days of travel, the air gradually grew colder. A familiar lotus pond finally came into Inosuke's view. So cold? Tanjiro, is this really a place people live in? It's still summer, why is it snowing? Zenitsu shrank behind Tanjiro, not just from the cold, but because his keen hearing had picked up something deeply unsettling. There were no imagined screams of agony. Instead, deathly silence. And within that silence, the faint sound of women softly singing. Stop making a fuss, Stripitsu. Inosuke halted, looking up at the golden plaque engraved with Eternal Paradise Cult, and took a deep breath of the frigid air. Even in summer, the old geezer's place is still this cool. His face relaxed in pure contentment. For someone with an ice spirit physique, this low temperature felt like soaking in a hot spring. Cool. Tanjiro tilted his head, not quite understanding. But his sharp sense of smell caught something unusual. There was no scent of blood. None at all. Despite the presence of an immensely powerful demon, the air was clean, pure as the lotus pond itself, carrying an otherworldly calm, untouched by mortal filth. Inosuke, your father is truly someone special, Tanjiro said sincerely. HMPH. He's just a big idiot. Inosuke adjusted his collar, then shot a warning glance at his two underlings, emerald eyes flashing. Remember, once we're inside, talk less, eat more. And if you embarrass me, I'll raise the interest on what you owe me by 10%. With that, he lifted his leg and kicked open the massive gate he'd been kicking open since childhood. Old man. Your young master's back. Is there still food in the kitchen? I'm starving. Boom. The heavy gates flew open. Zenitsu froze. Wasn't he going to get scolded for that? But instead of a reprimand, what came first was a huge, chilling embrace. Oh my. Isn't this my Inosuke? A figure appeared before them like a ghost. Doma, dressed in his signature dark red cult leader robes, gently fanning himself with a golden iron fan, his rainbow-colored eyes swirling with unmistakable joy. You didn't even send a letter, but Daddy sensed it. That adorable aura that belongs only to Inosuke. He spread his arms wide, ignoring Inosuke's look of disgust, and pulled him into a suffocating hug. Let go. You're strangling me. Your clothes smell like incense ash. Inosuke struggled fiercely, like a kitten caught by the scruff of its neck. Is this teenage rebellion? How adorable, Doma chuckled as he released him. Then he turned, his gaze drifting lightly toward Tanjiro and Zenitsu. In that instant, Tanjiro's hand instinctively tightened around his sword hilt. Zenitsu nearly fainted on the spot. Are these the friends Inosuke mentioned in his letters? Doma closed his fan and propped the handle under his chin, leaning close to Tanjiro. His inhumanly beautiful face was only inches away, the pressure almost tangible. Those earrings, that smell of the sun, and this golden-haired boy. His eyes curved into crescents, his smile warm enough to melt hearts. Welcome to the Eternal Paradise Cult. I'm the cult leader, and Inosuke's father. Since you're guests he brought home, your family here. Hello. I'm Kamado Tanjiro. This is Agatsuma Zenitsu. Sorry for the intrusion. Tanjiro bowed stiffly, sheer willpower holding him together. So polite. Doma reached out with an icy hand and gently patted Tanjiro's head. Don't worry. I've been fasting for a long time now. These days, I'm a vegetarian, a kind, loving father. Hey! Old man. Inusuke slapped Doma's hand away and stepped in front of Tanjiro, glaring like a food-guarding puppy. Don't touch my underling. If you scare him, are you going to compensate me? Doma blinked, then burst into delighted laughter. Ha 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 ha. Inusuke's really grown up, protecting his possessions now. Very well, very well. Since they're the young master's assets, Daddy won't touch them. He clapped his hands, voice gentle enough to drip water. Kotoha-chan. Come out. Inusuke brought friends home, and they're completely unharmed. From behind the screen emerged a gentle figure. Kotoha wore a pale green kimono, holding a tray of freshly made wisteria cakes. Time seemed to have left no mark on her. She was still young, beautiful, her eyes clear and childlike. Inusuke! Her eyes lit up instantly. She set the tray down and rushed over, pulling him into a tight embrace. Mom was so worried. I heard it's dangerous outside. Are you hurt? Have you eaten well? I'm fine. I'm really strong, you know. Just moments ago fierce and sharp, Inusuke softened instantly in her arms. Though he grumbled, he didn't pull away. Instead, he leaned into the warmth of her collar. Zenitsu's fear vanished in an instant, replaced by a dreamy blush. So beautiful. That's Inusuke's mom. She's a fairy. Absolutely a fairy. No wonder Inusuke's so pretty. This place is heaven. Come, everyone sit, Doma said warmly. The dinner was lavish beyond words. The long table overflowed with the finest dishes, and a gigantic serving of tempura Inusuke had been craving. Yet the atmosphere made Tanjiro and Zenitsu feel oddly unnecessary. Perhaps because of Zenitsu's careless praise, Doma seemed determined to put on a show, loudly asserting ownership. Kotoha-chan, ah. Doma picked up the fattiest slice of tuna and held it to her lips, smiling indulgently. It was flown in from Hokkaido today. I even preserved it with my blood demon art. Kotoha glanced shyly at the guests, then obediently took a bite. Thank you, cult leader. It's delicious. As long as you like it, Doma beamed, wiping the corner of her mouth. Your singing's improved again lately. Tonight, why not sing for Inusuke and the others? How about Pinky Promise? Really? Kotoha's eye sparkled. Of course. I'd never lie to you. Across the table, Inusuke chewed his tempura, watching the scene with mixed feelings. In the past, he'd have thought Doma was just acting. But over the years, to please Kotoha, Doma had truly quit eating humans, and even dismissed those messy female followers. This idiot. Inusuke muttered inwardly. He was happy, but deeply anxious. He knew the plot. Doma was still a demon. Could this warmth really last? Once the Demon Slayer Corps went all out, once Muzan gave the order, what would become of this home? After dinner, Tanjiro and Zenitsu were led to guest rooms. Only the family of 3 remained in the grand hall. Inusuke, come here, Doma said, seated on the icy lotus throne, beckoning. Inusuke walked over and sat casually on the step by Doma's feet. What? Giving allowance? I spent a lot of money this time protecting the cult's reputation. The treasury's open. Take whatever you want. Doma placed a hand lightly on Inusuke's shoulder. In that instant, a pure, chilling cold flowed into Inusuke's body. He instinctively tensed, but his heightened senses told him there was no malice. Only rapidly gathering anger. TSK. Doma's smile didn't fade, if anything, it grew brighter. Yet his eyes were devoid of warmth. 3 broken ribs, healed crookedly. Torn arm muscles. Internal shock injuries. His fingers brushed over Inusuke's chest, the spot struck by Akaza's fist wind. And deep in these wounds, there's a stench I know very well. He leaned in slightly, sniffing. Akaza, wasn't it? His voice was light, even amused, but the temperature in the hall dropped sharply. Distant candle flames flickered, half frozen. Inusuke stiffened. TCH. You smelled it, hell. He turned his head away, hiding the tension in his eyes. Third uncle was tough. The owl, the underlings, and I barely managed to drive him off. Drive him off. Doma repeated softly, the curve of his smile sharpening. Inusuke is amazing, chasing off that battle-crazed martial fool. Daddy's so proud of you. He gently patted Inusuke's head, like soothing an injured kitten. Go now. Kotoha-chan's prepared your room. Sleep well. Daddy will give you the best medicine for these wounds. Oh. Inusuke stood up, took a few steps, then stopped. He looked back. Doma still sat atop the lotus dais, smiling as warmly as ever, as if that chilling moment had been an illusion. "Hey, old man." "Yes?" "Tonight, don't go out. Gonpachiro said he wants to hear you preach." With that, Inusuke bolted. The grand hall doors slowly closed. In the vast emptiness, only Doma remained. His smile gradually faded, bit by bit. In its place was the cold, expressionless face of Upper Rank 2. He raised his hand, staring at the fingertips that had touched Inusuke's wounds, still tinged with Akaza's battle aura. "Akaza?" Doma murmured softly, murderous intent seeping into his voice. "You're usually disrespectful to me, and I let it slide. After all, I'm a generous senior, a reasonable friend. You always preach about not killing women, flaunting your so-called martial spirit." He rose slowly, snapping his golden fan open. Thick frost instantly coated its surface. "But why did you hurt my Inusuke like this? That is my child, raised with care. Someone I wouldn't scold even once. My most treasured possession, and you treated him like a punching bag. How dare you injure him so badly? Do you really think you're some kind of martial genius? Or do you truly not understand, among the upper ranks, who is second, and who is third? Have I given you too much face?" Doma narrowed his eyes, gazing toward the northern night sky. "I really want to go twist your head off right now, and kick it around like a ball. But—" He glanced back toward Kotoha's chambers, his fake smile returning. "Not now. Making too much noise would scare Kotoha-chan. And Inusuke just got back, I want to spend a few days with him. This debt, I'll keep it for now. When Inusuke leaves, we'll settle it slowly. My good friend, Akaza. Medium White Star want to read the full book, all chapters? Visit Patreon. patreon.com/canonbreaker Medium White Star. White heavy check mark. The book is now complete. All chapters are finished, what remains is unlocking bonus content. Wrapped present bonus chapter system. 10 reviews bonus chapter. 100 power stones bonus chapter. Fire your support still matters, the stronger it is, the more extra content and bonuses I can release. Thank you for being part of the journey. Chapter 50, The Most Perfect Villain. 1,792 words. The three kids had already been staying at Inusuke's home for many days. For Zenitsu, it was nothing short of ascending from hell straight into paradise. An angel? She's absolutely an angel. Zenitsu clutched the wisteria cakes Kotoha had just made, moved to tears and snot alike. He dropped to his knees and kowtowed fervently toward Kotoha, who was humming off-key while sewing clothes. "Auntie Kotoha, do you need a godson? I'll be filial together with Big Bro. My grandpa beats me, but he always says I'm a very dutiful child." Kotoha covered her mouth and laughed, her brows curved gently, her warmth like spring water. Zenitsu-kun really knows how to joke. "Go on and eat, there's more if you want. And our home will always welcome you. You're the first friends Inusuke has ever brought back. Wara, it's so good." Zenitsu cried as he stuffed his mouth. "It's 10,000 times better than the bitter medicine at the butterfly estate. Is this the pure land of bliss? I don't want to leave. I want to die here." Nearby, Tanjiro was helping wipe the floor. Even as a guest, he simply couldn't stay idle. Inusuke's mother is truly very gentle. And her scent is so clean, without the slightest impurity. To remain this pure in a place full of demons, that's incredible. As Tanjiro wiped the floor, his nose twitched slightly. As for the master of this place, oh my, Tanjiro-kun, chores like mopping should be left to the believers. Doma was hanging upside down from a roof beam, pale hair cascading down until it nearly brushed Tanjiro's face. He smiled as he lazily waved his golden fan. "Since you're here, have you considered joining the cult? If you do, I can let you and your sister stay together forever, no aging, no sickness, no death. You'll just be a little afraid of wisteria. But you'll get used to it." Tanjiro straightened up and looked seriously at the upside-down Doma, then bowed politely. "Thank you for the offer. But no, thank you. I'll definitely let my sister live under the sun again someday." "What a pity," Doma said lightly, flipping down to the ground. "Young people these days really don't understand the benefits of eternity. But it's fine, as long as you're Inusuke's friends, you're always welcome to eat here. As he spoke, Doma somehow produced a plate of sliced watermelon and enthusiastically shoved it into Tanjiro's hands. Eat, eat. I chilled it with my blood demon art. It's very sweet. Looking at Doma's unassuming, even slightly simple demeanor, Tanjiro and Zenitsu exchanged a glance, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. This upper rank 2 demon, aside from being a demon, seemed unexpectedly like a hospitable uncle. Not only did he not eat people, he kept feeding them, like a worried father afraid his kids might go hungry. Happy times were always short-lived. Night soon fell. Inosuke led the two of them sneaking off to a pavilion in the back mountains, his secret base, a place even Doma rarely visited. Look! What's this? With a mysterious grin, Inosuke pulled out an exquisitely crafted wine jar from beneath the base of an ice lotus. That bastard Tokahoshi gave this to me to suck up, said its 50-year-old daughter's red. The old man wouldn't let me drink it, said underage drinking stunts growth. TCH. Like I'd be afraid of a little wine. Wine. Zenitsu's eyes lit up. Good stuff. After getting yelled at by Kanzaki Aoi every day at the Butterfly Estate, I've wanted a drink forever. This isn't very good, is it? Tanjiro hesitated. We're not old enough. Enough, Gonpachiro. Inosuke slapped off the clay seal. A rich, mellow aroma instantly spread through the air. Today's a celebration of surviving disaster. We drink. Big Bro says so. 3 porcelain bowls were filled. Moonlight spilled over the surface of the wine, rippling gently. Cheers! After a few bowls, the initial stiffness completely vanished. Zenitsu hugged a pillar and cried about his dreams of getting married. Tanjiro, cheeks flushed, started talking about his siblings back home. Only Inosuke grew unusually quiet. He held his bowl, staring at the moon reflected in the wine, eyes unfocused. Hey! Stripitsu! Gonpachiro! Inosuke suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse, stripped of its usual arrogance. Do you think that old man, Doma, is a good demon? Zenitsu hiccuped and said hazily. He's kinda scary looking, and his aura's terrifying, but he's really good to your mom. And he's taken great care of us these days, even gave us watermelon. Feels like it's a not very proper but still good demon. A good demon. Inosuke laughed bitterly and downed his wine in one gulp. Lowering his head, he clenched the bowl so hard his knuckles turned white. Do you know why the insect Hashira at the Butterfly Estate always smiles with knives hidden inside? Tanjiro and Zenitsu froze, sobering up halfway. Because her older sister, the former flower Hashira, was killed by my dad. Inosuke's voice trembled, heavy with pain long suppressed. I was 11 that year. That night, the old man said he was going out for a walk. I was busy practicing my breathing, didn't think much of it. When he came back, he reeked of blood. He smiled and told me he'd met a very gentle woman. Too fragile, though, she died before he even got to eat her. Back then? I couldn't do anything. I just wanted to obey him first, so my mom could live. Inosuke suddenly looked up. His emerald eyes were full of tears, shattered under the moonlight. I knew what would happen, but I couldn't stop it. I grew up eating his food, training with his techniques, spending his money. I'm a bastard, aren't I? I want to atone for him. I want to save Rengoku, save more people, repay the debts. But every time I see him smile at Kotoha, see him act like a stupid dad stuffing money into my hands, Inosuke covered his face, his voice breaking. I don't know what I'm supposed to do anymore. The pavilion fell into dead silence. Only the rustling of leaves in the wind remained. Then, suddenly, a warm hand landed on Inosuke's shoulder. Inosuke, you're not a clown. Tanjiro's voice was gentle as always, yet carried unwavering strength. His dark red eyes looked straight at Inosuke, as if seeing through to the deepest fragility in his heart. You're in pain. This pain tastes more bitter than any wound. But precisely because you feel this pain, it proves your heart is kind. You didn't condone evil just because he's your father, and you didn't deny his care just because he's a demon. You're trying to find a balance. That alone is already incredible. Yeah, big bro. Zenitsu chimed in, still sniffling, but his eyes serious. You saved Rengoku. You saved us so many times. You know right from wrong. You didn't blindly side with him just because he's your dad. You might be our big brother, but you're still just a normal person. We're in this together. Zenitsu thumped his chest. From now on, we'll help you shoulder these messed up problems. Worst case. We'll atone together. Phut. Inosuke laughed despite himself, tears still clinging to his lashes. He wiped his face, took a deep breath, and his gaze sharpened once more. That's right. I'm Inosuke, the young lord of the Eternal Paradise cult. He stood up, planting one foot on the railing, swearing to the moon. If I can't be a pure hero, then I'll be the most perfect villain. I'll take control of the cult. I'll strip that old man of real power. I'll make it so the only thing he can do is comb Kotoha's hair. I'll make him spend his entire life as a tool used by me, his filial son. Now that's the spirit. Zenitsu raised his bowl. Cheers! Cheers! On the pavilion roof above them, Doma hung upside down in the shadows like a giant bat. His golden fan was closed, resting against his chin. For the first time, there was no smile in his rainbow-colored eyes. He'd heard everything. Inosuke's confession. Inosuke's struggle. And the old debt tied to himself. Oh dear. Doma sighed softly to himself. So little Inosuke has been troubled by things like this all along. How pitiful. Just a child, yet burdened with such tedious moral shackles. He wasn't angry that Inosuke wanted to hollow him out or use him. Instead, he felt something called apology. Of course, not for killing the flower Hashare, eating humans was as natural to him as humans eating pork. What he felt sorry for was this: his actions had troubled his beloved child. That won't do. Doma flipped upright, gazing at the now lively figure below, his eyes growing deep and dark. If Inosuke isn't happy, then this home isn't perfect. Since that child cares so much about justice and right and wrong, I'll restrain myself a little from now on. Besides, Kotoha's cooking has been quite good lately. But Doma suddenly frowned. Since he was being so reasonable and willing to compromise, where should this nameless anger go? Inosuke was injured because of Akaza. Inosuke's turmoil ultimately stemmed from Akaza's chain reaction. Then it really is that striped basketball's fault. Doma decisively dumped all the blame onto Akaza. Once Inosuke leaves, I'll definitely go have a nice chat with him. To make my Inosuke this sad. Akaza, your sins truly run deep. At the same time, thousands of miles away, deep in a mountain forest. Achoo! Akaza, who was violently beating the living hell out of a 1,000-year-old tree, suddenly sneezed hard. Who? He scanned the surroundings warily. Aside from shattered trunks reduced to splinters, there was nothing. Annoyed, he sat down on a rock, staring at his own hands. Ever since being driven back by Inosuke and Rengoku together, his mind had been in chaos. That kid from the Eternal Paradise cult. That look in his eyes, risking everything to protect his companions. Why did it feel so familiar? Protect! Akaza clutched his head. Something deep inside seemed to be cracking. I'm a demon. A demon who pursues the pinnacle of martial arts. I don't need things like protecting the weak. But why? Why can't I remember who I wanted to protect before becoming a demon? Under the moonlight, Upper Rank 3 looked incomparably lonely and lost. Medium White Star want to read the full book, all chapters? Visit Patreon. patreon.com/canonbreaker Medium White Star. White heavy check mark. The book is now complete. All chapters are finished. What remains is unlocking bonus content. Wrapped present bonus chapter system. 10 reviews bonus chapter. 100 Power Stones bonus chapter. Fire, your support still matters. The stronger it is, the more extra content and bonuses I can release. Thank you for being part of the journey. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Sally Fox Audiobook.